Somewhere between the twilights, a quiet call sounds. Asters asks to open your eyes, to feel the dawn on your face. In flight, Tegan felt like a flying squirrel. The wind caressed his face, his body gliding swiftly through the air, his breath catching from the freedom. Suddenly his gaze slid over his body. There was no parachute suit. How had he gotten bigger? Strange. Something was off, as if his body was dissolving in the air. A hasty movement, and the magic was unleashed, not yet knowing what would happen. The mysterious voice turned out to be the gentle whisper of the goddess. Her gift came unexpectedly. Spells fell from the hero's lips like dry leaves, but none worked. A mysterious voice broke out from the depths of his soul. Save Asprey. And he, without hesitation, responded to this call. Finally, everything came to life. Mechanisms rumbled, and the air smelled of fresh oil and hope. The helpless body was still flying downwards, the air whistling in his ears, and the boy whispered incantations, clenching his fists in tension. In the comfort of the cabin, the boy and girl sat side by side, catching the smell of fresh plastic and the faint hum of the engines overboard. The business is done. It's time to return to Japan. As a reward, the boss gives you a seat in business class. Soft seats, the pleasant aroma of coffee, the light noise of turbines outside the window, a feeling of space and comfort. Outside the window, foreign cities flicker, business routine oppresses, but a girl laughs next to her, and the trip is filled with colors, like a sudden ray of sunshine in the rain. Carol nodded toward the seat. Boarding was about to begin. Ahead was an old woman with wise eyes. The girl quietly asked if she would see her older brother. He assured her that everything would be fine, and the smile returned. It wasn't just her who disappeared. Along with her, the traces, the voices, even the smell of perfume melted into the air. Right under the old woman, where she had fallen, a dark hole emerged, fresh, viscous, with the tart smell of earth. Time sputtered and faded away. The moment spread, stretched slowly, like honey, and everything around became silent in the still air. A voice emerged in my head. If you believe in yourself, you will have enough strength, so go ahead. View gently assured him that this was not a delusion. In a thin whisper in her mind, the girl urged him to let a wave of calm wash over him, for that was when her intentions would become crystal clear. The goddess stood before him, and he was almost speechless. But he lived, he breathed, although he thought this meeting would be the last. He couldn't stand it anymore. His head was buzzing. The gods had not yet appeared to anyone. Hopes were melting like smoke in the wind. There was no mistake. It had already happened. Bagotis said quietly, almost in a whisper. The explosion had taken away everyone who had filled the carriage with their voices and breath just a few minutes ago. There's plenty of time, so she gets down to business right away without wasting a minute. She looks like a shadow queen. Her steps carry a chill, and her gaze seems to open a door to a world where the wind whispers from the other shore. The boy's reward was a blessing of silence. She had chosen him, called him to be a hero, and the world held its breath in anticipation of change. There is a sense of anxiety in the air. Something is wrong here. The suggestion smells of danger, and tension gathers in my chest like a cold ball. The goddess called out to her world, "Enter, defeat evil in the dark depths, where the enemy is bound in chains. Perhaps it is enough to close the seal again, and silence will reign." Sighing, he quietly said that he had to refuse. The girl asked in surprise if death was near, but his calm voice answered. Life had managed to bring him joy. God spoke quietly, asking her not to speak like that and to be her support. But in response, he resolutely refused. Even death, but not a risk that bitters the heart more than fear. Only one passenger, he said in a whisper, was ever lucky to survive among all on board. After a short conversation, he offered her a strange exchange. Give up your salvation, and I promise to be reborn in your world. The air smelled of anticipation. The words sounded quiet, like the whisper of rain. Not a word came out of his mouth. The protagonist realized, if there is such a chance, he must save her. Otherwise, neither his heart nor his conscience will allow it. God promised to fulfill the wish, but first asked for some time. Her voice flowed gently, like morning mist over a field. She had already had a word with their God, so greedy that his eyes were shining. When the conversation was over, she would definitely have to act. A silent "thank you" floats through the air. For her patience, for her attention to the most selfish request. She admits that refusing would end her world, leaving everything around her frozen. Having given everything to save the girl, she accepted the pain of loss. He without hesitation became the hero of the goddess, leaving the world in flashes of light. And the girl waited with trepidation. His soul would definitely return. The phone camera snapped a hole in the fuselage. The video immediately flew to his sister in the hospital, where she was waiting at the airport. A moment later, his call, concise and anxious, told her everything. Daryl promised to meet him at the airport. The older brother quietly insisted, "Write this conversation down." The reasons remained a shadow. He, silently, left important messages to everyone he loved. The mister stopped. The jokes were over. The guy quietly explained. He wanted to save the girl, because only her phone would lead him to the trail. "We must find them immediately." The warmth of the farewell stirred gratitude in his chest. The last time he heard his sister's voice left a tender mark on his heart. With a quick movement, he unfolded the portable sewing kit, the needle buzzing, the sheet already firmly attached to the suit. The pillow lay softly between them. He carefully tied it to him. My heart was pounding in my chest. I had to make sure there was a fuel storage facility. My hands clenched the metal, my muscles tensed. I was about to jump and my breath caught. There were whispers in the crowd. His mind was clouded. The girl, trembling with anxiety, begged not to touch the child. Her voice was quiet, like the evening rain. Gently apologizing for his long absence, he asked for trust. The girl trembled in fear and whispered her heartache. And he gently promised, soon she would hug her mother. Everything would be fine. Barely touching the screen, he sent his sister a short message. She was right next door, only 5 kilometers from the airport. A life jacket would have fallen on the girl's shoulders, cool and scratchy. In his jump, he looked like a flying squirrel for a moment. He spread his arms, spread his legs. The air rustled near his ears. Dry grass crunched under his feet. He lightly touched the ground, raising a light step spirit from the dust. The spell flew from his lips, and his heart sank. It seemed that in a moment everything would explode. But suddenly a dragon emerged from the mist, trembling with powerful wings. With each breath, my chest feels heavier. The ground beneath my body is cold and hard. I don't have the strength to get up anymore. The thought burns me sharply. I can't go on. This ordeal burned the soul, heavy like a stone pressing on the chest and stopping the breath. The bed was left behind, and the aching pain pounded in his temples, not letting go. His own and other people's memories mixed in his head, like smoke and wind intertwined in a font. Suddenly, a servant appeared nearby. The servant leaned over, asking in an anxious whisper what had happened. He demanded, "Call the doctor immediately and inform the king. The matter was urgent." His name is Luke, but behind this short word lies a whole storm of feelings and untold stories. God spoke of a change of soul and memories that hold on to life. This man seems to be lost between despair and hope. "How long will you sleep?" the man asked, the smell of smoke filling the inn. Luke replied languidly, "Maybe you are my father." For these words, a blow flies, and the world around shifts like the edge of an abyss. The cold bracelet grips his wrist like an icy snake. It glows, stifling magic, stifling power, preventing it from even moving in his chest. Reincarnation into the body of the third prince, Luke, the same one whose fame reeks of cruelty and dirty rumors. It is because of his dark reputation that every eye seeks something more in him. The name of Prince Orsh echoes across the land like thunder. That feeling. Luck slips through your fingers, disappears, and your heart clenches with anxiety. Deep down, he felt that the goddess's cruelty was too merciless, like a piercing wind in the middle of winter that knows no mercy. No wonder the body of such a scumbag became his home. What rot inside? He lost consciousness, and probably died then, during that terrible incident. The fantasies vanished with just one sharp remark from his father. His hand, restrained but decisive, left a pulsating mark that burned for a long time, not only on his skin, but also in his heart. Will clenches his fist. His gaze drifts to the bracelet on his wrist. Why exactly does he have to wear this thing? His father said, "The bracelet will bind the magic, will not let it break free." Retreating was no longer an option when the burden of responsibility was on his shoulders. The boy realized that his words were true. A terrifyingly vivid memory flashed through his mind. How he had once run away from home. The dragon was gone. In its place, in the evening glow, Diana appeared, the fallen dragoness whom the goddess had brought back to life in a new body. The smell of fire still hung in the air, "What happened to this?" he asked his father, feeling the anxiety freeze at his fingertips. There he was met by a dead dragon, majestic, still warm, with a faint smoke near its snout. Admiration welled up in his chest. What an incredible beauty this creature was. The magic Luke infused into the egg blossomed with the baby dragon's first breath. A warm flame of friendship flared up between them that could no longer be extinguished. Tears rolled down Luca's cheeks. The guy froze. Sincere emotions beat in every sigh, and it struck him to the depths of his soul. The death of his friend had struck him so deeply that even his father's son had grown faint and confused, as if lost in a fog. His father lamented. In Japan, such a loss would have cost too much. Nabi felt that those words were falling heavily, like autumn leaves. It's time to take stock. Like an echo in the evening silence, everything falls into place. When the wave of emotions receded, an epiphany came. It was time to delve into Luke's memories, to touch someone else's experience, to feel its taste and shadow. In the body of 15-year-old Luca A. Vilga, 170 centimeters tall, 135 kilograms in weight, lives someone who skillfully tames dragons. Although in ordinary matters others have long left him behind. Although ridiculously stupid, he still belongs to the elite. He was selected for the Dragon Rider Academy. The last day of exams was marred by tragedy when, during the flight control exam, anxiety hung in the air. The silence became too sharp, hearts clenched with fear. The king himself appeared in the square. His gaze sharp, his cloak rustling in the wind. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Inside Luke, everything froze. This was his moment. The dragon's eyes encompassed almost the entire world. Only a narrow sector lurked in shadow, and climbing there was like playing with fire. Anything that escaped his sight was immediately caught by the dragon's tail, sharp as a whip. That's how Perlick was hit so mercilessly. The world had not yet calmed down around him, and the decision had already flashed within him, flashing through his thoughts like lightning. He saw the girl as a true heroine, as if she had appeared from another world, endowed with 3 mysterious gifts. She promised that he would never lack help. Empty pockets of space echo beneath his feet. The mind picks up their silence in parts, as if sniffing out secret paths. The hero dreams of a new navigation with AI, like in the distant states. The navigator's voice dissolves dully in the air. The bracelets muffle the sound as if someone had stolen his own voice from space. He also fails to summon it. It's as if the wind has scattered his voice into the void. The footsteps of Lucas's guests are heard at the door. My attempt to apologize to my mother was met with cold silence. Condemnation flashed in her eyes, and a whimsical movement of her lips said it all without words. A sleepless night passed in anxiety for him. The words of apology sounded quiet and sincere, and the younger sister, hugging him, gently asked if everything was okay. Inside was the warmth and peace of love. Even little Talulu was trembling with excitement. Her ears were flapping, her paws were stamping, and her eyes were burning with an impatient light. "The family council will decide your fate," the woman said. For him, it was like a bolt from the blue. Before, she had only asked him to stay out of trouble. The boy didn't understand what choice his mother was talking about. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Was it true that he believed that without the dragon, he would return to the academy as if nothing had happened? When anger burns with ruby flames, she becomes dangerous, terrifyingly strong. But justice still resonates in her every word. The door opened, and the guests were back. Mr. Luke, polite and a little tired, nodded warmly, inviting them into the cool living room, which smelled of fresh coffee. Little Lulu Tac Morel, the second daughter of the Marquis, is already wearing a strict academic uniform at the age of 6. Her personal future was decided for her even in nursery school. Her engagement to Luke was planned since childhood. Full of anxiety, the girl confessed. Her heart was clenched with fear when he did not regain consciousness for 2 days. The guy gently, with regret in his voice, asked for forgiveness for scaring her so much. The sister's smile was radiant with joy. He was alive, unharmed. The boy responded to her concern with a quiet thank you. The girl took a breath, gathered herself. The words got stuck on her lips, but she still dared to reveal the truth. The confession slipped quietly from his lips. His engagement to Lulu was over. He was hurt. Her good name had been tarnished by this relationship, and an echo of regret rang in his voice. When there are no answers, one has to listen to small hints. The heart told him that the recent incident had a secret reason. Today, as the sun was at its zenith, His Majesty entered their house, the air smelling of anxiety. The girl told him that he had come to ask for the break in their engagement, and her father, sighing, agreed. The words of criticism fell even thicker, and she, turning a little pale, bowed her head and sincerely asked for forgiveness. Thoughts were buzzing in my head. Why is everything so relentless? Why can't anything be changed? My heart was pounding, and a silent hopelessness was pressing around me. The reason for her father's action became transparent, like cool morning glass. A new understanding was pouring into her mind. Unspoken words were quietly ringing. Through a friend, Guy said that as soon as his house arrest was lifted, he would come immediately to apologize in person. Deep in her heart, there was still hope that one day Luke would return his tenderness to her. The sharpness in his words hurt, and why he had become cold was a mystery that squeezed her chest. A weeping shadow glided down the corridor. Lulu was disappearing. Luke stood confused, but his heart told him that everything was more complicated than in simple stories. Their quiet feeling was mutual, sincere. When his sister called out to follow him, he just clenched his fists. He says he's squeezing, but you're walking around and laughing. Annoyance flashed in her eyes, and resentment struck him with a sharp slap on the shoulder. Idiot! The hero snapped and left, leaving a bitter trail of resentment behind him. Tears choked the boy's throat. The servant saw everything. The protagonist quickly intervened. He didn't want new gossip that was already tormenting his sister and fiancé. Yesterday's memories were intruding into his thoughts, but he tried to push them away, like an annoying smoke that wouldn't dissipate and burned his eyes. Luke's fiancé is like a shadow from the past, distant and unsolved. He only dreamed of forgiveness. But Lulu never became close to him, remaining a stranger among familiar faces. The goddess chose him. The prince's body is preparing for battle. In his pockets, gold, behind his back, relatives, who give him the strength to break the impossible, to raise a storm against the god himself. There was plenty of time, so he decided to get himself in shape, preparing his body for victory. You can't stop halfway. Will he have enough strength to do at least one push-up, he thought. The fragrant dinner was carefully placed on the table, and the host uttered a sincere, delicious. But her gaze faded, as if someone had turned off the light, and while he was collecting his thoughts, she had already quietly disappeared behind the door. An angry wave was still surging through him, guilty or not, and his gaze would not find peace. Discontent was quietly humming inside, even though he understood that it was not up to him. Boundless gratitude wells up in his chest. The supreme goddess, the same one who wove in this world, has given him life, and already in the form of a pig prince. The cold breath of water, the light shimmer on the waves. Here she is, Narita, the goddess whose name the wind whispers over the river. Days had passed since that meeting with Lula, and the door remained stubbornly silent. No new guests had appeared. Without further ado, he immerses himself in training. The movements are precise, sweat touches his forehead, the pounds seem to melt away. There is anticipation in the air. His Majesty is showing up to see Mr. Luke. My father's face suddenly appeared very close, the smell of tobacco and an old sweater, his breath right in my face. Joy flared in the boy's heart when he saw the king. The air resounded. An important conversation. The boy swallowed the air with a taste of fear and was ready to accept any sentence. The father sighed and said, yes, he broke the rules more than once, but he didn't do anything serious wrong, so there won't be a harsh punishment. Thoughts about the future haunted Luke. The dragon's wings had just vanished into smoke, and with them his role in the academy had vanished, leaving an emptiness and uncertainty in his soul. Already knew, it was out of the question. Ready. The king promised a new path, the magic faculty of the Knights Academy, fresh air of change and brilliant opportunities. His grades and test scores were too low. A bitter taste of shame gripped his throat. His legs gave way, and he sank to the cold ground. The burning shame burned like a log just thrown into a fire. It was no wonder that his father sought help from tutors. That's why the indignation inside him surged in a hot wave. In the end, he was accepted only to the military faculty, but he wouldn't have lasted a day with his excess weight. Later, the man was surprised to notice that the scale needle was showing less. With a proud light in his eyes, he declared, from now on, he would take care of himself like a fragile spring sprout. King admitted with a smile that he was still far from knighthood. Luke grumbled that without action they would lose both reputation and respect. It was time to take on something real. Sighing heavily, the father silently nodded. His son's mischief had already cast a shadow over his good name. A brilliant idea flashed, to propose marriage to a girl from a neighboring kingdom. to breathe hope into the exhausted land. An unexpected surprise swept over him, as if a cool breeze had blown in on a hot day, and everything around him seemed different. The world rustled with new colors. "Calm down. Don't worry," he asked. "The kingdom of Furoro is, no doubt, known to you. They have already extended a hand of peace to the Duke of the Forest. The Duke has 3 daughters and no heir, so he plans to marry off the eldest, giving Luke a chance to find himself on the doorstep of the Faculty of Magic, where the air is buzzing with mystery. The daughter is still studying here, and the wedding was scheduled right after graduation. The smell of flowers, the commotion." The boy objected. "His heart already belongs to Lutil." The father replied, "The engagement was broken off long ago, they say." The king's voice sounded calm. "It is worth reflecting on these crazy actions. Then perhaps we will be able to leave the pain of losing Lutilla in the past." One of the boys said that rumors about this man were already spreading in other lands, but he just chuckled. Forel is a vassal of their country. There are 50 times fewer people there. Aristocratic blood is worth its weight in gold. The kingdom repeatedly sends invitations to neighboring lands, choosing chosen ones from ancient and magical families. Once they were happy with simple village children, but now they only look to those whose blood is pure and worthy of a ducal lineage. If the royal family needed an impeccable reputation, it would be easy to get rid of the frivolous heir. The father stubbornly demanded strength and magic from the groom. No one noticed the boy's antics because the heir was of royal blood. For a profitable marriage, this seemed ideal. But the hero's heart was ringing with protest. All this was untruth and falsehood. One has only to look closely. Marriage opens the door to freedom for him. His father's power will finally disappear. The situation, it turns out, is not at all hopeless. The order is to remember your duty to your father and be ready. He will leave at dawn. Luke heard this, and his chest seemed to tighten with surprise. Fate led him forward. Curiosity made him ask, "What is she? A soulmate?" However, the answer was only silence and fog, and in a moment the promised meeting made his heart beat wildly. Perhaps something was heard wrong. The gestures were awkward next to a stranger. Clutching things in his pockets, the hero finally decided it was time to pack up. He quietly asked his father to take off his bracelets. "It is forbidden to ask," the king has ordered. "As soon as someone mentions the duke's estate, something will immediately flare up inside them and they will run away, as they always did. 100 million guineas in dowry." And he threw in another million for his own needs. The money rustled like autumn leaves in the wind. The morning will greet him with readiness. Everything will be waiting, carefully prepared the night before. No unnecessary worries, no hassles. The first prince, Yael, with fire in his eyes, declares to his father, "This path leads to an abyss." Quietly, under the cover of night, both of them leave their relatives, leaving behind muffled footsteps and the smell of dampness. The situation, he said, only played into Luke's hands. Yael could not understand what advantage she would gain from marrying a stranger. Luke whispered only one thing. "Calm down. Don't worry." In a carriage, this journey would take 15 days, but on a dragon, it would take only a moment, one of them remarked. Bowing his head, he asked meekly, "Let your father decide. Luke will not be released alone. His father's fear is stronger than his trust. From now on, all responsibility falls on Yael. He is a shadow guard and an invisible guide." Luke asks in surprise, "Is this really so?" Cain's words hung in the air, and then he asked Luke if he should have been so harsh. Luke just smiled, calling it his own little revenge. His father's orders were like chains that could not be broken by any force. Luke was lost in his own thoughts. Why had he, the inconspicuous son, been chosen if the wedding was so important? Apart from his brother, no guards, just Yael and him, together in the stillness of the night. Their departure was shrouded in silence, as if they were holding their breath as the footsteps dissolved into the darkness. The sky unfolds under the dragon's wings. Nothing threatens here. It seemed that the boy would not try to justify his father, but his gaze read otherwise. He is sure. It is not he who hates his father, but the opposite. Suddenly, the antagonist felt that everything was trying to push him away. His brother quietly pleaded, "Don't be harsh with words. If you really want it, success will find you. Just pull yourself together and decide." Luke just nodded silently. He supported it. With the sound of footsteps on the gravel, a border guard stood before them, his gaze coldly sliding over the travelers. Comfort is easy to create. All you have to do is wish, and a soft carpet of grass will be waiting for you to rest. But the rush was driving them on, so it was time to set off without looking back. His voice rustled with a warning. The road is dangerous. Be careful. The advice had barely died down when the girl came towards him, a light shadow in the morning rays. The small petals trembled in the wind when the girl with the basket held out the bouquet and whispered, "Maybe you'll take these flowers." The border guard sternly warned, no talking to nobles. However, Luke approached, his eyes shining with curiosity. "How much do the flowers cost?" "For one bouquet, 50 guineas. He took the whole basket, clinking a gold coin. The unnecessary apology hung in the air, quiet and awkward. The protagonist smiled. "Just take the coin, thank you, and move on." Her heart leapt with joy. Now she could buy medicine for her mother, whose sick breath enveloped the room with a faint scent of hope. Luca, seeing his brother immersed in his work, quietly handed the girl with the petals a bottle of potion. The aroma of herbs wafted through the air. She hesitated, but his insistence left her no choice. Warm words of gratitude escaped the girl's lips, and she moved on, her heels lightly echoing on the stones. Yao smiled. His brother had a big heart, even though the children kept to themselves. Luca sighed, saying he understood everything. Such a thing will still be needed. The main character insists, Luca must be delivered unharmed. The gaze glides over the crew. The emblem of the box flutters on their chests, attracting attention like a bright flash in the twilight. There was a sense of alarm in the air. Perhaps someone from the royal family was hiding here. The team had to descend immediately, not waste a moment to make sure. Thunder outside the window, like a warning, and he rushes to help. His brother should have hidden, but Luke did not agree. If something happened, he would be left alone. He decided to go together. The hero stretched out his hand, stopping him, even despite the hasty appeals. Time slipped through his fingers, and Luke, agitated and helpless in his bracelets, almost pleading, begged, "Take them off, please." His brother didn't have time to help. The navigation came to life again under his fingers, and a questioning look demanded a brief report. The battle was too hot now. All that remained was to urgently check his own condition. The flashing screen showed, Level 1. The hero clenched his fist in surprise. He was sure that he had long been at the 18th level. A cold voice announced, "Rebirth resets everything. One wrong move, and it's over." Although Luke's abilities already live within him, this young man will only be able to cast spells when he reaches the 10th level. The spacious pocket is bursting with bottles of potions. Luke asks his brother to take the extra, saying that there will be enough supplies. Yael just smiles. These infusions will still come in handy. Once a master of the arrow, the hero is now ready to be useful again. While his brother takes the helm, he takes up his bow and stays with Waltz, vigilant as a falcon on guard above. All it takes is a command and a hurricane cuts through the air, roaring like a beast of prey, tearing apart the space around. His performance lit up the hall. Hearts beat faster. Euphoria vibrated in the air, and enthusiastic exclamations rose above the heads of the audience. A dragon appeared from somewhere in the sky. No one had time to see how. Luke immediately pulled the string, and the arrow, like lightning, hit the target. Countless lives were cut short by his arrows. The accuracy was almost inhuman, like an echo of Luke himself. The 10th level is a whisper of new possibilities. Bright magic flashes before your eyes, and your heart beats louder with amazement. How quickly the boundaries of the world have changed. The guard's shout still echoed in the air, and Luke, feeling a slight chill down his spine, realized that something was wrong. A black cloak emerged from somewhere. It fluttered in the air, rustling wildly, and it carried a scent of smoke and night. Menacingly swinging his spear, sparkling like a thunderstorm, he held his breath before a decisive throw. It was this man who was finally captured. The smell of cheap tobacco still lingering in the air, and his footsteps still echoing in memory. The enemy threw down his weapon. There was a dull clang, and the air was filled with relief. Silence fell. The end of the battle. Victory was felt in everyone's breath. The bloody storm swept the knights into the dust, but the brother escaped almost unharmed, only a few light scratches on his skin. The nobility in battle inspired genuine pride. It was even felt in the look. The young man wondered why the response sounded playful, but Luke, however, did not agree with them at all. The hero admitted, "He is not well suited to chivalry. It is worth mentioning shooting." Your fingers begin to tremble. You have probably already felt this familiar tremor in yourself. Thanks to this support, they were saved. The gratitude lived in their hearts for a long time. And it was Yael who introduced them. The warriors bowed their heads, whispering apologies. Sincere guilt echoed in every word, and sparks of shame for their own ignorance flickered in their eyes. As he flew by, the prince noticed the trap, the frantic noise of battle, and rushed to help. He wondered who was involved in the ambush. The carriage doors creaked open. The girl slipped out into the evening coolness, like a ray through the shadows. Words of gratitude fall from my lips, sincere and simple, like a warm breath after a long anxiety. This help has truly changed everything. It smells of lavender and excitement as she speaks softly. The second princess of the kingdom, Maya Fa Farel. Her name rang out loudly. She confidently called herself. Although for Luke it sounded like unfamiliar music in the silence for the first time. It was surprising that their paths had not even crossed. Opposite stood the girl, alert and attentive, like a sentry at night, her eyes fixed on the carriage. A hot blow pierced his shoulder, but the pain was gone in an instant. The magic had healed the skin, leaving only a slight tingling. Something was wrong. Even the air seemed poisoned with doubt. "Let me examine the wound," he said, and with that he aroused astonished glances around him as if he had thrown a handful of pebbles into the silence. "Brother can control water and heal." His words came softly, begging for belief. The air smelled of trust and hope, as if they had touched something real. Pain gripped Luca's temples. Blood was warm and thick, running down her arm. Help was needed immediately. The sharp smell of iron mixed with the anxiety in the air. With unexpected seriousness, a voice announces, "Poisoning. 3 more wounded." Luke stands confused, a chill running down his spine. The advice is given. Time to use the skill of analysis. The rustle of leaves underfoot is what matters. Listen. The world whispers something quiet and intimate. The stench of frog poison still hung in the air. It didn't kill immediately, but every minute was precious. Luke asked sharply if there was a strong antidote nearby, or someone who could save him from this poison. The guards recall, their healer fell but remained on his feet until his last breath. In each of their pockets is a small bottle of antidote. A question about the wounds. And 3 hands rise in the air. 2 vials of antidote. And suddenly, one disappeared. In the palms, only the last hope. A bitter smell. Time is running out. A decision is needed immediately. Otherwise there will be no chance left. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the wounded. Luke quietly but insistently reminded them that he also needed medicine. Indignation flared in his chest. His brother had dared to argue with the chief of the guard. Magic potions were always hidden in the royal carts, fragrant with herbs, for the peace of the country rested on the safety of the rulers. The lives of the guards were more valuable to her than any potion. The princess objected without hesitation. "No, that cannot be." From now on, she vowed to always have a supply of magic potions with her. Something presses in my chest, as if something important has slipped through my fingers, and the air is filled with an anxious foreboding of loss. His ability to sense the hidden helped him see what others had not yet noticed. Spaces spread wide before his eyes, and colors seemed to whisper about each person's place in society. The attempt to bring the idea to life captivated him, like a breath before a leap into the unknown. A red dot flashed on the map. The boy felt a predatory curiosity. Is it just a robber? He presses the mark, and sees, with a barely audible pull of the string, the archer is already aiming at the princess. The arrow whistled through the air, and without hesitation he rushed forward, covering it with himself like a human shield. Tagan's sights fell on the gunner. He feverishly jumped into the saddle, the horse's hooves stamping, stirring up the dust and trying to pull him off the battlefield. The arrow flies, whistling in the air. No wonder everyone whispers with admiration about the archer's skill. The dragon strictly commands, "The criminal must be alive." The task is accomplished. A well-deserved reward jingles in your hands, and a warm wave of joy rages inside. Everything seemed different to him. A foggy mind, muffled voices, and his own pulse ringing in his ears. His brother asked with a mysterious smile about his favorite dish. Luke immediately thought of orcs, but the truth turned out to be completely unexpected. The smells of surprise hung in the air. The bitter taste of goblins was a real pleasure for Waltz, while the dragon craved meat with real flavor. Yael wondered, why was everyone silent about this? Then, like lightning, the guard rushed forward with a sword. The knight was about to pass sentence on them, but your unexpected determination stopped him. The head guard froze, shocked, as if he had been doused with cold water. The thought didn't even cross their minds. Ahead lay only simple bandits, bodies in dust, eyes like pupils of fire, cold laughter, the rustle of blades in the darkness. Who are you, if not robbers? The question was heard. The clothes were stained with brown stains, and they gave off a sharp, metallic smell. These people knew how to kill. The plan is simple. The death of the princess under the guise of an attack by robbers. The guard only nodded at the bowman. Why is he there? The guy shuddered mentally. Isn't this a terrible deception? But he is not involved in the conspiracy. The princess's path was shrouded in secrecy, but a suspicious whisper nevertheless crept in. Someone gave away the route. When everything fell apart, the guard did not hesitate to remove the mercenaries so that they would not be interrogated. The question about his complicity in the murder seared the air painfully. He answered calmly, almost in a whisper, but confidently. He was not involved in the murders. But if his words were true, the world around would breathe peace and sincere, almost fairy tale simplicity. The diploma in her hand gleamed with the official emblem of an investigator of the highest rank. The gazes around her calmed down. Deception would not be forgiven here. The goddess gave her a special gift, a power that sets her apart from others. But here's the irony. The princess is incapable of deception, no matter how much she tries to twist her words. A question arose in the heroine's mind. If she were to be taken from her life, would a new interrogator come to replace the previous one? Princess O2 felt time constrict in her chest. 2 weeks of searching, and the evidence would dissolve like smoke from crumpled sheets. Time was not on her side. A smile flickered on his lips. He quietly confessed, "A mercenary, I know nothing." Aoife nodded. Her voice calmly supported his confession. The invitation to participate was a soft echo. But he just shrugged and kept the details to himself. Not a single word could be uttered. He squeezes the princess's hand tightly and suddenly plunges the knife into the enemy, giving neither himself nor time to stop. She demanded an explanation, and Luke gently asked, "Is her short-sightedness bothering her?" The barely moving silhouettes melted into the darkness, blurred like smoke. Perhaps it was because of this fog that the prisoner died. But it was in this darkness that they snatched him from the hands of God. Thanks to an unexpected movement, he got rid of his anti-magic bracelets. A stiletto flashed in his fingers, dark, with a dangerous sheen of poison. Fa asked in surprise how he managed to take off the bracelets. Luke just smiled and held out his hands, saying, "If you want, put them back on, try them." Hands clasped behind the back, body tense, 5 seconds of silence, like a breath, and the world is about to explode with something inevitable. 1, 2, 3, and Yael and the princess froze, as if gasping for breath. Surprise flashed in their eyes, and a silence fell around them, thick as morning fog. The scent of roses wafted through the air as the hero held it out to Yael and quietly hinted, "Something of yours has disappeared." Everyone saw strength in it, but the bracelet squeezed his wrists. One movement and the ribbons fell to the ground. The bracelet shone in the graceful shape of a flower. The bow insisted that it was enough to touch the key, and it would open. Perhaps the design concealed a trap for the princess. 3 times today we managed to escape death. We wanted to breathe deeply. Gratitude welled up inside. And Luke? He could have run away a long time ago, but he stayed so as not to awaken the beast in his father. His brother's persistence forced him to fasten the cold bracelets on his wrists again. Luke just clenches his fists. There will be no escape, not in front of her, the princess. When they ask why the bracelet, everything is so clear. If my brother didn't know how to muffle his voice, the walls would shake from his scream. His father's order, the first prince said, does not allow Luke to escape. He will accompany him all the way to the Duke of California's castle. The girl froze. Surprise flashed in her eyes. Relying on a son is as futile as catching the wind with your palms. His father had decided to marry him off, and his wishes had not been asked. The princess smiled out of the corner of her mouth. This unusual confusion had stirred her curiosity like an unexpected wind in the silence. Yael suddenly suggested, "First make a list of your comrades." Luke was surprised. After all, such a list, like an invisible shield, protects from prying eyes and spies. Someone asks to check everything carefully again. His voice sounds insistent, like rain hitting a window pane. In the list of friends next to the princess, her name shines first. The girl does not hold back sincere joy. Her heart is filled with pride, and the warmth of true friendship blooms in her soul. The sweet, anxious whispers of the hall, and the girl steps forward. The Duke, her own uncle, whom she had only known about from other people's stories, is waiting for her. The smoke had just cleared from the scene, and traces of the breath of anxiety still trembled in the air. For some reason, everyone couldn't take their eyes off him. Their gazes cut through the air, as if whispering incomprehensible questions. The guard's gazes slid over him coldly, and with this icy question he turned to his brother. Why was there so much hostility in their eyes? The goal is clear: to break Luke, to instill fear in him through contempt for the royal family. The princess, tense to the point of gnashing her teeth, asked, "What kind of audacity is this? What are they trying to achieve? So bold. It's simply unthinkable that anyone would dare do such a thing in front of the prince himself. Should they be executed as rebels?" The guards lowered their eyes guiltily, apologizing. She gently reminded them that it wasn't her who was hurt, but the honor they had dishonored. The apology thrown to Luca sounded dry and alien. The hero was surprised by this formality. Jial uttered sorry, and immediately everything ended as if nothing had happened. The reason remained a mystery, and the desire to solve it led him to the princess. She readily accepted help. Together they approached Bale, asking about the guards. But the truth turned out to be completely different than expected. The princess asks if they know about her gift. Deception cannot be hidden. Betrayal immediately appears on their faces, like a shadow under bright light. Amelia was tirelessly protected by her loyal guards, with devotion in their hearts. Luke asked in surprise who this mysterious bride was. Astonishment froze on the faces of the knights. Amelia's name was heard for the first time. He remembered his bride, the Duke's daughter, and his eyes filled with pride, but he said no more. Only for a moment a smile flickered on his lips. The prince's origin remained a mystery to everyone. The groom's status was impressive. But rumors about Luke rose like the wind. They spread across the fields, flew through the villages, and even reached the distant borders of the duchy. He was interested in how the news of the engagement came to light. But the conversation was casually interrupted by a traveler from the Volga. With wind in his voice, he poured out amazing stories that smelled of distant journeys. A pleasant surprise came over her when she was tasked with guarding the royal family. The girl said with a smile, "Ballads about pig tracks are more fascinating than her favorite legends." The prince froze in delight. So many talents in this girl. The princess lightly hands over the keys to the golden carriage, offering to use it to travel to the Duke. The representatives of the parties agreed on a list of actions that the princess, Erica D., and Francis personally performed. Each item on this list was eloquent, resounding like a blow on the table. She said her thanks for the prince quietly, as if she were clinking silver. Luke just shrugged. He was just lucky, that's all. Then he asked cautiously about Amelia. The princess replied that she was her cousin. Julia rarely appears among people, like a shadow in a crowd. Her quiet presence is barely noticeable. She breathes the air of the holiday, but leaves it almost unnoticed. Surprisingly, the doors of the magic faculty opened easily for her. Now Lucas was next to her, a stranger, chosen by his father. In the boy's chest, a suspicion grew. There was more hidden here than just marriage. A melody gently tinkles on his lips. It carries his story within itself, light and quiet. Like the evening wind among the grass, the forces leave the body. Breathing becomes heavier. Each breath burns the chest. Thoughts fly up and disappear like swallows before a storm. Reality melts underfoot. Silence and darkness pulsate. The very thought of engagement stirred everything inside. As if an old cold disgust had awakened. How would others feel if they found themselves in such a situation? It's annoying to feel powerless when decisions are made behind your back. The princess quietly shared that she had been considered an outsider since she was a child, simply because of her poor eyesight. As soon as she catches a fake, her heart goes cold. Insincerity from others scares her away, so almost no one sees her as a future wife. He admitted, honesty exists, and he saw it not just as beautiful. True charm seeped into every movement, every smile. A smile involuntarily warmed his face. Admiration shone in his eyes when he heard such a sincere, warm compliment. Somewhere in the crowd, someone shouted, "The castle is coming soon, it's almost here." Meanwhile, the boy's chest was tightening heavily. His body ached as if a wave of fever had swept through his veins. A quiet voice asked if everything was okay. Somewhere behind the wall, Luke sensed that his brother was already at the castle gates. Perhaps now Yael would finally free her hands from the cold bracelets. Within the castle walls, Under the flickering torches, Luca confessed to Yael with a smile. The journey had captivated him, and a new adventure awaited him ahead. The Duke's carriage quietly rustled its wheels, calling into the unknown. His gaze slid to the navigator. Anxiety gripped his soul. What had happened to the girl for whom he had so longed for heroism? The path to the other world was closed to him, so he decided that his last hope was to turn to the goddess. The need to get to her temple squeezed my chest. The house was waiting, anxious, as if somewhere nearby. Quiet bells were already ringing and the smell of fresh wax was everywhere. Under the domineering gaze of the Duke of Galaby, Forrest solemnly bowed his head, his thanks softly echoing in the trembling silence. He was sincerely grateful for saving his niece. Even his voice was hoarse with excitement. The feeling of his own insignificance squeezed his chest. It was then that the Duke decided that it was time to open them to the world, to introduce them to others. Amidst laughter and the rustling of dresses, Hunel quietly asked Luke not to peek anymore, and he, with feigned surprise, assured her that he hadn't even thought of that. Behind Anna, the Duke's second daughter, walked Lala like a shadow, light as a spring breeze. The father gently asked his youngest daughter to say hello, but she only lowered her eyes, frozen in silent awkwardness in front of the guests. He apologized with a smile. Amelia is preparing for exams, so she is not familiar with everyone yet. Her pale face and trembling hands betrayed her illness, and the brothers sensed it immediately. Anxiety rustled faintly between them. Life is surging within them. They themselves give birth to their own kind, like a cracking grain peeling under the skin of the earth. In her mind, Luke was nothing more than a real pig. She pitied her younger sister, and with her eyes, she begged for forgiveness. For this sharp look, her father gave her a painful slap. The smell of nervousness hung in the air. The Duke hastened to apologize for his daughter's timid behavior. Yael, with a barely noticeable smile, indicated that she was not the only one like that. Luke immediately guessed who he was talking about. The Duke, hesitantly swallowing his words, apologized for the lack of respite, but expressed the hope of inviting Yael and Jeffa for questioning. It smells like fresh spring as His Majesty hastens to the Marquise's estate, where an urgent report on the interrogation of the robbers awaits him. The wheels rattle in an alarming silence. There's no other way to wait here. Anna stays by her side, although this role makes her cold. Duke seems to have deliberately put the boy under Anna and Lala's wing to see how he would behave among them. The willingness to give his daughter to the first man he met would only be the will of the king. But as soon as the scent of rumors about Luke became tangible, this man would immediately retreat like a shadow at dawn. Clarity suddenly dawned on the hero. Every little thing fell into place. Teaspoons rustled in the kitchen. Erica was already putting on water, filling the house with the faint aroma of freshly brewed tea. Seeing the surprise in Anna's eyes, he quickly picked up the sheet and, holding his breath, began to fold the paper into an elegant origami. A long look, and a familiar name pops into memory. Wyvern, a real dragon. The rustle of wings, the damp smell of ashes, and it's immediately clear, it's him. And the boy, the one who dreams of becoming a writer, has threatened his dragon more than once. As if under a breath of wind, the thing comes to life, the boy assured her. But for the girl, it remained just cold paper, without magic or mystery. The dragons flapped their wings, raising whirlwinds of dust. Lala, watching in rapture, whispers, "Teach me this amazing movement." The smell of cleanliness wafted from the hallway. He asked where the bathroom was. The girl had already left, but Anna imperceptibly gestured to the maid to show the guest out. The tourist's footsteps echoed loudly in the corridor. He headed for the bathroom, not wasting a moment. For the antagonists, the toilets are like holes in the floor, bare and miserable. But the navigator only smiles. The maids conjure up cleanliness, and the place always shines. Smells of roses and freshness. The cleansing spell dissolved everything around him, as if the wind had washed away his tracks. Only silence, and the question, where had everything gone? The answer flashed through his mind. Things had disappeared, finding themselves in another dimension. In these dimensional pockets, his belongings were hidden, invisible and hidden from prying eyes. The navigator warned, "This is a strict secret." Thoughts about the mysteries of the gods swirl in the boy's head like a quiet wind. Everything in the bathroom was sparkling. It smelled fresh. The comfort of perfect cleanliness enveloped Cyrus from the threshold. Cleaning was definitely not expected here. The bed gently hugged her. Peace spread through her body. The silence of the room breathed warmth and comfort. Somewhere in the darkness, seconds barely audibly passed. In this world, this disease is called tuberculosis, the navigator explained. Medicines don't help, but a magical barrier can stop the infection. And he hurriedly set off to find the lady. He asks to stop. The disease is contagious. Entering is dangerous. Another man whispers, "Let's wait in the corridor." And the footsteps on the floor subside into tense silence. My gaze swept through the crowd, and a thought flashed through my head. Who is hiding behind the masks? The cold air smelled of tension. My heart pounded in anticipation of an answer. The tutoring sessions were losing Luke again. He would disappear imperceptibly like a shadow, leaving no trace in the empty room. "Is it time to go to class yet?" he asks, looking impatiently at the door, where the faint wind plays with shadows. Sighing, the young man quietly said that he wanted to learn from him. The man looked at him skeptically, sure that he would not be able to withstand his strict character and harsh lessons. A cautious smile, a slight tilt of the head. The Duke of the Forest, the future son-in-law, apologizes for his suddenness and introduces himself. The woman did not hide her surprise at how easily and sincerely he approached her. Duchess Sasha gracefully retreats into the shadows, and he, sensing tension and danger, quickly leaves the room, where the breeze has barely stirred the curtain. A sharp cough escaped his chest, warm blood trickling down his chin. The maid bowed her head and asked Prince Luke for forgiveness for the harm she had caused. The navigator quietly remarked, "The medicine here is only at the level of children's dreams, so magic is useless. Without knowledge of the human body, magic potions and words do not heal. They only smolder in the air. Secret words are whispered softly, like the rustle of a snake in dry grass. The air is filled with invisible sparks, and the antagonists, as if in a dance, weave their spells into the light. If only the navigation system would work, everything would change." The guy managed to calm down the symptoms a little, although the disease had already taken root. Sasha breathed a sigh of relief, his cheeks glowing with a delicate blush. A quiet "thank you" sounded like relief. The new son-in-law was like a gift from fate, because not a single disturbing whisper about him had yet reached the Duchess's ears. The question about magic was already burning on her tongue, but she just stared, swallowing word by word. They asked him a few questions. A silence hung in the air, a fresh tension, as if even the walls were waiting for an answer. The questions poured down one after another like rain on a window pane, more and more. The Duchess said gently, "Iris dreamed of healing and doing good." The door opened. Luke loudly emphasized that all his requests were in vain. He didn't want anyone to see his wife. She forgot. It was she who called him. Confidence is growing in the man. Luke is entering their life only out of curiosity. She quietly turned around and returned to her husband. The warmth of the prince's magic melted the fever. The fever subsided. The cough subsided. He promised. The friend would get better. Held could not believe his eyes, for this illness had never been conquered before. The spirit was captured, and joy flared up around, as if the room had been filled with sunshine. Everyone felt a thrill from the news they heard. 10 days and Luke would have made it. Yal remarked that if his father had found out, the wedding might not have happened. "Will I make it to the academy in 10 days? The boy threw a question into the tense silence. Duke only shook his head. Even a saint would hardly have influenced that. And besides, he would miss the demon summoning ceremony. Luca didn't understand anything. The old agreements with the dragons are remembered, their heavy breathing and the hot smell of ashes. But the main character swallows his words. The time for this conversation has not yet come. Once the stars are in a special order, the summoning circle allows you to act only once a year. And there is no time for hesitation. The rite does not tolerate delays. Questions poured in one after another. What would happen if he left his wife without treatment for a day and went to the ceremony together? Luke believed that it was nothing to worry about. Her condition would not change dramatically in a day. A few days after the visit to the office, the silence was broken. The Duchess's stomach suddenly rumbled. She was confused. After all, she had hardly touched food. Luce noticed. Her appetite had returned. Luca invited Prince Yael to dinner. The boy's sudden charm touched the main character's heart with a warm stream, and she found herself smiling involuntarily in surprise. Once, Sasha was offered a hand. Join her, even for a short time, because Lala missed her smile, the light rustle of footsteps next to her. A magical barrier compresses space, The air is like transparent glass. No disease can seep through it. Danger disappears. Everyone feels calm. His heart burned with memories of his daughters. The boy promised to give wings to these dreams and bring the longed-for meeting closer. Light and nutritious, that's what I wanted. Luke asked about rice, and the Duke shrugged. They have rice, but I heard it can give you a stomachache. The local cuisine grows from the roots of these trees, and as soon as the cold hits them, they are saved by a fragrant soup. The prince wondered. Could he cook these dishes himself? Excitement gripped his shoulders, but Luke's focused gaze reminded him that today he was not just a prince. The bowls held hope for a recuperation. His cooking would warm Sasha, too. Gale nodded, inviting him to the stove. Everything was waiting for their arrival. The time had come to call. But for now, silence and soft light for the Duchess to rest. The prince was casting a spell in the room to the rustling of his broom. Iris glanced questioningly. Why another spell? He only smiled faintly. He wanted to drive away the invisible microbes. The girl led him quietly to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Luca noticed wild buffalo meat, fresh with a slight smoky aroma, smelling like a sun-baked field, a delicacy that entices with both its price and unique taste. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of fresh meat. His hand glided easily over the tender piece, wastefully cutting off pink slices for the new menu. The cutlets sizzled on the plate, generously covered in a thick, fragrant demi-glace sauce. The smell of meat and spices filled the kitchen, and my appetite blossomed with every second. The palm of his hand draws lines in the air. The words are simple and clear. The cooks catch every sound. In the fragrant hum of the kitchen, it becomes clear what to do next. Countess? Luke asked quietly, hinting at smaller portions. The air around him trembled slightly from his shield as he stepped inside and quietly asked if she was okay. The answer came calmly. Everything was fine. At the table, she quietly, almost in a whisper, comforted them. There was no need to worry. The main character advised that if they got tired, they could immediately hide in the recreation room. Anna and Lalia set off for their mother's house, full of anxiety. The spell of silence fell in the air. Everything froze, and only at that moment did the chance, long dreamed of, appear. They hugged for the first time, feeling each other's breath, warmth, and protection. The bells spread their embrace. Soft waves of sound slid through the city, waking the morning streets from sleep. Light dishes steamed on the table, the fresh aroma of herbs mixed with tranquility. Luke suggested tasting slowly. Each bite left a smile and a quiet whisper of delight and memory. The smell of the incredible dish that Prince Luke was skillfully preparing was intoxicating. The Duke gulped greedily, eager to taste this masterpiece with me. Everything was laid out carefully, waiting for its time. All it took was a wish, and the dishes would be served on the table. Luke's cooking captivated everyone with its taste, and the aromas whetted the appetite. Luke confidently called this dish a safe tradition, and Yal mocks. His brother rummages in the kitchen at night, hunting for goodies. That's the reason for his round figure, which he's now ashamed to remember. Finally, Sasha opened his heart. This woman had not a shadow of illness left in her. She shone with beauty, like a morning flower after rain. You should be careful. The effect passed quickly, because medium-strength magic does not heal instantly. The disease only retreated for a moment, like a shadow under a beam of light. The realization gripped my heart. My mother's illness still held me in its cold, invisible fingers. Yes, the treatment would continue. The prince had no doubts about it. Nifa sensed that there was no falsehood in his voice. He sincerely wanted to heal her. The Duke finally felt relieved. His heart warmed with gratitude. Lala, you have no idea how much I appreciate this gift. In gratitude, she promised to give him a performance. Her voice would fill the evening like a gentle melody, and every movement would be a wave of warmth. The conversation dragged them on, and the performance had to be postponed. The Dutchman said in surprise, "It's so rare for his daughter to sit down at the piano herself." It was this music that attracted her, and the main character listened with delight to every sound. The navigator solemnly announced, "This piano is the creation of a brilliant master, a dwarf with an elf." Luke felt his fingers thirsting for touch. He wanted so much to revive the keys, to remember old music. Lala gently remembered how he had learned to play as a child, and now she awaited his melody with trepidation. He chose Polynesian, and the prince gently suggested, "Let the girl's singing sound alongside the notes. It is worth pouring the sound into your own chest." And the singing immediately merges into one stream. Sounds harmonious, as if two voices have been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The lights in Lala's eyes bloomed as soon as the stage was filled with light, and in the hall there was a light buzz and the smell of fresh wood. Every performance was like a breath of sweet air for her. The piano's enchanting waves enveloped the room. Luke, catching every sound, slid his fingers over the keys, and a forgotten Chopin waltz came to life in the semi-darkness. The melody flowed confidently and softly, filling everything with a deep, quiet peace that enveloped the soul like a warm blanket. The melody enveloped the space. The guy listened with bated breath, and even Anna agreed. It was truly impressive. "When do you find the time to learn something like this?" he asked. But the answer was drowned in the shadow of secrets, like words covered in the dust of silence. The Duchess anxiously pleaded. Her maids had fallen ill while they were watching over the bed, and they too needed to be examined. However, the Duke cut the silence firmly. No, that would not happen. She did not want to hear about it. The smell of cold and sterility filled the space. The examination, they assured everyone around, would last a moment and would not affect comfort. But the navigator added dryly, "The servants were the property of the family. The risk to the Duke's honor was too great." Luke only smiled, and the Duke felt his pulse beating restlessly in his chest. There was a worried whisper. Perhaps the maids had caught the disease, although it was not yet apparent. Everyone on the estate needed to be carefully and closely examined. Sasha thanked the prince for his care, and he asked with a smile, "Just call me Luke. Very soon we will be a family." With a proud look, he confirmed that everything was correct. I just widened my eyes in surprise, feeling anxiety welling up in my chest. Along the dusty roads of doubt, the navigator guessed. A new curiosity shone in the girl's eyes. The guy caught hope in himself. He made a good impression. What is it like to be Luke? Luke always felt the infected, as if he caught their scent on the wind. The main character had an ability similar to magical analysis, but Yao stubbornly believed Luke was many times stronger, because his father had already reached the end of the game. His gaze swept over the gathered faces. They allowed him to look at each one. Lala was the first to appear. Laughter sparkled in her eyes, and Luke couldn't help but admire her soft charisma. The spell crumbled in his thoughts like sand through his fingers. There was not enough knowledge. The navigator suggested the level should be raised. His mind tensed once again, like a string. The boy stared at the conditions, looking for a way out. No abnormalities. Perfect health. Joy shone in the girl's eyes as Luke carefully examined each one, swallowing his excitement along with the smell of sterile walls. Duke Gale silently breathes in the fresh air. The infection doesn't take him. A strong immune system works invisibly, like a shield, preventing the disease from even touching him. Cold fear still pulses through my veins, but a longing promise is already knocking inside. Never to succumb to this dark wave again. Having crossed the threshold of her room, the hero whispers a spell. The air is filled with a tart potion, breathing stops in silence, and the shadow of fear recedes from the sick maid. It was finally getting warmer inside. The condition was gradually improving, although the two still had a long way to go in terms of treatment. One of the girls sighed, saying that the disease was incurable. Luca smiled confidently. "Don't worry, they will definitely get well. And the Duchess and the Duke are under their care," he promised, and the room was filled with gentle hope. The Duke thought for a moment, then said it was not him who should be thanked, but the future son-in-law, who was already being drawn in their dreams. The warmth of the bath was already calling to him, and Luke, sincerely thanking the prince, accepted this offer with relief. The hot steam enveloped his body, relaxing every muscle. The hot tub hugged his body, steam crept over his skin. But Kayla still had a duty to fulfill. The report didn't let him relax completely. Steam rose in the air above the hot tub, and doubts clung to him like a fog. Relaxing with Luke seemed both pleasant and unsettling. May had barely managed to speak to Lala when the navigator's voice came over the speakers. He calmly allowed her to go to the bathroom and reminded her that the Duke was already waiting. His words sounded like an order. The door opened and she stepped inside. The maid secretly shuddered. This moment reeked of anxiety, a sense of mistake in the air. His little sister always ran alongside him, jumping into the cool river together. From then on, he was entrusted with this young lady, to watch over her, to protect her, to guide her through her childhood. Together, they sang a song about frogs, their voices gently blending together, like a spring evening filled with cheerful croaking and rustling grass. We laughed together, catching moments. Easily, like in spring, where the air is filled with joy and sunshine. It was only worth thanking the prince. The lady seemed to blossom, her eyes sparkled, and a light laugh filled the room with a lively echo. Warmed with gratitude, she thanked him for his warmth and tender care for Lala. According to Yali, Luke felt free next to his sister Tallulah. The hero himself admitted, with Lala around, it's a familiar simplicity, no worries arise. They all got together to decide who would take Luke to the academy. The new rule raised eyebrows. Where would he come from if the Dragon Academy never required an escort? All of Luke's peers are confidently heading to the academy on their own, and the workshop wasn't useful to him either. That's why there was irritation in his voice. The Duke's gaze felt like a cold, watchful breath behind his back. Yael was irritated by his brother's meticulousness, but Gale insisted. Caution was not a bad thing when it came to remembering the past. Bowing his head, he agreed. His heart was also clenched with worry for Luke. But the main character only said firmly, no escort is needed. The maid Iris, swallowing her apologies, uttered them on her lips. Next to Prince Luke, it's as if a ray of sunshine warms your cheeks, you breathe easily, and peace and joy bloom in your soul. Duke sensed that she was looking for a way closer to his family. A connection with Lucas, her future son-in-law, would open the door to a new status for her. And if the maid moved with him, everyone would immediately see that she was already his. The boy's thoughts sank into indifference. The girl nodded, taking a light breath of air, and said softly, "Excuse me, I am Iris D. Michael, the eldest daughter of Count Michael." It seemed that others were looking for a cunning way to establish family ties with Dukel. But for her, all this was superfluous. She wanted to learn to heal, caught every word the prince said, and saw no fault in it. One has only to imagine. A beautiful stranger appears next to Luke, and Yala is no longer at his side. The late hour reeks of fatigue, so the Duke whispers, "No more. We'll continue tomorrow." The night was tormented by insomnia. The conversation swirled in my head, agitating my nerves. Thoughts, like winds, did not give me peace. Sleep fled, leaving a trembling silence in the room. The door creaked softly. Ella asked through the semi-darkness if he had fallen asleep. Restlessness trembled in her voice. He advised, "Let sleep come by itself. Don't force it." The sweet flowers of her soul left a delicate fragrance in the air. In this world, everyone carries their own scent. It reveals character. The wicked never smell so refined and pure. The prince felt a delicate floral scent wafting from Lala. In response, she slyly remarked, "You smell delicious too." A wave of pleasant pleasure warmed him. At dawn, the air smelled of dew and herbs. Nifa quietly thanked them for their concern. It was time to leave for the capital. Luke insisted, let them be careful, and they would meet at the academy tomorrow. Morning dispelled the last traces of the academy's nightly efforts, and the city greeted the dawn without any surprise, only the dim lights fading in the windows. Thoughts are flying like a whirlwind. We need to move more, otherwise the weight won't budge. The air smells of sweat and effort. Everyone whispers, 10 laps. That's the only way to overcome this wall. His brother's advice to find a companion leaves no room for doubt. Doubts stir within. Luke is ready to make any decision as long as the office already has permission to enter. Iris again persistently asked to become an escort. She wanted to learn the art of healing from Prince Luke, as if she could sense the wisdom and warmth of his hands and his words. She moved forward on her own, and the rumors about him did not stop her. For 3 years, she was his daughter's companion at the Knights Academy, always among the best. In the top 5 winners. The aviator had a thought. She wouldn't mind becoming his concubine if she had to. But Iris dreamed of healing, and being useful even in freedom. For Luca, it was like a bolt from the blue. Iris dreamed of justice, and her father dreamed of a brilliant marriage for his daughter. The navigator said with a smile, "Isn't someone like her better than a spy in the crown?" Luke quietly supported Iris's request. Amelia's every move is a bundle of quiet restraint, and the Duke whispers more and more insistently about the engagement. Gale admits, the idea belonged to his brother, but everything was decided by the king. Hopelessness gripped his chest, and his wife's illness weighed heavily on his heart. Meanwhile, his brother had already decided. His daughter would have a fiancé. The Duke's choice surprised everyone. The neighboring prince came, the best of the candidates. Gale looked at him. If rumors are to be believed, he is a good man. Still, the Duke almost threw him out. But Lala touched his heart at first sight. Experience has taught him to distinguish truth from gossip. In the ominous shadows of the streets, he believes in his daughter's strength, not in empty rumors. Luke just has to understand that confidence. The question arises, did he understand his mission? The prince was sure that his task was to give the duchy heirs. The video faded out, but the Duke's brother was not satisfied. He wanted more. Magic is rare in this land, but miracles live within it. People whisper, if fate has chosen him, then 10 children will be just the beginning of the story. They expected him to marry Anna and Lala. But inside, everything was against him. Their marriage seemed to him like a cold experiment, where Luke himself was assigned the role of a tool for having children. A special gift leads her to Prince Luke. But the path will only open if she becomes his concubine. The prince feels the weight of choice pressing down on his shoulders. This is his test. Years will pass, and Iris will still wear a wedding dress. Among all, she bows her head to Prince Luke. At least he will definitely be to your taste. When asked about overweight guys, Iris smiled. He'll make you lose weight. And so their story began, with a promise and a light joke that smelled of mint and morning coffee. In the morning, Iris and Luke smile and thank Yael. For him, this trip is an easy task, and he just shrugs, accepting the thanks while the morning sun smells fresh. Duke quietly reminded Luke, Amelia is like a fragile flower. Promise to be careful, not to scare her. Gale feels a warm gratitude for that, like spring rain. Participation in the ceremony, and he will return on Saturday. As soon as the Duchess's treatment is over, the Academy will open its doors for studies. Luke is sworn to cure her, but he is not going to live in captivity, like someone tamed. He was ordered to return immediately. The order here is alien to him, there is nowhere to escape. They only whisper bad things about the guy. In 3 years of study, he will have to reconsider everything, change to the bone. Waltz impressed everyone. He skillfully led 3 at once. Each step sounded like a single melody, as if the strings came to life under his fingers. 4 people have already written about it. The author definitely felt the atmosphere. The hero hid several surprises for Waltz. However, everyone angrily reminded him, the dragon is his property. As soon as the sun touches the palace roof, the king returns to the capital. The audience is a breath of tension. Then the journey home and a last look before parting. Let Lulu know that he regrets disappearing so quietly, without saying goodbye, leaving behind only a bitter trail of an unspeakable, I'm sorry. Don't you miss Lalicia? It sounded with a note of sympathy, because the love between you shone even in silence. The protagonist sighed. A true heir does not think like you. You will certainly gain the throne. A brother remains a brother, even when the heart is torn with pain for him. It's hard to see how love burns. And it seemed to Luke, this care was suffocating, excessive, like a shadow in the heat. Rumors of Lulu's engagement to Makas's son were flying like whispers on the evening wind. But Yaa would dispel them when he got down on one knee and held out a ring to her. Lulu was still untied. Yael remained silent, but it became obvious. His brother was head over heels in love with Lulu. Only this love stubbornly found no response. A chill of indifference hung between them. The brother suddenly stopped, looked straight into his eyes, and began to speak sincerely. This frankness, like thunder, caught the main character by surprise. His heart burns with love for Aunt Karina, and her gentle smile and gentle touch always respond to him with warmth and boundless devotion. Marina, still quite young, not even 30, was forced to get married. But on the very first evening, she wrested her will from her husband's hands and returned home, leaving behind only a deep sense of surprise. It was only a few years later that my father managed to convince my grandfather to change his mind. And before that, he had to get engaged to Lulu. You asked how he felt about it. He had no choice then. Thoughts of Lulu no longer held his breath. Not even memories obscured the landscape. The Jarl nodded, asking if remorse would come again, if regret would flare up in the night. It was with the regret in his chest that he struggled alone, clenching his fists. Iris whispered, Waltz has already checked into the hotel. He waved goodbye, and the boy caught a slight, anxious breath in the air and quietly asked what their plans were next. The smell of fresh baked goods beckoned. The shop windows shimmered in the evening sun. They wanted to choose something special, carefully touching each item on the shelves. Return the excess. This was the order the prince received. No matter what he bought, as long as the established norm is met, and that's it. He quietly asked not to be called prince anymore. The girl thought that lord sounded more dignified. I dreamed of an apartment on the first floor. Just step outside and immediately breathe in the fresh morning air. Hear the rustle of leaves under your feet. They noticed. The fourth floor is safe. The path leading there is only for the chosen ones. And the stairs, they said, will only strengthen the muscles. Add energy. Like the morning dawn in the silence. As soon as you turn on the tap, hot water dances in your palms, smelling fresh. Magical plumbing preserves heat. Just don't forget to replace the magic stone in time before it turns into bone. The refrigerated cabinet awaited fresh purchases, which he carefully placed on the shelves. Luke spoke softly, his voice warm, his words of gratitude. The smell of fresh bedding called for rest. He gently invited her to rest in his room. In response, he gave her a soft smile and a promise. If she needed help, she would ring the bell. Meanwhile, the guy sank into the softness of the sofa. 5 extraordinary powers burn within Lucas, secret as the night wind. It is important that no one guesses. He received these gifts from the goddess. The navigator admits that magic is a familiar thing to her, as it comes from another world. Luke rushes forward, his abilities vague, something in between. He is troubled by the navigator's piercing gaze, so he asks why she is staring so intently. I wondered which of the abilities was the best. The greatest effect was the increase in strength. After reaching level 10, you could feel your body filled with superhuman strength. The ground beneath your feet vibrated slightly with each step. The strength increases sharply. The body does not have time to get used to it. It is better to stop at level 5. Only when the sword obeys at level 8, and the monastery magic reaches level 10, will it be possible to boldly catch up with the rest. The dish was already steaming on the table. The fragrant dinner was calling out to the host. The girl held her breath in anticipation. Would he notice the effort hidden in each piece? What about Iris? He asked quietly. She explained that servants only eat after their master. Luke mentally assumed that she would have almost no time to rest, but the lunch break here was long, an hour and a half. He warmly suggested that they have dinner just the two of them, to protect her from illness. Even at that moment, he was there. The girl quietly whispered words of gratitude, her voice trembling like a candle flame. Why not meet Amelia? There are no exams tomorrow, freedom awaits. And the light evening breeze plays in the hair as if inviting adventure. The injustice was astonishing. The prince had to go to the duke's daughter, even though it would have been better for him to wait. Why shouldn't she make the first move? Iris only shrugged her shoulders. Forcing Lady Amelia to go alone was truly rude. Her cold restraint hinted that she wouldn't show up. He only briefly asked, "Tell the maid that we're already here." Without any unnecessary formalities, the answer was, "Just come to the audience." Her surprise was noticeable. This was not at all the person they had been talking about with suspicion and fear. "Can we go to the temple tomorrow?" he asked. Iris shrugged her shoulders. She wanted to walk alongside, but his determined look left no doubt. Today, he would have to walk this path alone. Impossible. For the first time, the Duke gave orders to always be by his side, not to let go for a moment. Like a shadow clinging to his body. Escape. And punishment is inevitable. This news weighed on him like a stone. He did not like it at all. 3 neatly written points appear on the table. Luke wants to discuss the rules they will live by while studying. The rustle of the paper fills the space, attention riveted on every word. A diet of only vegetables and light meat. No rice, flour, or sugar. A hot bath every day. The steam envelops the body, relaxes the muscles, and the skin breathes with purity. Exercise is the 3rd step. Morning and evening exercise revitalizes the body. Iris asks with curiosity, "What exercises will be waiting for tomorrow morning?" The navigator whispered softly in his ear that Iris was already preparing breakfast, and he didn't want to leave him alone. The fresh air outside was calling them both to the morning commute. Summer evening, the girl agrees to be there. They will meet at 6. Half an hour of movement, laughter, and light exercises. But with such training, muscles will remain a dream. Irisa set her own conditions. To lose weight every day, to eat only what she cooked herself. She wanted to know where Luke was. And she also wanted him to study hard and eventually teach her the same. The spacious bathroom, like a sea of light in the room, delighted Roy. From now on, daily bathing promised to be a real holiday for body and soul. What a privilege it is to soak in this bath. The stones are priceless, but bathing here itself is a luxury that smells of steam and gives the feeling of a fairy tale. As soon as the advice to use warm water was given, Iris was already slipping into the bath, listening to the wind rustling outside the window and the damp air enveloping her skin in waves. The navigator gave her a questioning look. What was he going to do next? Iris immediately understood. He probably wanted to peek. She turned sharply to the mirror, but the guy had no intention of violating her boundaries. With a glint of curiosity in her eyes, she herself asked to go alongside, because she dreamed of becoming his student, as the navigator had said more than once. Having learned about the valuable gift of healing from the Iris family, the Duke generously gave them lands and a title. But the new estate devoured money like fire devours night. Troubles were not long in coming. The father decided, talented daughters are a great opportunity for profitable marriages. And from the brown bath, skin pink from the steam, one of the girls jumped out, glowing with joy, splashing drops on the floor. Iris was amazed by his speed. He noted with a smile that she now had an eternity to take a hot bath. She breathed in the steam gratefully and thanked him for the warmth that awaited her in the water. Curiosity burned in his eyes. Why didn't he reach the top? Anxiety rustles through my nerves. Suddenly he will turn out to be a stranger, not the same, not the one I imagined. My thoughts reek of cool distrust. What if he peeks beyond the edge of what is permitted? Slandered by someone else's meanness, he secretly watched the maids, those who poured lies on him. Iris thought, he didn't care. But her heart jumped from every gossip. Rumors swirled like a ghost. They pressured her. Lower the price. Surrender. And she said, no, I won't give myself up for a trifle. There was stubborn dignity in her voice and a quiet confidence in her eyes, as if the storm didn't concern her. From page to page, boys seek a way to her heart, but she turns everyone away, choosing solitude and dignity, like a petal that will not open to someone else's breath. Now the fear is gone. She won't even dare to approach without permission. He himself can't believe how his soul is burning, and she quietly shared. Her feelings for him are blossoming more and more strongly. Her heart is not yet open to intimacy, so he just quietly stays nearby, not violating the fragile boundary of expectation. A light, trembling voice begged, just don't turn away when I dare. My heart won't be able to bear another rejection. The first morning in the dormitory. The quiet alarm clock was barely audible, and Iris, purring, touched her host's hand with her paw, calling for a new day, a morning walk, another half hour for the meeting. The weekend finally promised a longer sleep, but still, the question was in the air. When exactly should I get up if by lunchtime there would be a temple, the smell of incense, and the sun's rays under the vault? The sun was still sleeping, and the kitchen already smelled of warm bread. Iris woke up at 5:30 to make breakfast for the navigator. She asked if he wanted to sleep in, but the prince had already firmly stood up. Iris's eyes, squinted at the first rays of sunlight, explored the morning freshness. Cheap magical devices are a luxury that not everyone can afford. The poor have long been accustomed to meeting the dawn, but Iris falls asleep at 10 o'clock exactly. The smell of fresh coffee is still in the air, and she already says, after breakfast, to the temple. Iris hesitates. Isn't it too early to go? And then she easily gives up. Maybe a little bus tour first? He nods with a sincere smile. The taste of the moment lingered on my lips, bright like the first spring juice, sensitive and unforgettable. The smell of roasted wild boar meat teased the nose, a forbidden temptation. The girl quietly reminded him, "You're on a diet, don't even think about tasting it." Fragrant delicacies beckoned from the trays. Iris grabbed the treats and tasted them right on the go. The spicy aroma spread all around. The owner gestured for her to come back again. "Of course, you can't taste enough here." The faint aroma of fresh baked goods teased Luke. The navigator flickered with temptation. Well, without supervision, it was time to recharge and indulge in gastronomic freedom, the boy decided with ironic coolness. Juicy boar meat sizzled on the coals with the tart aroma of sake. It had been marinated all night, the vendor explained. Yes, the secret was now revealed. Every piece was an explosion of flavor and sweet tenderness. Iris is already familiar to him. With the light rustling of grasses, they have come to the sacred ceremony. But Luke longs for silence, a prayer in solitude, where only the whisper of the wind can be heard. Fortunately, he was not allowed to remain alone in the prayer hall. For the ceremony, the air had to be filled with the rustle of bills, the crunch of coins, and the smell of the cold metal of the offering. 2 million guineas were given without regret. Half to the hospital, the other half to a church shelter, where orphans cry at night and wait for warmth. 10,000 is enough, he assured her. The prince knows about the sum, but does not bring it to the temple. He helps orphans and hospitals. The maid disappeared, but Luca thanked her warmly, saying, "No apologies are necessary." The request to wait hung in the air. In a matter of minutes, Mars, the country's pontiff, entered. A quiet gait, a faint scent of incense, and a sincere apology for the delay echoed through the hall. The navigator explained that for the locals, the nuns and the pontiff were the embodiment of devotion to the goddess. He bowed low and thanked his friend for his generous contribution, from the bottom of his heart. A gift for good deeds is especially important here. Iris had always been nearby, but for the first time that day he met him in person and invited him to give his name. Mother Natasha joined the conversation. Having heard about him from the wise Ira of the Volga kingdom, she couldn't help herself. The unexpected news was that she knew Arya. He quietly asked if he would deliver a message to her, as he had been losing contact since he arrived here. The answer was a resounding yes, without hesitation. In the Wolf's kingdom, Luke was taught to conjure healing potions. His hands smelled of mint and sage, and half of what he earned went to the shelter. It was there that Luke and Arya truly bonded. In a quiet voice, the man asked the pontiff to let him into the prayer hall. There was emptiness around, the shadows of the visitors were barely visible, and he didn't have to wait for permission. One has only to call out, and the goddess, barely audible rustling of her steps, already bows an apology, as if a spring breeze whispered forgiveness. Questions swarmed in his eyes. Narita sighed softly, apologized for being silent, and listened attentively to his every dream. The prince felt that she saw even what he himself did not know. None of the goddess's plans stood the test of reality. Luke's delay proved fatal for him, tearing him apart and sending him to another world. However, the girl was saved. She and Luke's sister were shown on television, causing a wave of emotions that the boy could not even imagine. After the disaster, the screens lit up with titles: Flying Girl, The Suit That Saves Life. Televisions hummed, lights flickered, sensations swept over in a wave. The message to his sister wasn't lost in the sea of words. The uncle immediately set about making pajamas, soft and colorful, as if little flying squirrels were now running across the rustling fabric. Bright girlish smiles in pajamas ads, and sales skyrocketed. Pride flared up in Luke's heart. His uncle seemed to him to be a true chosen one, a business genius. She decided for herself. Everything is fine, nothing hurts. The guy asked with doubt, is his fullness really that annoying? Maybe it's time to lose weight? Now he is in a foreign country, confused, does not know how to fight the dark god. At first, Narota embodied Luke's every whim. He only dreamed of his own online ordering system, and the desire began to live on the screen. The sky was silent in response. Impossible. The heroine clenched her fists, ready for anything, whispered about it through tears, but this request was too much even for her. The new world opened before her, treasures and streams of power whispering on the wind. The goddess violated the boundaries, but instead of punishment, she carefully offered another path. Perhaps this is how Nebi received data from his world. Luke, holding his breath, asks, "So who is Nebi?" And here the navigator unexpectedly seizes the initiative. The goddess gave her a name, although she wished the owner would name her himself. Guy quietly apologizes, embarrassed by his lack of knowledge in the matter. The name Nabi sounded pleasant in her mind. If he liked it, she would gladly leave him. Luke asked why the knowledge had come from another world. The goddess smiled. She dreamed of a grand workshop for him. Instead of mysterious experiments with a homunculus, there are long hours in the workshop, where every movement is thought out, where the tools fall into place as if they choose their own place. An old recipe for soy sauce appeared on the table, and the homunculus was immediately fired up by the idea. His hands fluttered, the smell of beans wafted. Luke suddenly realized, magic can create not only a show, but also real miracles in the kitchen, and the deliciousness appeared instantly. Narita praised him with surprise and a little admiration, although she was not expecting anything special. "Thank you," he said quietly, and heard a simple response. "I am Pantrif," along with a warm smile and a slight nod, as kindness swept through the room like a wave. He quietly asked to dial his mother's number. Hope trembled in his voice, like in the warm morning wind. A thought flashed through his mind. Soy sauce, shampoo, and medicine were indispensable here. He asked Nabi to find out in other worlds how to create all of these. The equipment is hidden in a dimensional pocket, as promised. But in return, she must overcome a sinister god. Every step echoes with anxiety, and the air is filled with a bitter metallic taste of anticipation. Faith is like smoke. Feel it, but don't linger by the workshop fire. Enthusiasm flashed in her eyes. She promised to do whatever was necessary, and the prince nodded. It was possible to act immediately. Negotiations lay ahead. Luke bowed his head, sincerely apologizing to Iris for the delay, as she sat in prayer, immersed in silence. When they suddenly addressed her, Iris flinched and cautiously asked, "What exactly did they want?" The role of the trainer is indeed a strange one. Iris gasped for air, confused, not understanding what was happening. Luke gently encouraged, and Narita's warm voice apologized for the inconvenience and fear. A personal request came softly, like a whisper under the stars. "Luke has been entrusted with an important mission, but Duke Gaunt must not know." The girl herself shuddered at the unexpected boldness of her request. Narita waited for Luke's consent. Only then would the Duke know everything. His words sounded in her memory. To watch Luke, not to take her eyes off him. And Guy whispered anxiously that Iris might leak something. The goddess's task called forward. She had to grow relentlessly, catch every move, improve every minute. But suddenly, new difficulties emerged from around the corner, like a restless wind. Anxiety clung to Daryl's thoughts, because the Duke would not tolerate any difficulties. It was not going well. Luke would have to take care of the heirs immediately after training. And confess to the Duke? Impossible. He would extract every detail. When he learns about the task for Nyrod, he will definitely turn to me. His eyes are searching for the truth, as if trying to catch every lie in the air. She doesn't like this secret, but she can't tell the Duke everything. Lucas promises to teach her how to heal, but asks for her consent. Will she accept this deal? With a sense of gratitude, she confessed. You can't deny a simple servant a goddess, because hearing her voice is like a gentle whisper of happiness that envelops the heart. The Duke had only heard the words the Lord had permitted. Her story was a secret. Even the Pope would have heard the goddess only a few times in his lifetime. Iris felt it was an honor and a recognition. Heartfelt gratitude rises in Greata's voice as she accepts the warm blessing. With this gift, power flows into her. The secrets of great healing magic are now revealed. Gratitude to the goddess warmed my soul. A gentle, genuine pleasure blossomed in my chest, like after a spring rain. Luke entered the store, his voice confident as he asked to weigh 10 kilograms of large beans, the aroma of which already permeated the air between the rows. A whiff of distrust hung in the air as the question was raised. Why do you need so much? The Duke's sleepy gaze caught every detail of the expenses, but Luke, regardless of the request, stubbornly did his thing. The navigator believes that it was the goddess who gave her responsibility for the prince's life. Iris clenches her fists. She will protect him, no matter what happens. A soft whisper crept to Iris. The goddess had granted him the power to control time in an invisible pocket of space. She sensed that this ability was born only to the chosen ones. The rest of the skills remained in the shadows. They could not be spoken of aloud. The secret had to remain intact. The seller just took a quiet breath and patiently waited for the decision, silently observing. Don't worry, the beans will stay fresh. The maid silently hinted that there was no need to worry about their secret cooking or their insidious taste. The evening before I left the Duke's estate, she and Luke exchanged farewell glances, whispered goodnight, and disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. Elle's heart pounded, trying to escape from her chest. Memories flashed through her mind. His desperate rescue, his concern for Erica. The prince made no secret of the fact that the charm, the cooking, and the delicate melodies of the piano enchanted him. What did you notice during the interrogation? A questioning voice sounded. The maid sighed, remembering the warm notes in Luke's behavior. He immediately found a common language with Lala. Kindness shone in his words. A fresh portrait fell into her hands. The rays slid across the crystal plates, allowing even Miefa to see the features. Erica sighed softly. She needed rest, because dawn was preparing the way. His gaze slid over Luke's portrait. It was as if light had flowed across his face. The charm captivated him and wouldn't let go. His heart fluttered silently. Something invisible was squeezing her chest. Her anxiety was growing uncontrollably. The maidservant was whispering. These were all Prince Luke's tricks. He had deliberately pushed the girl into this awkward situation. In the comfort of Mephi's rooms, the soft power of love touched her heart for the first time. A warm breath, a light anxiety, and a sweet restlessness enveloped the princess's thoughts. Her own thoughts were floating in silence, until suddenly Amelia's voice snapped her out of her reverie. Her friend was whispering, asking for advice. The first rays of sunlight touched the castle walls. "Good morning, Prince. A new day promises adventures. The first steps to school, the smell of fresh grass, and the laughter of peers on a walk. Are you worried?" I ask her cautiously. She nods, as if she is squeezing something in her chest. Newcomers here are always under the bright light of gazes, and she is 3 years older than the other students. And even next to me, the curiosity in the surroundings does not subside. Luke seemed calm, but the boy quietly confessed the anxiety pulsing in his chest. Amelia didn't even want to meet, and it hurt. Iris just nodded. There was almost no time to see each other. Parties weren't for her, Luke said, and he thought Iris was withdrawn. But she laughed, told him how lively she was with the girls, and a rainbow of stories twinkled in her eyes. Evening gatherings have turned into endless conspiracies to set her up with someone else, and so she carefully avoids these warm but intrusive encounters. In the hall, to the sound of the training bell, Eric was waiting for them. Confident, calm, silent. He immediately set about teaching them, and the air smelled of chalk and sensitive tension. The 5 most essential rules were echoed in the air, and everyone, as if by a call, felt that it was time to choose their own place. There are no loud titles in the class. Everyone is equal here. No one pressures or singles out. But failures can cost everything. The threat of expulsion hangs in the air. Magic is only for lessons. The prohibition to cross the line is an unspoken rule. Hands clutch their backpacks, grass rustles underfoot. The decision has been made. Today they are going to class, where fresh air and the soft sound of voices call them forward. The class fell into deep silence. Even the students' breathing seemed audible, as if every sound could move the air. Voices echoed across the square. The guest of so much gossip had arrived. Luke stepped forward, smiling, confident, introducing himself as the glorious pig prince from the neighboring lands. One of the guests froze, as if frozen in a thunderstorm. His gaze unmoving, his chest filled with cold astonishment. His words seemed to have ruined everything, so Luke decided to start from the beginning. He explained that he had come specifically to see the Duke's daughter's room, and quietly asked which of the girls was Amelia. Surprise flashed in her eyes. This is her fiancé. She always kept aloof. Luke felt a doubt. Would she hide again? Navi agreed. The fiancé remained calm, and she froze in anxious thoughts about the future. Anxiety reigned in the hall, but the teacher calmly called for calm. They said that the prince would definitely find his bride during the break. From all sides came requests. Introduce him to Amelia. He stood at a loss. He didn't even know what his bride looked like. He had come here without knowing a single detail about her. Amelia sank into a chair by the window, in the last row. The seat creaked behind her as someone prepared to sit down directly behind her. The short greeting hung in the air, and the girl looked away, hiding her eyes. Nebi understood from the silence that shyness stifled her words when a boy was around. The silver pendant around Amelia's neck shimmers with magic. Other people's eyes glide over her image, searching for the truth, but stumble, unable to see her true face. Only during lessons does this necklace rest on her neck, like a special amulet. Luke wondered. What's the secret here? Summer knocked on the door, and the tutor immediately opened it wide for her. The principal stopped at the threshold, apologized for the unexpected intrusion, and Eric's voice was quietly heard in the classroom. What happened? 2 new ones. The mentor had heard about them for the first time, like snow on his head. They had been hurriedly enrolled without even asking him, and the reason remained a mystery. 2 girls laughed in the clearing. Their footsteps rustled slightly in the grass, and a faint scent of spring perfume appeared in the air. Fa and Erica appear in front of Luke. The air seems to be pierced by electricity. Something magical is already stretching invisible threads towards him, and it becomes harder to breathe from surprise. The teacher heard Duke Gale calling. The principal immediately understood that this must be the case. The boy quietly explained to the Duke that he was in class, and asked if the call was really urgent. The apology was barely audible. He had just been shaken by news from his own brother, the king. The teacher suggested that it would be better to contact the prince after class. The words flew like an arrow. It was about Manhwa's arrival. The duke immediately narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, how did he know and who dared to deliver this news first? Suddenly, Manhwa and Erica appeared right before the duke's eyes. The wind was still swirling behind them, and he was struck by the truly lightning-fast speed of the guests. The conversation was left for later. A slight tension hung in the air, and the teacher quietly added that the principal himself wanted to clarify everything. Thanks to those who have extended a helping hand, the world has become a little brighter. Yafa, along with her maid Erica, will join our group and become part of our shared learning. That same day, they were enrolled in Luke's class, and Eric immediately felt it. The decision was unexpected, tasting like a drop of lemon in his morning tea. It was the first time the director had encountered such a strange phenomenon. Incomprehensible, almost disturbing. But in his heart, he had no doubt. His Majesty was not acting in vain. There was an important reason behind it. Joy was spreading inside, like the warmth of the sun. The long-awaited meeting had finally become a reality. Her words about dreams shattered by poor eyesight came to mind. She began her confession in a trembling voice, and Erica stood beside her, a warm shadow silently holding her hand. Prince Luke said, "She is unusually beautiful." He said it aloud, not realizing how deeply these words would sink into her heart. He wanted everyone to hear it. His admiration sounded like a call. Luke responded instantly to the request. His voice came out clearly, without hesitation, the words seeming to echo in the tense air. The lie of that day had disappeared without a trace, he decided. It was impossible to deceive her, the boy said. The princess kept these words in her memory, like the special scent of a spring morning. The confession came quietly. She dreamed of a relationship with him, imagined how one day they would become a family, and the sweet scent of hope wafted through the room. The fragrant envelope from the princess stirred the peace of the palace, a surprise that emerged like summer in the middle of winter. Anxiety wandered in Bobby's eyes like fog over a river. He still couldn't understand what had happened. The smell of the evening coolness tickled her skin as he quietly asked, "Why all of a sudden these words about marriage?" There was anxiety in his voice. Could this be a royal order? The girl only shook her head slightly. No, everything was different. That day was remembered forever. The air smelled of freshness, and meeting him ignited a spark in my heart that never went out for a moment. His heart pounded with pain and anxiety. Erica suddenly whispered that she seemed to be in love. Manhwa felt that the maid was not mistaken. The girl's eyes shone with feelings for him. His surprise was sincere. Only half a day together, but the princess smiled. "Thank you." Warm memories of the meeting still pounded in her chest for a long time, making her heart beat faster. The pressure is relentless, and resistance is futile. Luke, tied to Amelia by his engagement ring, was drowning in a web of intrigue and did not dare to answer right away. Neefly also clenched his fists in excitement. Amelia sighed and reproached him. She couldn't even say a word to him. That's why she decided that night. She would enter the academy. It was always difficult to get along with her mother, and Neefly thought that marriage would fix everything. At dawn, she rushed to her father with a burning gaze. For the first time, she begged for herself. "Let me leave the palace. I love Prince Luke." But in response, there was a heavy sigh. The king knew. Luke's heart was already given to Amelia. "I will not marry another." Her voice sounded like the ringing of a bell. Her father, sensing her stubbornness, promised the girl would study at the academy and choose her future herself. Does Duke Gal know about this? He could clearly feel his attentive gaze piercing the air with coldness. The rumors that called him the Pig Prince frightened the girl, but for her now only her heart mattered. The principal's voice interrupted the conversation. The lesson was about to begin, so he suggested that we save the interesting topics for another time. "Can I excuse myself now?" Her lips confessed that she considered herself unworthy of him. Luke was warmed by this sincere openness, like a warm ray in the middle of a cool evening. Instead of rushing into marriage, he wants to meet a few times first, feel warm glances, hear sincere laughter, and see a real person next to him. The student's surprise hung in the air, like a faint scent of amber. Their eyes widened, their lips exhaled softly. Is this really true? Not a single soul even tried to protect his heart. It was as if everyone was deliberately jumping on the living, leaving a bitter trail. His gaze slid to the headmaster. It was better to discuss the Duke and the King without other people's ears. He gently asked to be left alone with Amelia and Nifa to talk. The topic of conversation was not about studies, but he just nodded and let them talk. Soft voices swirled in the air, like the whisper of autumn leaves. The bell for the Magic Challenge lecture is about to ring. It's time to quickly wrap up the conversation before the second lesson begins. The invitation to take her with them sounds quiet, almost a whisper. After all, the title of nobility is behind them, even if the notebooks still have student notes on the squares. In sincere gratitude for the prince's care, the girl smiled warmly and asked to be addressed simply by her name. The surprise burned. A trembling, joyful warmth rocked the soul. Nifa, unaware of her own beauty, amazed with her soft affection, sincerity, and unique talent. The princess noted that the ability to hear lies often drives people away from her. But for him, this feature became not a curse, but a miracle. He was not afraid of the truth that sounded in her voice. A slight anxiety arises alongside it, but Luke believes sincerity is like a breath of fresh air, nothing complicated. Finally, the heart can breathe freely. The courage to come forward with the truth brings true joy. 2 nights next to the prince. And now a question flickers in Iris's eyes. Is this real, or are the scents of feelings just quietly sprouting between them? Nothing happened between them, he replied. The princess sighed with relief. There was plenty of time ahead. Erica's story only stirs up. The princess has learned that next to him is not a servant, but a beautiful girl. Jealousy flares up in her chest. She is in a hurry, because in a little while, and the engagement will be irrevocable. I am ashamed. This is her secret. The fear that Iris would capture his heart and Amelia would bewitch him drove the princess forward. She acted recklessly, not allowing herself to sigh. Fear grips the princess. Only she, the only most precious and unattainable queen of his heart, must remain by his side, adding fuel to the fire. Erica throws words about the beauty of Iris and Amelia, while she hides a smile behind her fingers, listening with satisfaction to the growing tension in the air. The call was made. Act immediately. Time was running out. He carefully suggested to the Duke that the first lesson was unimportant, easy to bypass. Finally, it became clear. Luke accepted my offer, encrypted in the letter F. Now he knows everything. The secret is out. My heart told me. It's better to give happiness to someone who truly loves me than to force Amelia to break her own will and become someone else's bride. Luke's voice was warm with confidence. Disbelief was not to his taste. There was a barely audible pause in the air as the other person gradually moved into dialogue. A compromise matured in silence. The king decreed. After the academy, the hero would become a marquis if Fa agreed to become his wife. The prince was asked to take Amelia as his mistress, a request, not an order, and she felt it. There was a whiff of anxiety in the air, a warning. Refusal would be a humiliation for Amelia. Bowing his head, the young man cautiously asked, "What if no worthy suitor was found in 3 years?" The Duke only looked at her silently. This was not the time to draw hasty conclusions. He fervently desired happiness for his daughter, but he reserved his will in choosing a groom for himself. The family had no right to disappear. Luke took a deep breath. This was a common thing for aristocrats. Amelia trembled with shyness. This surprised, but also caused understanding in the Duke. Her steps were dictated by family duties, and for the young man he remained distant, like a shadow outside the window. For 5 years, Gil struggled in vain for a solution. But no path led to the goal. If Amelia decided to become a concubine, she would not be forced into motherhood. The Duke believed that in time he would cure her and obtain heirs. The prince felt that such fear did not arise from thin air. First of all, the root of the pain must be found. Camilla was chosen as the second bride before graduation. If she could be cured and have a child, it would be this little one who would later become the heir to the duchy. Luke asked for a few minutes. He needed to consult with Princess Maida immediately. His thoughts were racing. His heart was beating anxiously. The decision had to be considered. The crowd asks, "Will the prince agree to this?" His answer is sharp as a blade. "I will not marry unless I experience true love. Force does not bring love, even if both are already married. A relationship with a girl who hides herself from the world is doomed to silence." Amelia's maid Natalie has already sensed that the pendant has been seen. Under these circumstances, nothing would change. Even 3 years from now, Amelia would still be haunted by fear of people. He wondered quietly if she would trust him to heal this old, painful shyness. Finally, a cautious voice sounded. Could Shinas be healed? Luke answered that the spell must be cast immediately, and 3 years of struggle would give a chance. But without Amelia, there was no hope. Her silence was as deep as night. The boy's words fell like autumn leaves. He expected nothing from her, only a warning. Fears must be faced, otherwise it will get even worse. Amelia quietly muttered an apology. With the wedding ring on his finger, all the extraneous glances disappear. There is silence all around. Peace. Only when he recovers will he set out for true love. And he swears, he will break off the current engagement without delay. Gratitude rang out warmly, like spring rain. The news of my mother's improvement filled my heart with relief, and together with Lala and Anna, with a happy anticipation of hugs. But fear held me back, preventing me from taking a step. No sacrifices, just Luke's idea. To add each other to the list of loved ones, to start with a light correspondence. After all, nothing fatal. Amelia hesitated a little, but still agreed, her heart trembling like the first snow. Bright girlish glances followed him through the corridors. Iris's sympathy grew like spring grass, but Luke already felt that she didn't see what was really going on. The engagement will be announced in front of Mifa and Amelia. Joyful laughter, awe in the air. 3 years later, after the academy, they will think about marriage. Mifa will promise. Let her contribution be modest, but her heart and efforts will be boundless. A soft whisper touched the princess's ear, and Nefa told the prince in a quiet voice. His father was waiting in the royal palace. Before the frankness of the confession, the path leads to the duke. The girls looked at each other. So that the Duchess's help would not be in vain, they had to come up with something, increase their concern, not waste a minute. She promised it would take just a little while. Nifa is ready to deliver this news. Her voice is full of quiet impatience. The bell has just fallen silent. The scent of chalk and notes still lingers in the air, and he is already nodding. Forward, to a new pair, to new stories. Quiet indignation erupted in the classroom. The teacher announced that Luke, Mitha, and Amelia would form a team, and the others were to find new friends. But someone insisted Amelia should stay by their side, as always. The young man knew Amelia's true face well, and harbored the hope that one day their friendship would turn into a happy marriage. All this depressed Luca. Nabi only sighed softly. It was unlikely that Amelia would share his feelings. The fourth son of the Duke, the inheritance had passed him by, but studying with Amelia had been a real gift. Luca knew how to sympathize, although the decision remained with the director. Final, with no chance for argument. The group split up just when they needed to. The fear of Naefa's abilities melted into silent tension. An interesting look. What if a killer appears at school under the mask of a student? Nabi whispers, "Trust me. The Idrisel system will not let you down. I see everything. I will check everything. Check." God's hand has woven this system into the fabric of the world. The stories of all creatures whisper here, and it is open to her to read every line, as if leafing through a living scroll. The children in the class don't suspect anything. Luke asked everyone to keep him informed. Tomorrow the city will be filled with festive noise. A rare holiday comes once a year. The academy, the castle, the temple, and even the guild will open their doors, inviting everyone to celebrate. Tomorrow the first-year students start, then the second and third years, and the finals are for everyone, ordinary people. The prince inhales this news with surprise. Even ordinary people have been invited to participate. Time for instruction. The creature extends a subtle connection, makes a deal with the master. It feeds on his magic, and the summoner takes on this responsibility to the crumb. As soon as the creature appeared, the owner rented a separate nest for it. Those who grew above the rank were supported by the state. The little one huddled next to the owner, sharing the house and the smells of everyday life with him. The gray creature obeys its master, but its power cannot be used indefinitely. The master chooses to conclude a contract with it and move on together, or to immediately release it into the unknown. For beginners, summoning creatures of lower ranks is a common thing. But even an innocent familiar can sometimes suddenly sting. Experienced magicians have been injured, and some have even lost their lives. Let's not be careless. True friends are always somewhere nearby. And when the moment comes to let someone go from your life, they will quietly tell you, it's time to move on. Lunch is over. Time to put on your sports uniform. There's movement in the locker room, loud laughter, and in a moment everyone is gathering at the stadium, where something new is already buzzing in the air. There was a tempting call to go to the dining room, but Iris only sighed and gently refused. Circumstances did not allow it. Her words flashed through her mind. For 500 guineas, the table there should be fabulous. It's worth trying at least once. The girl felt doubtful, because she had already heard other people's condemnations and whispers about pig tracks. But she dismissed the doubt. There's arrogance in his eyes, but the dining room door remains closed. This kind of life is not for him. He's used to weighing everything and choosing each product carefully, as if with a recipe on the tip of his tongue. Finally, it's here, where Amelia is always surrounded by the smell of fresh dinner and the soft rustle of plates. The maid hides in her room with a plate, and the dining room is empty and quiet. Only the faint creak of a chair reminds us of someone's absence. She offered a seat next to Princess Mifili, but the preparations for her were like a foreign language. Anxiety clung to her hands. The air smelled of uncomfortable novelty. He interrupted her unexpectedly. The castle cooks would take care of the food, so there was no need to worry. Erica sighed, dreaming of a solitary dinner in the refectory. She cautiously asked if Iris would be able to look after Lady Maeve. Luke watched intently, wanting to hear her opinion. Everest thinks princesses love surprises, and she's willing to do anything to see the joy in their eyes. Cooking another batch with Erica is a pleasure. Erica thanks him sincerely, a smile shining on her face. Amelie received an invitation to join her for dinner, saying that Natalie was a wonderful cook and that everything would go faster with Iris. Smiling slightly, Amelie asked them not to worry about her. When asked, Natalie said with a smile, "Cooking with Iris is a complete relief. Everything turns out faster and more fun." The diet promised to become more varied. Buying groceries, washing dishes, cooking. Everything seemed simple. Amelia nodded. Young men were not allowed in the girls' dormitory, so they gathered at Luke's. He was surprised by her firm hand. Iris was preparing something light for lunch, and the boys were already secretly smiling at her in gratitude. Apologies to the guy from Amelia appeared suddenly, like a snowball from the sky, flying right into the palm of your hand and waking you up with a surprise. An indifferent voice is nothing special, but a barely noticeable excitement ran through his shoulders when he found himself among the 5 girls. His heart trembled, as if from a light spring rain. Julia sighed more freely, feeling Miefya's shadow on her shoulders. She wouldn't have dared to take a step herself. But here, finally, there was a shoulder nearby that she could touch. Daryl quietly asks if God really cares what her true face looks like. The prince felt that to hide his curiosity was to lie to himself. Not fear, but anxiety. Would his feelings suddenly disappear when he saw her true face? Amelia was sure, no, although everything would change. Luke at first considered her too bold, but soon succumbed to her charm, like everyone around him. Mifa caught glances at her. There was already a breath of admiration around. Amelia thought about it and sincerely apologized for her frankness. A barely noticeable shadow in the hall, she disappeared into the crowd. But sometimes she had to step into the light of the chandeliers. Without the dream necklace, with anxiety in her chest and strange looks on her neck. They said of Amelia that her beauty was combined with sincere mercy. Her good deeds remained in everyone's memory. Luke felt the difference between them more and more acutely. Although she sincerely apologized for her cunning, the advice once sounded, "Enough apologizing." Mifsa reminded us that appearances cannot obscure the true essence, just as a cloud cannot hide the sun. His words dispelled her anxiety, and for a moment, joy flared in Amelia's heart. The first steps into the hall, a new, exciting path lay ahead. 10 laps on the wet grass, rustling underfoot. His heart is pounding wildly in his chest. The tasks start suddenly and harshly, and it amazes Luke. To run like that from the very first second. Within the walls of the Knights' Academy, Luke felt a tension in his body and breathing. Every movement was difficult, like a step in clay mud. Even magic couldn't save him. The teacher immediately stopped him and reminded him. Honesty was above all else here. The coach's magical instincts do not fail. Joy vibrates in the air. Luke has reached the 5th level of endurance, on their shoulders, as if heavy bags of gunpowder. Without the 7th level of endurance, the path seems unbearable. The prince did not believe that adding 2 units would change anything. But from the 6th level, Everything becomes different. Nabi assured him that at level 10, without even losing weight, you could jump all the way to the first floor of the school. Luke was stunned by the idea of this jump, but his own body was failing him for the time being. He lacked the strength. MIAFA is confidently ahead. The advantage is palpable at every step. It is time to act more decisively, gather our will, and redouble our efforts. The corner of his mouth twitched in a contemptuous smile as his eyes skimmed over the dusty prints. He demanded to stop because he was giving everything he had. Their souls should have burned with shame. He quietly muttered an apology, admitting he was worthless. A real nightmare. That's how everything around him felt. Nabi believed that if he hadn't failed the exam to enter the Writers' Academy, he would never have fallen into this trap. The highest grade appeared next to Luke's name on the grade list. The teacher immediately asked if the boy's level of skill had increased, his voice ringing with both surprise and hope. In his country, it was considered foolish to boast about one's skills. "Are the orders different here?" he asked. Eric calmly replied. Everything remained as it was. From early childhood, her eyesight had failed her, so choosing the academy was the only way out, because magic was slipping from under her fingers, barely obeying her will. The participant himself approached Nephi with an offer to help. The teacher gently encouraged everyone, "Don't be shy to ask." The group began to practice, voices merging into a lively hubbub, footsteps echoing throughout the classroom. He offered help right away, but he explained everything differently, not the way others were used to. She asked, "Let him tell it his way." Iris had been waiting for this moment. She dreamed of becoming his student. The prince's gaze lingered. He was eager to know what kind of skill she had. However, the servant only replied quietly, "This knowledge, how to undress in public, cannot be shown." The prince could not understand this. The girl smiled at the question. She is now 4, but she will soon be 5. And Luke is already 6, and will soon be 7. Iris exclaimed these words, not hiding her surprise. Her hands cupped her cheeks, and a scream escaped her lips, shattering the silence of the class and dissolving the secrets of her mentor in the air. The maid bent in apology, and the prince quietly realized. She still lacked experience. The limit of growth was near. Monastic magic. That's what the boy thought the princess possessed, just like myth. The girl's eyes narrowed in surprise, and the boy's chest fluttered anxiously. Did he seem tactless? In truth, the power of water, fire, and lightning flickered in her locks. The task was like combining the heat of fire with the cold of water, or catching a spark of lightning in the mirror of a lake. The girl sighed. This was not for her. But the boy, without hesitation, moved forward. Fire and water. Let them try to get along together. Through the shadow of the light, Iris Myth caught the green mingling with the red. That was where the power of the spell lay. To her, magic had always been a lace of colors. People's emotions glowed in colorful spots. He noticed, this skill is typical of albino people. Meef carefully asked, "Can you share a few secrets of the magical art?" "Practice, and more practice." His words raised a surprise in the girl's eyes. He seemed to whisper that even in dreams it was worth learning to fly and grow. Simple hand movements, and light appears, as if touching a sunbeam. The more energy, the brighter the glow, and when necessary, it disappears, like a breath in the twilight. The spell is easy, ideal for daily practice. The hand trembles in the light, a little more, and the glow will obey for a long time. He once held it for 8 hours straight. Heat for fire, cold for water, a web of lightning, a shadow for darkness. Even a simple exercise works wonders. The earth is tiny stones that listen to thought. The home spells are being honed, and the room is filled with the scent of herbs and the soft crackling of fire. Iris glows with pleasure, and Luke, captivated, wants to try all the spells in a row. The smell of fresh bread and warm conversation wafts over the table. The girls whisper about the familiar's upcoming call. The future is already walking nearby, exciting and tickling the nerves. The door slammed. The king bowed his head slightly and quietly apologized for his unexpected appearance. The faint scent of perfume hung in the air. He walked back and forth with his wife, as if catching every sound behind the door, and Luke could not hide his surprise. Why did these two come so quickly? The doors were finally opened. The king assured them that there was nothing to fear. It was just a quiet, private meeting. Zeno entered, his eyes filled with the anxiety of a father, not the pride of a ruler. Bowing his head, He sincerely thanked Luke for saving his daughter from the clutches of the robbers. Proudly, without bowing, the prince voiced his position. Novenki gave his name, respectfully emphasized, "This meeting is a great honor." The king learned about Luke's consent to marry Nefa, and he himself wished to see the young man. Suddenly, she burst into the hall, the scent of perfume filling the air. The queen apologized. She had no intention of dragging her into this place. A nervous murmur froze in the air. Did the prince really know who he was dealing with? Outside the window, Mifa sighed faintly. She could detect lies without fail. The queen demanded, "Discuss everything immediately, otherwise it would be too late." The woman urged Iris not to interfere. Her constant shadow oppressed Luke, and the king flatly refused to allow Iris into a conversation that should remain a secret. Everything was done for his good, but if his heart tells him otherwise, Iris will stay by his side. It seemed like he was balancing on a thin ice, but everything was going smoothly. Luke answered the question with a slight smile. He wasn't scared by my expression. For him, communicating with such a girl was a real gift. The princess's smile shone like the morning sun. For the king, this was enough. No proof was needed. But deep down in his heart, the father's excitement did not disappear. Mifa blossomed, and her brothers and sisters moved away, avoiding her shadow. Lies always tremble in human souls, he realized. Does that embarrass you? They threw him from the throne. There was no point in lying to Mief. Her love, like a warm wind, penetrated through his dubious fame. He wanted so much to become worthy of this trust. Rumors spread. The king was eager to accept him into his family, to make him his son-in-law. Was it because only a few people in the entire country had received monastic magic? Zeno only smiled. The king was looking for someone who carried 5 magics together. Legends were woven around the prince, but in reality he was skilled at magic, mixing potions and healing wounds, as if Edward himself, the great sage, had taught him the dark, fragrant craft. Luke suddenly felt there were no secrets left. At the withers, he was a little larger than a palm, like a fox, with fluffy ears and golden fur that played with the sun. On his forehead was a stone, red as fire. Hearing this, the princess gave him the name Spaniel. Rumors of the healing potion drifted through the castle like an anxious whisper in the darkness of night, though yesterday even the cooks had not known about it. The king was silent. Luke stared at the wall. His father had deliberately sent him away. He ached inside. Word of mouth spreads. The boy brewed potions for church healers, generously helping people. The healing prince unites the church with the throne even more closely. Luke's desire to continue creating has found support. The king promises help if the potion is brewed here, and whoever responds to his daughter will not encounter any obstacles from the king. Only tacit consent. The topic of descendants hung in the air, invisibly approaching. Zeno calmly noted. He would decide everything himself if he wanted to. Mifa, huddled in shame, whispered in a barely audible voice, "Don't take it to heart." The father was joking, and the king didn't even think about what his words would turn out to be. Niafa spoke to her father, asking permission for this relationship, insisting that she could bear many children and be a shining example for Erica and Amelia. Luke caught his breath. The words struck like thunder. It turned out that Erica had known all this for a long time. She didn't like the young man, but his figure in her eyes was like a wall behind which she was safe. When Nefa wore the crown, Erica would hear her own name under a title no lower than that of Marquise. A smile on his lips, and not a hint that he knew anything. He said that they had brought him true kindness, and the king gave up. Under other circumstances, the prince would probably have disappeared abroad by now. Powerful magic opened up many paths to wealth for LAD, but the ruler gave him freedom. He only asked to protect the welfare of his country. This idea rang in his every word, like a spring stream. The antagonist said with a faint smile, "It's great when someone trusts you like that." The prince promised to give his all to the cause, but quietly asked, "Let me start the treatment first." The man only raised his eyebrows in surprise. The voice is calm, but there is a hint of weakness in it. Although the queen appears healthy, the king has long been suffering from a fever. This, the prince suggested, could be a sign of an illness ravaging the body from within. Magic flashed in the air, the first step forward, for there was still so much to comprehend. Chino merely bowed his head and gave a quiet thank you. his voice trembling with delight. Luke's talent pulsed in every movement, and the gossip about him turned out to be empty, although it contained crumbs of truth. The king only sighed. The boy had emotions like his mother. The spy's real name was Tilly Lysmaid, and she had appeared before the king. She spoke quietly. The prince had never sought her out. Why? Luke replied. There had always been kindness in her words. Despite his desire to appear like a hero in his sister's eyes, all the boy's antics were just revenge for past wrongs. Nefa noted that peeping is always a shame and disgrace. The desire to see the girl's charms trembled in the air. He wanted to feel her beauty with his eyes, to enjoy the tenderness of every line. Only he was needed by the protagonist now. The king sternly reminded, "Remember T12." And the girl's gaze was sharp as a blade, full of unspoken hostility. Traces of steam on the mirrors, the sun playing on damp skin. He emerges from the bath with a smile. Iris mentally notes, for him, bathing is pure bliss. His feet burned with fatigue after the grueling run, and his thoughts drifted to the promised massage. The girl's smile shone. The prince stood his ground. Healing magic. The servant felt his chance had finally come. Suddenly it flashed. His mentor was Edward. The old man always insisted that he didn't take on students. That was his special protection. The girl asked, why? Edward only whispered, people leave life suddenly. The maid felt this truth with her skin. The masseuse lightly touched the skin as if drawing with heat. First, you need to warm up the muscles. Only then will her technique truly blossom. To master this technique, the soul must feel the water, either through magic or through meditative practices. Control over energy must reach the 3rd level. She listened to herself in surprise. She thought this would be more difficult. The inflammation burned her leg, her muscles quivering with tension. His gentle touch caused a sharp pain, but he asked, imagine a blue stream pulsing through your fingers. Did you feel it? A warm, pleasant lightness spread through my body, as Luke advised me to turn on my magical sense. Tiny circles swirled in the air, the spell pulsing softly around me. The secrets of this technique are like the sun behind the clouds, complex and unattainable. He asked with a look, what do you feel now? The girl noted with a smile how finely her body no longer ached. Her time had come. She took the initiative. Vince advised, not to drive the magic deep, but to cast the spells carefully, one after the other. At first it seemed easy, but Iris felt resistance. Then a prompt sounded, like drying hair. A light stream, no tearing. It's all about feeling the rhythm, about breathing. And it suddenly dawned on her. Her fingers trembled with impatience. Iris longed to master the technique and try again. But that day, success remained somewhere behind her, like a shadow gliding behind her. The apology was soft. Although he knew how to explain, she hadn't yet reached her goal. Luca added that success doesn't come immediately, and he himself had to practice. He thanked her warmly for the massage. Luke suggested a little workout right after the bath. The prince did not hide his surprise. The girl assured him, everything is under control, they will pump up the abs together again, and he will definitely come back. His strength was gone. His body refused to move, and Iris immediately caught this silent defeat in his eyes. The legs rose, the body caught the skillful rhythm, and in a moment the movement came easily, as if it had been training for this all its life. Discomfort pulsed in the air, like a cold draft that slides down one's back and gives no respite. As soon as the dawn chill tickled his cheeks, an unknown face appeared next to him, like a shadow amidst the dew. Good morning was spoken sincerely. Luca involuntarily whispered, who are you? Aoife appeared nearby. She confidently said that she was his wife. The young man immediately objected. No one had married yet. Surprise flashed in his voice. Why are you here so early? A memory suddenly flashed. Morning walks had become a habit for them. There was no hidden meaning here for Naifa, but Luke immediately sensed that she wanted to go with them. Movements need life, more elasticity, sharpness, a slight swirl, as if the wind is playing with silk. As soon as the floor rang with footsteps, Iris bent over the stove, the smell of toast filling the air. Erica nodded, the entire kitchen in her hands. Finally, the summoning ceremony. Jafar's heart pounded as if drums were singing inside him. So much impatience had built up over the course of this day. What name was spinning in her head? The princess dreamed of finding someone she would want to hug even in her sleep, a true darling of her heart. The girl quietly asks who the Lord will choose, and the boy, without hesitation, feels the answer is Nabi from the academy. The principal's voice sounded solemnly. The conscription ceremony began. The students froze, catching every word, trying not to miss a single important detail. A stream of magic must flow into the crystal ball. When it ignites, the ritual will begin, and somewhere out of the shadows a creature will be born, hungry for their power. A close look at the dragon's first breath. Suddenly, a creature emerged from the darkness. It breathed next to me, rustling faintly. He thanked her heartily for the meeting, and left her the affectionate Pippi as a gift, a name to mark their acquaintance. The mentor's smile grew warmer. The name of the acquaintance brought them even closer. He told them what to do and how to do it. Now the mentors would be there. Their breathing slowed. Pippi would soon take to the sky for the first time. The ceremony begins, from the Knights of the Great F to the Great A. Step by step. Luke freezes in amazement. Around the recruitment point there is human noise, metal rings, and trembling anticipation reigns. The soft murmur of the peaceful creatures was suddenly broken by a sharp cry. Someone had lost control, and the knights rushed to contain the wave. Suddenly the king entered. His gaze stopped on Myth. The moon was low over the arena as the A-class mages took the stage. Iris stepped into the crimson slime. Natalie was handed a soft rabbit. Erica was greeted by a silver wolf, and Emily was greeted by amazing hair. But they were all turned away in an instant. Warm palms touched the secret sphere, magic flowing through the fingers. The air trembled, and as if from a mist, a being emerged, unknown to any mortal. The scent of incense and the radiance of purple robes filled the air as the cardinals stepped into the hall, weightless and solemn. The king was radiant with happiness. His daughter was here, and his heart sang. Her gaze seeks Luke's, asking for help in choosing a name for the child. The prince gently refuses. It should be her decision alone. And the baby's face is drowning in the semi-darkness, and the choice seems almost impossible. The room froze in anticipation. He was about to begin the experiment. His palm trembled. Now the magic of appropriation should awaken the vault. Legend has it that in neighboring lands, sacred beasts came only 3 times, when the voice of true power called them. Thus, the power of royal blood, invincible and mysterious, was manifested. Prince Luke A. Volga's eyes gleamed with irritation. The teacher's haste was irritating, but there was no hesitation. His movements were confident. His palm touched the cold stone. The air caught in anticipation of the sacred challenge. Not a single living soul. That's what the students thought. And they decided. The ritual had failed. But in a moment, a tiny pixie flashed through the air. It was Nabi. Light, sparkling like a morning ray. Their laughter was so loud that the air trembled. Luke couldn't believe his eyes. How could they mock a gentle, kind fairy like that? The fairy disappeared into the shadows, only the rustle of wings in the air. The boy's incredulous voice is heard. "Why are you here?" But in response, silence. Only the night breathes, and the fairy remains invisible. The bitter laughter behind him only added fuel to the fire. Her place must be. The rage burned, boiled. Nebi whispered through pursed lips. Next time. In anticipation, they held their breath, remembering their first meeting with the goddess. Their hearts clenched, as if before the miracle that was about to happen. Suddenly, at the call, a dragon appeared like lightning. Everyone around them gasped, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Diana passionately touched her host's hand with her tongue, but a sharp voice stopped her. "Enough. It's time for the cleansing ritual. Don't delay, the time has come." The king asked if the girl had responded to his call. Luke nodded. She had come. The name had been given long ago. Every sound echoed in his mind. The scales darkened, telling of his lineage. The blood of ancient black dragons. Those who breathed the night. Anxiety gripped me. Something invisible had tightened the air, and everything was not the same as it had been a moment ago. The outlines of the giant head filled the entire space. The hall seemed cramped, the air thick. Who had chosen such a place for the challenge? The prince mentally guessed. It must have been a dog. Anger radiated from the creature like the heat of a fire. It could not stand even the shadow of mockery. Luke couldn't help but wonder, what if this creature could read people's minds? Anna moved her hand forward without hesitation. The creature froze. It had not been touched by a human voice for thousands of years. Fenra stands nearby, and in her arms breathes a newborn baby. Warm, defenseless, with the new smell of life. The baby barely touches the milk, so weak that she no longer has the strength to drink it on her own. The boy guesses that the challenge was just an opportunity to help the child magically get enough. A joke, Fenra decided when she heard this. Luke whispered, "Be polite." But the king stood before her. The prince calmly hinted, only a king could sign a contract. Fenra asked if she could say it out loud. Luke looked at her curiously, demanding details. Nabi's magic is at the center of everything. He carries something strange from another world, an energy and power that allows him to make a deal even with a forbidden creature, where others are powerless. Fenra approached the king and cautiously suggested that the prince could make a deal with her unborn child. If the child died, she would promise to wipe his country off the face of the earth. The prince froze, pale with surprise. Without hesitation, the creature asked for a name and Luke answered, calling her Hattie. More original ideas would probably suffice, but Fenra's heart was immediately captured by this name, simple as the breath of dawn. He lacked the strength to agree, so the contract was concluded by force. The prince believed that the goddess could do it. The same confidence shone in her eyes. The lantern remained calm, like a silent night. Her eyes followed his every movement attentively. She asked, "Watch him closely. Don't look away. Every little thing is important." Something like this happened for the first time. The air became heavy, as if it foreshadowed new troubles that were about to fall, like a shower before a storm. Diana's heart was pounding so loudly that it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Her hands were shaking, her breath was catching. Anxiety was gripping her tightly, never letting go for a moment. Saganus quietly asked if the master was alive. Guy involuntarily wondered. Perhaps there was more meaning in her words than met the eye. The beastie creature melted into the shadows, and Diana, although she could speak to it like Ferner, could only look around, catching its scent and elusive rustle in the air. Like him, she had retained fragments of her memory. Diana would be able to use the knowledge. After all, the blood of an ancient dragon family flows in her veins, and 1,400 years of memories have become a real treasure. Luke was stunned with surprise. She was already considered an adult. Nebi told him that ancient dragons lived for hundreds of centuries, but by human standards she would have just turned 14. She had learned the human language from an old dwarf, the same one she had once saved from the clutches of a werewolf. The village greeted her with the intoxicating aroma of sake and the warm smiles of the dwarfs. Luke only sighed. The bottle was already holding her tightly. The dwarfs willingly treated the savior, and no one objected to her visits. By absorbing an invisible wave of excess energy, these creatures cleanse the earth. Danger recedes, the air becomes lighter, and people get sick less often. Thanks to the temples, the bearers of the magic stones stay away from the human noise. The girl said quietly, "The dwarves live near the mines, and the temple and the trail are cold here." And the boy felt that the presence of the dragon could be their advantage. Anna asked the master what had happened. The master calmly said, "The fen that had recently appeared here was their friend, but the dragon, despite this, was considered the embodiment of divine power and incredible might. The surname Hub, and already an invisible bridge between them." Diana boldly believed in her own power and considered him only a shadow, a weak echo next to her. The order was given quietly. Nabu should make a saddle. He should measure which antelopes Diana liked. The boy hesitates. Where will the sky of this journey lead them? About 30 kilometers away, herds roamed the wet marshes. Lucas had already taken his first step, but the king raised his hand. "Wait," he said quietly, as if the wind had slipped through the trees. The thirst for a private conversation was burning. I wanted to stay with him, calm my heart, pour out the unsaid in silence. The answer came confidently. "I will leave immediately on business, and then we will have time to talk." The king was stunned. The words hung in the air, unexpectedly and imperiously. "Can he master the dragon?" the question was asked. The young man said, "Without a saddle it would be incredibly risky." But the ruler shrugged it off. He had experience in controlling dragons, and he would cope, he assured confidently. Strangely enough, The guards open the gate and remain silent, and the king already feels in the air the sharp taste of reproaches that will fall very soon. "Which way to go next?" she asked. Luke just silently pointed with his hand towards the forest, and she understood everything without words. An invisible path was leading them there. A miracle pierced his gaze. The movements flashed like lightning, and King Zeno's face shone with sincere delight. But the boy instantly remembered that the hunt was still on. The prey was ahead. "Diana, there's a whole herd ahead," he whispered carefully. "To save the hides and meat, aim straight for the head. Only one animal is yours today." Dragonis was filled with joy, and she obediently rushed to carry out her master's every command. The king watched as everything came to life, and understood. That was why they had set out to look for the unknown antelopes. And so it happened. The Lord threw in sharp words, "These are dangers." Luke was not the first time he had gone hunting. For the fire dragon, antelopes were only prey, not a threat. The king must stand his ground, the hero pleaded. Mayor Diane had already seen the merciless dragon. It roared and crushed antelopes, kicking up dust and blood in the air. He admitted that killing animals was not his pleasure, but there was something special about hunting that pleased the soul. He wondered with fresh interest whether he would return to this business with Luke. The king advised rather than ordered, and that warmed the soul. As soon as everything was settled, they flew home, where a hot, fragrant buffalo steak was already smoking on the table. Again, I had to ask Luke to cook for everyone. Apologies hung in the air, but Luke just waved his hand, saying it was useless. The smoke from the fire was rising into the sky. It smelled of warm bread. The girl spoke gently to the prince. "Students with dragon familiars are transferred to the Academy of Dragon Riders. He is familiar with these walls, so she had no doubt that he will become one of them. In their country, every prince is given a dragon egg from childhood, and there is no choice where to study." At this, the king only sighed. "It's the same with us." The ceiling of the Dragon Academy presses on his shoulders. He is a stranger here. Luke dreams of battles and magic, but instead of blades and fire in his hands, books of healing, which he did not choose. His soul aspires to be a battle mage. Dino imagines Luke riding a dragon, but doesn't impose his dream. He respects his decision. Luke shakes his hand, thanks him sincerely, his voice ringing with warmth. King Julius longed for this meeting so much that an anxiety hung in the corridors, as if the air had become thicker. Suddenly, everything became clear. The father had been hinting at Diana and Fenderer. The boy had been prophesied the title of Duke for his courage and victory over the dragon. Even Mifa felt a disturbing breath of hope. The prince might stay here. The family accepts him as one of their own. Laughter sounds nearby, the smell of coffee, and the touch of home comfort reminds them that he is an inseparable part of it. His heart did not want to leave this place. Luke quietly confessed this to the princess. Carmia, all expectant, wondered if it was time to celebrate his engagement to Mifa. In his thoughts, the dream of his own daughter Alice as a bride. It was a great idea, and Jeff agreed immediately. She was in a hurry to get engaged, afraid of gossip. She didn't want to save money, lest the city whisper behind her back. A faint haze of anxiety crept across Luke's face, and the princess touched his shoulder, quietly asking what was weighing on his mind. He immediately remembered her stinging words about the lavish weddings of the nobility. The confession quietly fell into the air, but his heart was pounding. Would he suddenly change his mind? Every step was hasty. Then, in the palace, King Julius breathed heavily, thinking how not to use his power to snatch Luke. There is a proposal to meet together. To discuss everything without unnecessary words, simply eye to eye. The father's eyes eagerly caught the moment of meeting. Is Zeno hiding from him? An alarming voice sounded. The protagonist calmly reminded, in front of him is not a son, but a king, and every word should be heeded. The letter from his father smelled of sharp ink and impatience. His son had summoned powerful familiars, so the title of Duke awaited him at home. Luca heard through the words, "Return, immediately." But his heart did not yearn to return. Luke thought, Zeno had sent his distraught daughter to him, probably hoping that the girl would scare the dragon away. Then he remembered that his meeting with Mayafa had taken place before the summoning ceremony. The father needed the support of the successor spirits more than ever. The king assured her that he was doing everything for him, but the woman only cast an indifferent glance and turned all her attention to Luke. The maternal features were recognized immediately, and somewhere from the depths, tears burst out. The father said that Amelia cried herself to oblivion, a rustle of despair. If only she could remember her mother. The boy saw clearly. Her tears were nothing more than his secret betrayal. A quiet voice assured him. Everything is fine with him. Everyone around is kind. Nearby is a girl, looking at him with tenderness. He will not return. The woman suddenly felt. He stayed here at the call of his heart. The princess is curiosity itself in a crown, warmed by a curiosity that pierces space like a blade. Nothing escapes her watchful gaze. "Excuse me for interrupting," she said softly, calling out his name. A slight blush and a glint in her eyes. Luke San was now with her. She turned to them with a radiant smile, full of bright joy. Amelia's eyes lit up with curiosity, and she gently inquired about the girl's intentions. The princess, who was familiar with the rumors, still believed that Mr. Luke was a man of honor. The light touch of his voice, his steps beside her, and the warmth of his saving hand. From then on, the princess unconditionally gives her heart to Luke. Meeting him became her new breath. This woman's stubbornness left no choice. Resistance melted away. So the girl bowed her head with a grateful smile, whispering words of gratitude. A question is heard in the crowd. What about Lula? Once in love and full of dreams of marriage, now there is a wall between them. She is engaged to someone else. The woman sharply grabs her husband by the beard, insisting, harmony in the relationship is above all else. He promised to return in the summer with Nefa, to live a little, to breathe in the blossoms of the garden. The decision regarding Lulu was also ripe. Soon everything would fall into place. The realization hit him like a cold rain. If he didn't return home, his mother's heart would ache, and he would betray the most precious thing. His voice rang. If there was any betrayal, it was on his father's part. His mother asked quietly if he was really okay there. Her words hung in the air like the faint scent of wilted lavender. "I'm busy to the brim. Studies and life go hand in hand, and there's not a minute for boredom," he replied. The woman immediately caught this lively energy and smiled. The antagonist asks his mother to look after his father, and his father not to interfere in King Zeno's affairs. There is tension in his voice, and an unsettling silence fills the room. "Try again and I'll fly you on a dragon and teach you manners," the king coldly ordered. No threats or even a hint of them. Women's gazes glided over him. Something about him attracted them, made their hearts beat faster. On the tablet screen, Nefa noticed familiar lines about Luke. She smiled awkwardly and quietly apologized for her curiosity. Luke replied calmly, easily, "Nothing to worry about." "Is it difficult for you now that you know my weight?" he asked cautiously. The girl just sighed. Does it matter to her? Maybe there is nothing to compare it to, but she does not experience any difficulties. In the princess's eyes, Hadi seemed almost the sweetest, only slightly behind Spaniel. It made him wonder, how did she make up her charm ratings? "Let me hold Luke's familiar for just a moment," came the plea, soft as a breath of warm wind. The fluffy fur tickled his palms gently. Hadi is so gentle. Nefa reached out curiously to touch him, and the king noted that the boy looked stronger already. Someone's eyes slid to Hadi. Level 12. Now that's progress. Zeno thought aloud. Hunting with the dragon must have added confidence and strength. His skill had noticeably increased. The memory of Luca San's fairy flashed through her mind. He immediately caught her thought. It was about Nabi, whose silhouette had appeared in the haze as soon as they called out. Nabi nodded and gestured to her at the bright counters. "Choose something you like," he suggested quietly, with a barely perceptible smile. They asked her why she was silent. It turned out that her voice trembled softly, barely rustling in the air, too small for her words to reach other people's ears. The prince was sure. She would tear apart anyone who dared to approach. Nabi smiled. No, she was not like that. He carefully asked if he could touch her. The sorceress agreed only if she allowed it. The touch was like a soft feather. A light plume of vanilla swirled in the air. Amelia timidly asked if she would be allowed to have it too. He looked at Nabi in response. Did she have any objection? Sweet Amelia agreed, but the prince asked her not to call her so affectionately anymore. The words of apology escaped her lips, sincere, trembling, quiet. Emotions surged, unable to contain themselves. Amelia's imagination sees Pixie Fairy exactly as children's fantasies have drawn her. And for Pixie to transform is as simple as the dawn changing its light. Now the friends spend more time together, laughing, chatting, sharing secrets. Maybe it's this closeness that will gradually open the way to trust. The air was gently filled with vanilla, sweet and warm. The man spoke softly. This smell is soothing. Amelia caught every word, amazed by his wisdom, and Nabi felt proud. She was the one who had such a master. Sleep enveloped the room. The king quietly got up, nodded to his wife and friends. They said it was better to surrender to the night themselves, so that the silence would not melt away and disturb the peace of the sleeper. Nelia's gaze slid towards them. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the necklace around her neck, and quietly apologized. She didn't dare appear without this piece of jewelry, even though she had previously only worn it to lessons. Camilla quietly confessed that she had never shown her face to Luke. Then, as if in a whisper, she asked how Amelia dreamed of a wedding. The girl silently promised she would reveal her face only if she wanted to. The woman asked with a smile if Luke was interested in her appearance. He nodded tensely, but did not insist. Nabi assured her no one would dare to offend her. Amelia quietly thanked her for her support, curiosity in her voice. She gently asked what Luke was working on, and the aroma of the future shampoo with which he so wanted to surprise the world already appeared in her imagination. A pleasant relief enveloped her. She could finally forget about the fragrant oil she had been using for so long, and this thought seemed like a real gift to her. First, the shampoo washes away all the dust and worries like a light rain. Then the conditioner envelops the hair with strength, leaving a delicate aroma and the shine of a living stream. Lotion and face cream have become indispensable in a woman's arsenal. The soul longs to feel their gentle touch, inhale the aroma of freshness, and give the skin a dream of beauty. Surprise erupted from Luke. His eyes widened, his steps froze, and a soft breath seemed to hang in the air. In the dim room, quiet explanations were given. How to touch the skin. How to apply the cream. Iris caught every movement, inhaling the faint aroma of vanilla, and quietly suggested that she try it now. The prince nodded in agreement. The stomach tightens, the air trembles from breathing. The workout begins. Each movement responds with heat in the muscles as they rush to work together. Don't argue if I suddenly lunge at you, Luke warned. Iris stood, holding her breath, ready for an unexpected move. There was a quiet maturity in her heart. She was ready. Now she saw him as a companion, and finally, his familiars. Their silent presence drawing her in with warm peace had finally persuaded her. Choosing someone who will give you true happiness is what's important. Luke was inspired by this thought. Not to seek perfection, but to seek joy that makes your heart beat faster. The worry that Mifa would hate them when their relationship became closer affected many. But Iris remained aloof, a cold fear gripping her chest for real. 4 jerks and 30 are almost there. Drops of sweat are rolling down, breathing is getting heavier, but inside there is only a quiet stubbornness. The next climb will be his. The training is over. The girl praised Luke, promised to continue tomorrow. He thanks him, and you can hear gratitude in his voice. Iris gently suggests, first a sip of fresh water, then to the restroom. The idea of hot water flashed in the air, and the girl happily agreed. Laughter erupted, steam gently enveloped her palms, and the air smelled of freshness and impatience. Don't you want concubines? A voice asked inquiringly. Luke shook his head. The confusion of feelings for his father and King Zeno had not yet subsided, and the balance between them hung in the air like smoke after a storm. Quarrels happen often in the family, so he learned not to throw sparks, restrained his words so as not to cause unnecessary uproar in the house. Are relationships really not doomed to fail? They asked. The prince nodded, smiling softly. In most cases, this is true. Princess Mifa and Erica are inseparable allies. Their friendship is like a silver chain that gives Mifa strength and blossoms with self-belief. Optimism enveloped her like a light mist at dawn. The girl believes 3 years will pass and he will change his attitude. And the guy laughs, having already given his word to King Zeno. There will be no engagement, only a second wife after the wedding. His patience was running out. He had no strength left to wait. She, on the other hand, dreamed of the wedding, eagerly awaiting each new day, embracing it in her imagination. Time to wash your hair, he announced, and gently ran his fingers through her hair, dispersing the shampoo foam with the damp warmth of his hands. The girl's breath caught in her throat. She had never known such care. A categorical no was tearing from her heart. As soon as anyone found out that the prince was braiding his hair, she was in for a bonfire, smoke, and screams. His breath warmed as the shampoo lathered into his palm. Luke gently brought his fingers to Iris's head, the warmth spreading softly over her skin, and his voice told him how to massage gently, listening to every movement. A light touch of water and the conditioner disappears, leaving your hair soft as silk, absorbing every drop of care. Enough with Insta. Hair now flows like silk through Iris's fingers, soft, enveloped in a light fragrance. Just one action. Rinse and feel real freshness. The soft foam melted on the towel, gently laid on the face, touched the skin with light massaging movements. Bright purity, and no stretched dryness, just a breath of freshness. Oil, however, was prohibited from drying hair. Her eyes flashed with delight and quiet joy. Everything new was a surprise. This is how easy it is to ruin your hair, the thought flashed, and there was still a sweet note of magic in the air. The boy quietly tapped on the sofa, offering a seat next to him. The spell made the maid shudder. The girl, holding her breath, asked about the type of magic. Luca smiled. She could do the same. She just had to perfect the heating spell. Her hair shimmered with rays, her fingers glided softly, as if touching silk, and it seemed to glow with its own warmth. Pausing for a moment, he carefully stepped aside. The prince watched her movements in confusion. It was already 8 in the morning, and he only wanted to ask for a massage. But the girl did not return alone. Miful and Erica were already walking nearby, and Luke's breath caught in surprise. The smell of the new shampoo beckoned her. Her hands reached out to try another mask, another balm, to try everything down to the last drop. Girls seek unique beauty wherever they are born. They dream of shining like morning dew under the first sun. In the picture, Nebby is dozing quietly, cuddling with Hattie and Spaniel. Her breathing is light, the warmth of their bodies intertwined, and in the air, a faint whisper of dreams. The hair became soft, light as a cloud. Everyone felt it. Joy shone in Luke's eyes. The result surpassed his wildest dreams. The idea was floated. Try a lotion, a face cream, a nourishing body lotion. This proposal stirred the air. Everyone was delighted and wanted to immediately experience the new tenderness on their skin. Light hydration envelops the skin. No excess oiliness, just freshness and a soft touch, like a cool breeze. The skin comes to life, filled with energy and balance. The lotion goes on easily. The skin absorbs it instantly, explained Luke. The cream on top only enhances the result. The girls were delighted to see the delicate shine, and the guy slowly took out a new product, promising a discovery. After the remedies, everything changed. Iris took a deep breath, smelled the fresh morning aroma, and realized that she had never been so happy in her life. In the gentleman's room, amidst the fragrance of the morning, an unknown girl was dozing quietly in bed. Her breath swirled in the air, silence swirling, and only the light gliding across their faces. Her breath caught. Such a sight spread out before Iris that her heart pounded, as if frozen in place. What was happening was beyond comprehension. The blonde maid leaned closer. Who was that girl next to her? Nayefa snapped in an indignant tone. He already had her. The guy just stared, confused, lost in his own thoughts. The voice gently burned his ears. She greeted him, respectfully addressing him as if he were the owner of the house. At that moment, the boy recognized. It was Diana herself standing before him. Only now did he understand. An invisible thread had connected them from the very beginning, and dragons could become human. Iris gently offered to share part of her outfit. A short gasp of surprise. How did she end up here? Diana silently nods at the broken window. The wind whispers, the glass creaks underfoot. Darkness had seized the entire house, through no fault of her own. It was no time to wander naked in the shadows of the walls. Only when she felt the familiar floor beneath her feet did the girl slip into the master's room and shut the night behind her. No sound reached him. Even when someone called softly, deep sleep held him fast, and no voice could wake him up. The girl's thin fingers mechanically pulled at her underwear, as if not noticing her own movements. The maid cautiously, almost in a whisper, warned the young lady against frivolity. A soft good afternoon drifted into the room as the boy addressed Hetty, apologizing for the recent commotion. When everyone gathered, they would take a walk together. An early knock on the door. The king apologizes for the unexpected visit, a rush in his voice. Luke asks in surprise what made him wake up so early. Zen apologizes to my Eiffel in advance, trying to avoid Luke's doubts. Now that new power was coursing through his veins, and his passive abilities granted him quick healing, his anxiety had melted away. He could heal anyone, even an entire city, because he had enough magical energy for everyone. Just one lecture, and Luke agreed. The king liked it, but the boy set conditions. His name should not be mentioned, and the nobles should donate to the hospital. The king was surprised. The prince was not looking for fame, but for the benefit of everyone. It is useless to even think about it. A spacious house with many rooms must be cleaned and filled. All the sick must be gathered under one roof, divided into groups so that the fetid smell and the quiet groans do not mix. The royal question hung in the air, but the boy calmly said, "The number of participants is arbitrary." Luke was passing on the secrets of healing to the students, but the prince was attracted by something else. Will the king find 5 magicians from the temple who possess the art of 5th-level magic and hold in their hands a power that almost tears space? Luke was gnawed by doubts. Could such wisdom be passed on to others? Was it worthy to give a gift? He did not seek gratitude or money. He only taught the nuns to heal, directing all sincere donations to hospitals and orphanages. The governor's promise to give generous thanks hung in the air, and around Luke, the girl's enthusiastic words, fragrant with spices and sweet perfumes, poured out. Within the walls of the Royal Guard building, doctors whisper. The pungent smell of antiseptics wafts over the test tubes. The tests are relentless. Tuberculosis, and the patient's life hangs in the balance. They were late. The air tightened as he, without hesitation, ordered the patient to be undressed. The clothes rustled on the floor. The deep wounds under the skin forced someone to throw a scalpel at Iris, quickly. The king's voice cut through the air. Why wasn't there a healer earlier? The girl stood, swallowing her insult, and Luke quietly remarked that now we should only think about the sick person. The ruler's quiet voice trembled. His soul openly asked for forgiveness. Once they had studied together within the stone walls of the academy, and now one defended the throne in the royal guard. A scar cut through his back, catching his breath, a memory of the night he had rushed to protect his friend. Luke recognized his old friend immediately. The look, the haggard body, the echo of pain. Left untreated, the poison would leave a mark like fire. When Iris asked, the boy said, "He took a special strengthening complex, the one that gives strength for the whole day." The king only nodded, a changing shine in his eyes. He recognized Edward's secret elixir. The noticeably pale man whispered why the king had come to him. Zeno leaned closer, catching his weak breathing. The guest dissuaded him from staying because of the threat of illness, but the ruler only smiled. Today he had a great healer with him. His eyes remained calm, as if time had not touched him. I envied this confidence. He cautiously asked if it would really be easier to breathe with the new changes. "Tuberculosis is victorious," they said in response. "But the strength of his thirst for life will decide everything. Whether his spirit will break, or whether he will stand under the oppression of the disease." The magic was already running through his veins. The pain had receded. Now all that was left to do was find out. Was everything okay in the family? The king thanked him warmly, his voice ringing with relief and trust. Under the high arches of the castle, grandeur hovers. This is where the king lives, and every stone sighs with respect. 4 morning sessions, and gratitude squeezes the heart. Tomorrow, 7 nuns and pontiffs with amazing gifts will be buzzing in the castle. When asked about help, the guy promises with a smile, he will be happy to teach the art of healing. Exhaustion was seeping through Luke's body and mind. It was time to forget his fatigue over a sumptuous dinner. The door creaked softly. The king invited them to feast on the dishes until their hunger subsided. Luke had long been accustomed to Diana's magic. Even before that, she had guarded the dragons in Geralt's city, a legend known to everyone. The prince was taken aback when the truth came to life right in front of him. Geral, an ancient village, slumbered in the mountain clouds. But suddenly a black dragon rushed through the mists, protecting people from a magical plague. In return, the villagers brought him 3 barrels of wine, and the dragon turned into a girl. The village greeted her with reverence and trembling voices. The forges groaned, the smell of hot iron spread, and dragon scales became armor. Thus a new, bustling city was born. King Zen silently dreamed of touching dragon scales, and Luke caught this look. Both of them were hungry for unearthly prey. dragons build nests. Diana's nest was their true goal. Elves live for centuries. The children of the Gorelians must still be breathing this world. He believed they would greet Diana with a sincere smile. If the young man came across the scales, they would still be useful. The carriage rumbled along the road, and the maidservant next to the queens could smell the mixture of dust and fragrant flowers in the air. The journey had begun. Kenny's idea is to visit the home of an acquaintance who is both a relative and a true friend. Luke agrees. It's an opportunity to get to know the family, and even more so, to get a glimpse into the political games. He asks with curiosity what to expect. Anna sighed. While politicians are fighting tirelessly, their reserved husbands remain silent, while their wives, over a cup of fragrant tea, easily reveal other people's secrets. The news of the secret society of wives caught his attention. His eyebrows rose in confusion. Mother Mifa looked at him gently and whispered, "Don't worry, it's just tea and jokes." There were muted complaints, fresh gossip, and a cold tinge of anxiety between the words. In this backstage intrigue, only a vigilant woman would sense danger before she touched a man. The witness said, "Myth is beyond the power of such things." The prince remembered that Myth Al always noticed a lie. As soon as the rumor of an invitation reached, everyone immediately refused. Having understood the reason, Myth Al no longer came to tea. It seemed that none of them were expected here. There was still a chance to find out the truth. Nabi could help. But under the cover of his high status, he protects me from these people. Queen Carmio's surprise could not be hidden. The thought came back to her. When Zeno had held him in his strong hands, everything had seemed like a waste of time. Now she understood that to Zeno, there had always been two of me. She will act on the call of her heart, and the support of her friends will not be long in coming. Luke sincerely thanks her, and Carmion, looking closely, notices. Not a single drop of oil shines on Iris's locks. The shine and smoothness of these things kept coming to mind. Milana stared in silence, confused and seemingly enchanted. The words stuck in her throat. The diamond crowns sparkle in the hall, and the queens gaze at him with admiration. His abilities and wealth are impressive. Warm words of gratitude flow to Iris. She has opened a new world to them. The light scent of the cream hung in the air. Her palms glided over her skin, and suddenly Viafa and Erica quietly passed through the door. Luke asked how things were going with the princess's surname. The girl replied calmly. Everything was fine, but her thoughts were wandering elsewhere. Her eyes lit up with curiosity. What was her mother doing here? Their hair is fresh, their skin breathes with new remedies. So comfortable. Nifa wonders who showed this magic. Iris has revealed the secret. The queen is confused. How can she hide such a find? Her heart burns with bitterness and sadness. She hadn't had time to tell Amelia and Natalia yet, she admitted. The queens were lucky today. They were the first to touch the new cosmetics before everyone else. The realization of the rarity of these flavors squeezed the air in his chest. But while the doubt was swirling in his head, the girl spoke first, and this confused him even more. Even Nabi asked for some cream, embarrassed. Amelia forgot her fears, her laughter light as a spring breeze. Luke was glad of this. Cosmetics united the girls, and their gratitude warmed him. The man asked for something unusual for her. Milana immediately felt, in front of her, under human form, a real dragon was breathing. And Diana whispered in her mind, "This is my own mother." Both of them are like two drops of dew. The two meet each other's eyes. Their voices are filled with excitement as they say each other's names. The acquaintance is just beginning. Anticipation is in the air. Many hands were reaching out with brushes, and he only briefly considered whether to entrust this art to someone else. But his thoughts kept returning him to the anxious trade. They decided to entrust the task to the Iris family. Their house, recently expanded, breathes with space. But where will they get the raw materials? If they plant their own crops, they will be able to keep prices down in the future. What kind of person was your father? The question suddenly came in a rusty voice. Iris shrugged in surprise, not understanding what this was about. The prince hesitated. Should he trust her family with the creation of shampoo? The news took her by surprise. Mifa enthusiastically told me. Iris's father was a special man. He earned the title of count by opening a settlement in the wildlands. Iris was beaming. Lucas had entrusted them with an important task, and it was true happiness. At the end of the week, he was going to visit Duchess Sasha and ask to meet her father. But the maid quietly warned him not to. The prince suggested dividing the duties. Duke Gale would be responsible for the supply, Count Mikhail for the production. Iris supported. This way their cosmetics could be delivered even to the royal chambers, and its smell would fill the marble halls. Beans had admired Luke for a long time, but only now did he hear whispers around him that the owner was in great esteem. Her heart wildly reaches for him. A rich pink aura shimmers in the air, magnetic and burning. Nifa clenches her fists. Jealousy burns from within. One has only to look at this magic. The smell of sea salt is still in the air when Luca offers a new product. Sunscreen. In an instant, everyone understood. The skin will gratefully accept this protection from the scorching sun. The prince asked if they took care of protection from the scorching sun. Milana smiled and mentioned her umbrellas, but even they were no help if you were walking in the open air for a long time. Even magic was powerless when your skin was white and the sun was scorching. The scent of this cream is delicate, but the skin underneath it fades quickly. This is exactly the kind of magical jar that queens chose for themselves. A sharp knock on the door was a courier with disturbing news. It turned out that the ruler himself had ordered both mistresses to be returned to the palace. The women sighed in indignation, looking at each other. His Majesty's order was to deliver this gift to Luke. The prince, sensing the true intention, understood. It was for Hetty. He quietly asked to convey his gratitude. The belt was almost falling off. His stomach had noticeably lost weight. Iris smiled sincerely, welcoming the changes, and a moment later, an unfamiliar figure quietly approached him, carrying with him a faint scent of autumn coolness. Julia thanked him warmly, smiled broadly, and Luke felt a relief in his chest, as if the wind had brought him a long-awaited relief. Her gratitude had warmed the day. Finally, the ice of silence melted. For the first time, a voice was heard. He touched the magic instantly and carefully, as if pouring warm honey into a vein, adding strength with each movement of his palm. The spaniel exuded a gentleness that enveloped the girls like a light summer breeze. Meanwhile, the smell of fresh water and Diana of Heaven's light laughter accompanied Luke as he prepared for the bath. His words rang out like a sentence. Diana had no place near him. It seemed to her that he had forever fenced her off, driven her into a cold distance. I used to wash her, and Luke joked. She was a real dragon then. Now the water in the bath is quiet, no sparks. Everything has changed. It was time to let Nabi go too, he thought. Her silhouette reminded him of a girl. The fairy shuddered, taking it as an awkward, almost vulgar hint. The smell of detergents, the mirror catches the fingerprints. They will go to the bathroom with the owner, and Diana is already nodding. She likes this idea. He had silently acquired concubines, and now, when the time had come to give in, he had not left even a shadow of complaint. The foam ran down Hannah's neck. She enjoyed the warmth of the water. Luke caught in the air a restrained modesty that was barely perceptible among everyone. He liked it too. The care of the master fell on their shoulders. Diana breathed in the fresh air with relief and thanked the goddess. The chance to be human filled her soul with light. With gentle fingers, he stroked the dried, furry creature that silently hid the smell of hay. His eyes shone with delight as he fed it. Meanwhile, the feeling of hunger grew in Spaniel's stomach. You can just look at them and catch pleasure. Like from the soft light or the quiet rustling of leaves outside the window. Noticing Spaniel's eyes growing sleepy, he was already wrapped in a blanket. Iris, savoring the aroma of foam, hid in the bathroom. Farewell words were spoken quietly, and Luca was left alone with his last task. The wax crayons are already waiting, bright and new. But someone wondered, should they add more colors or not? For starters, they say, 6 colors are enough with a head. Yesterday's errands were completed down to the smallest detail. Fairy came closer, gently asked if she was satisfied with the result. Luke nodded, thanked her, and finally allowed her to rest. Wishing a warm night, the man took a booklet with stories about viruses and microbes out of his pocket. The paper rustled, and the air was filled with the smell of printing. The news about microbes filled the minds of local doctors. Their hands itched, their eyes shone. They wanted to investigate invisible enemies to the creak of instruments and the smell of sterility. Thoughts pressed in from all directions. Behind him, at a wooden table, Luke was painstakingly drawing a booklet for healers. The air smelled of ink, and words about healing were arranged in lines. An irritation flashed across her face. A question hung in the air. What happened? The prince answered quietly. He would be honored with this honor, handing her the booklet before sharing the secret. She explained. The question becomes clear when colorful pictures come to the rescue. Iris added that these bright drawings literally captivate the eye, surprising with their colors. There would be enough pictures. There was no doubt about that. He explained slowly, choosing his words carefully, and the girl caught every sound, peering intently into his face. He showed her on paper the black particles that flew with the cough. These could be the cause of the illness she was thinking about. However, you can't see them with your eyes. This requires instruments, patience, and knowledge. The picture is in her hands. Her gaze is mysterious. She can't tell anyone. Only she is allowed to peek where something special is hidden. Suddenly, a realization struck him. They were the ones who gave birth to all the diseases. Everything around him resembled a canvas covered with sharp, invisible spikes that burned the body and dispersed an alarming stench. Invisible particles are circling in the air. They cause colds and become pathogens of tuberculosis. Iris noticed, not a single thorn, and Luke added, these particles change shape and color, as if playing. Phil fervently believed, this must be shown to everyone. The prince only sighed, saying that let the doctors do their thing, and he did not have to waste hours explaining every little thing. Cyrus held his gaze. Where did this confidence in every little thing come from? She sensed. The source was his mentor's wisdom, breathing from every word, every movement. He said, most of the secrets have already been revealed to him. But in other worlds, even the wisest remain ignorant of such things. There, the silence and the gentle breeze hide the answers. He possesses superhuman strength and a subtle mastery of Nabi, a rare skill. Only a few healers have experienced his knowledge, but Luke silently asks that the conversation remain in the shadows. Her heart sank with emotion. She thanked him for his sincere trust. Her voice trembled, and the scent of gratitude hung in the air. She advises them to imagine the illness slowly escaping from their bodies like smoke during the ritual. The girls' gazes light up with understanding, as if the words are speaking from their very hearts. Familiars whisper softly in the twilight. A soft good night dissolves in the air. Eyes slowly close, and dinner smells of peace and warmth. All night long, Luke's mind was buzzing. Tomorrow the fate of thousands would be decided. The hall was filled with powerful faces. The air was filled with anxiety. He finally decided that he had to create a cure. A soft knock on the door, barely audible like a breath of wind. Luke didn't even look back, mentally brushing the sound away. The door creaked open. Iris's footsteps cautiously broke the silence. It smelled of herbs and potions. I glanced over. The boy was immersed in preparing medicine, and the invitation didn't come. Turmeric flows through her fingers, smells sharp and warm. She knows, this spice heals the stomach, the liver. Red pepper, garlic, coriander, cumin. Each of them is powerful and useful. Experience immediately tells her this. There was nothing to hide. He had no doubt about that. If Iris had really been useful, he would have revealed the recipe right away. His frankness suddenly struck the girl, making her look around warily. A wild thought flashed through her mind. To pulverize everything, to let it fly like dust. Apparently magic would be necessary here. Iris suggested, to crush or grind to the last tiny grain. The efforts in the classes melted away again into futile attempts. Was it the nerves from tomorrow's meeting with the healers that were squeezing his heart? But that wasn't the point. And then a sudden idea struck Luca. The boy's hands just touched it. The ingredients scattered around with a barely audible rustle. And in a moment, everything turned into a fine, light powder, like dust. The results flew into different banks. Each piece of paper found its home like a bird in the twilight. When asked about the recipe, the prince answered softly, today they only created the powder. The rest of the magic and aromas are just ahead, tomorrow. Once he tried to buy forgiveness for Lala. The girl was sure. Mrs. Lala was exhausted by illness. In reality, everything was completely different. Remedy has saved Luke more than once. So he remembers her kindness and will repay her as he once promised, keeping gratitude in his heart. Warmed by the rays of dawn, Nana opened her eyes, again without clothes, because no dress pleased her. Nebi quietly wished her good morning, and the saddle for Diana remained in the workshop. She just smiled and said, it's not hers, and if the master falls in flight, it sounded with anxiety. Diana assured with a smile, This is impossible with her. The prince gratefully squeezed her hand, not hiding his relief. Luke's gaze glowed with warmth. The boy sincerely thanked him for being here. The king himself stepped forward, to the sound of footsteps and the smell of fresh grass, to meet the messenger. Anxiety for his friend's health hung in the air like bitter smoke. Now the search for a cure for tuberculosis had become a national affair. The king decided. It was his duty to be here. The question was on his lips. What if the king is afraid that the knowledge will turn against someone? Zeno's distrust has not left him, and now this fear is almost a certainty. Not long ago he was being talked about in several kingdoms as the Pig Prince, so King Zeno's anxiety doesn't seem surprising. The governor announced that 15 tuberculosis patients had already been brought to the city. Luke felt a surge of confidence in his chest. He would rise to the challenge. In the main hall, the sailors are already looking around impatiently. You can hear the soft hum of voices, the smell of salt and wet raincoats. The pontiffs and the Sisters of Mercy entered the hall, followed by 3 courtiers, shifting cautiously from foot to foot. The king asked with a smile if he could teach them too. The hero's confident words cut through the silence. He didn't like the activities of the overseers, but King Zeno insisted. Knowledge is not only for priests. Luke felt watchful, almost invisible eyes on him. Pontiff Marsa greeted the dawn with heavy breathing. The news of the prince's agreement to teach them the treatment of tuberculosis had kept him awake. His heart was pounding wildly. The room smelled of a hot candle. So many lives can be saved, the boy said confidently. And then we can teach others how to do it. The pontiff only nodded, agreeing. That's how it should be. The protagonist's calm voice exuded confidence. First theory, then practice. Step by step, he would reveal the mechanism of the spread of tuberculosis, as if unwinding a thin thread of truth. Yesterday, new booklets brightened up the table, colorful like spring. An angry voice was heard among the quiet words. Someone thought this palette was too bold. Luke had only one wish, that everyone would understand. This simple truth knocked all the enthusiasm out of the boy, dispelling his resistance like morning mist. In his eyes I was just 2 roundnesses, not a person, just a silhouette in the semi-darkness that calls forth lust and erases the soul. According to him, such a remark hurt him. The king's wives and daughters trust only female healers. One of them is still present today, quiet, with the aroma of fresh herbs in her fingers. There was a smell of gunpowder and tension. An apology quietly echoed in the air. Luca staggered forward. His time had come, and everything around him froze in anticipation of the first step. When he finished, he looked around the room and quietly asked if anyone had any questions. A trembling hand rises up. It is hard to believe that invisible microscopic particles can bring disease. The proof of existence was obvious, even if it was a void to the eye. Luke had sensed this ending in advance, but what worried him most was the restless movements of one girl. The magic of closeness revealed itself to him with unexpected power. It brought everything closer, like a microscope. The girls listened, catching every word, and their eyes shone with agreement. "Have you ever wondered where those green spots on the bread came from?" he said. The sister immediately caught it. Mold. The boy just nodded. Meanwhile, the knights scratched their legs, and even the king got an invisible itch. In the Edo period, the Japanese called the fungus a water bug or a field bug. They believed that itching was caused not by microbes, but by invisible insects that lurked in water and soil. The ruler himself admitted that his feet were itching unbearably. "Will you take off your shoes?" Luke glanced at him. His nails were intact, but an alarming heat was already pulsing under his skin. The fungus was ripening like a thunderstorm before rain. He finally understood. Magic is powerless if you don't have real talent. Because of his undeveloped skills, even small sores easily slipped under his magical eye. The king took a deep breath, certain. Even for them, salvation remained a dream, as distant as stars in the silence of the night. The doctor said quietly, "This disease can be overcome, just like tuberculosis." There was no relief or hope in the room. The air remained heavy, as before a storm. Carefully picking up a sample of the damaged skin, Luke wondered, if he used water magic, would it be possible to create a lens? Navi watched with interest, although he did not believe in success. There was once a glimmer of hope that one could see the pathogen by simply connecting several devices. Now it has become clear that this is impossible without special lenses hidden behind thick glass. I thought about giving up, but the fairy whispered softly, "No need." Her eyes sparkled with confidence. There was still a chance to surprise the world, to discover its invisible inhabitants. She asked me to trust her, to follow her. The pair picked up a piece of leather and lifted it up. A beam of light hit it from below. Water magic creates 4 transparent lenses, one next to the other, smoothly, precisely, until they merge into one whole. Surprise filled the corner of her eyes. The girl silently watched everything. And suddenly the result was repeated like an echo. She too had achieved the same thing. Thanks to Nabi for the advice to look more closely. Under a magnifying glass, you can see that these fibers were left by water bugs. All that remained was to carefully separate them from the piece of skin. Iris suggested that she try it first. Imagine the dangerous bacteria disappearing and let the healing magic flow through her hands. The microorganisms that caused the disease had finally disappeared. Iris beamed with delight and immediately asked if tuberculosis could be defeated in the same way. A close look was enough. The results were immediately noticeable, even to a novice. Luke explained to the king. The same shoes would lead to the fungus returning again. In the cozy healing workshop, filled with the smell of potions, Luke noticed with admiration. His sister was working real miracles. "Is this witchcraft that has not been seen before?" he asked curiously. The girl nodded, and the pontiff was amazed. The remedy easily overcomes the flu, as if fresh air washes away the disease. Luke believed that with other ailments it would not be so easy. Each person needs their own, special path to healing. Simply eliminating the cause is not enough. When the fire of inflammation burns in the body, it must be extinguished. Otherwise the heat will not subside. With tuberculosis, the flame is hidden in the lungs, and during treatment, it is important to feel how it subsides. Experienced healers, touching the body as if with a light breath, are able to instantly drive away the shadow of even neglected tuberculosis. Nabi heard him tell him bluntly. Their abilities were far ahead. Fairy wondered if he was trying to take his magic any higher. Although he had enough knowledge, the difference between a true master and a mediocre one felt like a cold breath on the back. An important request is to leave immediately. The matter cannot be delayed. If needed, his support is always there, like a quiet shadow behind. The booklet lies in the palm of your hand, as light as a breath. The healers of the church gratefully browse the pages. In these lines they have found something very important for their work. The prince informed King Zeno that it was time to head for the duke's castle. The dull echo of footsteps echoed through the hall. The news spread rapidly throughout the palace. The ruler asked to wait a bit. He wanted to invite Luke to deliver the closing speech under the stars, amidst the rustling of the crowd, at the solemn conscription ceremony. Finally, the moment has come. The people are waiting for Nefa's fiancé. The king, with a spark in his eyes, turns to him. "How do you feel about this?" Erica Midluke emerged from the depths of the crowd, the faint scent of her perfume mixing with the hubbub, determination flashing in her eyes. The smell of fresh bread wafted from the kitchen as his father cautiously asked Meef about the engagement, and spoke quietly to Luke. Natalie, smiling, greeted everyone and set the table. It was probably easy enough to admit that they were going to get married. It was impossible to imagine anyone else but him. The princess apologized if her words sounded too lofty. The realization has matured within him. Very soon he will have to take off his mask and speak his feelings out loud, like a heartbeat through the silence. It seemed that his hesitation before the wedding arose because of her shortcomings. But everything was different. The soul yearned for a love that she did not feel, and she was the first to understand this. His heart still reaches out to Lilith, his former bride. But next to Iris it beats especially fast. Between these two it still weaves its invisible threads. It's all because of his love for Iris, and the feelings are mutual. The princess tilts her head, delicately clarifying. Did she get the point correctly? No objections came from his lips. His silence indicated his agreement. I turned to Nabi for advice, but he shrugged. His voice filled with confusion, as if all the words had melted into thin air. The time has come. First destroy the sinister god, then get married. Nabi advised. Only then will the heart calm down and the path become clear. The prince assured me that Iris was perfect for him. She cooked so that the house smelled of warmth. She was a skilled hostess, and her passion for healing magic would give their evenings lively, long conversations. The special power of the NFO unexpectedly touched her. The girl even held her breath. She felt it acutely, like fresh air after a thunderstorm. What is most surprising is not her ability to recognize lies, but the fact that every word is pure truth. because she does not know or recognize deception. It was worth mentioning Mifa's feelings, and a quiet confidence appeared on the princess's face. Yes, he really loved her. Happiness shines in her eyes, and every word sounds like soft spring music, sincere and warm to the core. Surprise flared in her soul. He really thought so. How many times had she imagined, but never believed, that someone would call her eccentricity a true virtue? For Luca, love immediately smells like wedding rings. He looks for a future family in every eye. Others see in relationships lightness, a moment, and not the shackles of promises. The first friend had laughed by their side since childhood, but their paths diverged. There was no common ground in their dreams. The other met in the noise of the office, but her fatigue hung between them like a morning haze. Only 6 months of their evenings under the stars lasted before fate took him away. Was it worth challenging the evil gods? Luca doubted whether he had the right to swear something to Mieti. Nabi's words about the goddess's faith roll like thunder. His death is the doom of this world. Has fate really placed this unbearable burden on his shoulders? Thoughts tighten in his chest. It seemed that Mifa asked Iris every morning if they needed anything, and the princess insisted that Iris talked too much, deliberately breaking the morning silence with her words. They fell silent in the semi-darkness, she only said. She was silent, and he didn't rebuke her for her silence. Meanwhile, Luke found himself envious. How easily Mifa openly burned with love, not hiding her jealousy. I've heard since childhood. Excessive tenderness can turn into poison. Luca just nodded. It's easy to cross the line here, so he simply decided, it's time to talk about the engagement with Mifa. Joy poured into his chest in warm waves. Guy felt every question Iris asked was a search for a loving answer, and Mifa dreamed of hearing his tender, I love you every day, with this stupid pig prince. Never, she decided mentally. Luke promised to study hard, to lose weight for her. Her heart responded to these promises. Then his gaze was already looking for Amelia. Life was bustling around them, and they were about to quietly announce their engagement, with trepidation and a soft glow in their eyes, like a whisper of spring that penetrated the everyday bustle. Rumors are already bubbling around him, gathering voices. Politicians are hanging on every word. Duke Guy is wasting no time. An official announcement is about to be made. Political pressure caught her off guard like a cold wind at her back. The king's courtiers whispered to Luke, everyone here is looking for profit, so watch out for conspiracies, and stay ahead of the game. Ghani, Diana, and Spinel Nefa are the strongest group of familiars in the land. It's time for them to share their plans for Nefa's influence to grow even stronger, increasing the tension in the air. The king agrees to gain the duke's support, even if it means doing just that. There is a scent of intrigue in the air, tension hidden in every move. Even without trust, a wedding was possible after 3 years. He firmly believed that friendship would be their support, even if the marriage remained only on paper. Not for the heart, but for life. A ray of sunlight slid across Killian's face. Soon his father would want to know about the children. The prince had said, children were a gift from the gods, and this would be their answer. Why try to correct your father's mistakes if he didn't even marry the woman he loved? Amelia's gaze is as transparent as morning dew. A desire beats wildly inside. One day she will open up to the world, tell why her shadow flees from men's footsteps. She knows it's time to move forward. A request trembled in her voice. Take me as your bride, she said, gently touching his hand, hoping to hear the long-awaited consent. Unbelievably, a desire to join his game flared up in Nebi's chest. Amelia just nodded. Hiding wouldn't work forever. It was time to return the kindness, to feel her own breath. He warned, Iris would have to wait. They hadn't been introduced to her parents yet, and liking wasn't a promise. Engagement was still a long way off. And above all, it was Nefa's decision. The thought that anyone could have a concubine was a bitter smoke in his soul. Iris was not his enemy, but the idea tickled his nerves like the damp cold in a morning room. Fair enough, he agreed, and felt something would definitely change. Fate was already standing nearby, ready to turn the page. Nabi's imagination pictured him as having immense influence in the future, as he was about to become the Duke's son-in-law. Meanwhile, Guy, playing with his ring, called King Zeno with the news. The engagement would be solemnly announced. The door creaked open, and the king strode into the mist, his spurs clinking, smelling of old wine and cold steel. Events have taken an unexpected turn. King Julius has gotten ahead of everything. The ministers now demand that the Ferner Cup and the ancient dragon live with them. Cold impatience rings in their voices. For them, this is what matters most. Mifa asks for forgiveness for her father. Luke smiles softly and says that if he were in his place, he would do the same. The announcement of the engagement was heard in the hall. The prince turned to Aoife, promising tender care. The king solemnly handed over his daughter, and the girl's heart burned with happy trembling. The sounds of bells dissolved in the evening air. The headmaster proudly said that this year's convocation was special. Both wyverns and dragons, the majestic guests, took part in the celebration. For the first time, the brave man decided to make a deal. With an ancient dragon and a creature from legends. While the princess whispered the words of the spell, and the air smelled of a thunderstorm. A magical creature appeared for the second time in history. The ceremony is coming to an end. It's time to show off creatures stronger than B rank. But first, Wyvern Pippi spreads her wings. Eyes turn to the master and tension hangs in the air. The coveted web of Reckney was calling. Just a step and a conversation with the owner. The same, with a slippery look, held a ghostly B-rank companion by his side. Will he have the courage to step forward? Hearing Arachne's question about the contract, the boy leaned forward, and his voice took on a lively interest. He wanted to know what the teacher thought about it. Hackneys are creatures with spidery legs and the gentle face of a girl. Wise, their voices are captivating, and their eyes sparkle with cunning. Once they were mistaken for an entire people, but still magic ticks in their veins. Threads can weave amazing fabrics, but sometimes their fate is decided for the sake of profit. It is this greed that wounds the boy, and drives bitter astonishment into his heart. Magnets are found only among females. They gently accompany their owners, like silent shadows. They say that sometimes they manage to calm the predatory instinct of the spider. But as soon as the calf appears, the octopus-like creature embraces it with its heavy flesh, leaving the owner with painful losses. Companionship had seemed like a burden to him before, until he felt its power. But he wasn't ready for intimacy with an Iraqi. The teacher quietly advised him to stay on the verge of friendship. Why does it need a spider's web? It turned out that there was a hidden tenderness in it. Clothes could be woven from spider's web, light as morning mist. "Stop them!" the student's voice cried out, the scent of anxiety filling the air. The prince replied calmly. He wanted to be useful, even if it was a pittance. Let Luke name the price himself. He was ready to help. An apology escaped his lips, but another offer was already waiting. The web was about to come to life in the shop down the street, and Arachnid immediately seized the opportunity like a predator in the twilight. Selling webs through prints seemed like a profit to him. There was no point in having stores. But in response, the student quietly reminded him of his promise. The spider-like creature was fidgeting with its paws, clutching something. Suddenly, an epiphany struck. Friendship with the prince was more valuable than any trade deal. The words were already moving on his lips. Just a moment more, and a trembling voice would sound in the deafening silence of the hall. This year, outside the walls of the academy, we managed to find several more truly unique familiars, he emphasized with a quiet delight in his voice. The royal castle is in turmoil. There is an ogre. In the temple, a fiery dragon roars, raising a circle of flames. Luke, Neff, and Amelia heard a cry that gathered them among the alarming walls. In the hall, which smelled of fresh flowers, the news rang out. The third Prince Valka, the second Princess Mifa, and the eldest daughter of the Duke of Forest were engaged. It was to the sound of fanfare that Lucas became the future son-in-law of the King of Ferel, a vassal state. The news rustled like the wind through the cities and spread beyond the borders of the country. There was a sense of anxiety in the air. Was everything ready for the test flight? The princess instantly understood that he was trying to lift Diana into the sky again. In a voice full of certainty, he said, "For Diana, it would be easy, like a breath of fresh air. No obstacles, just ease in every movement." Under the rustle of her scales, she noticed. The saddle did not press at all. The hard back protected. King Zenov wondered, when did Luke manage to invent such perfection? Only 2 days had passed since the ceremony. Navi flashed by on the left with a product, but Luke could not figure out what exactly she had created. He asked if she trained with the sword every day. Navi sighed sadly. She did not train alone. It was not the same without a partner. Then Luke decided to involve Diana, so that both of them could grow in skill even in the stifling heat of summer. Finally opening the storage room, you can feel the clothes giving off the sharp, musty smell of time. They have lain in the dark for too long, and all the efforts now seem futile. He wondered if Nabi could handle the mithril ring. The fairy just smiled. Anything was possible. Soon the delicate product was already shining in his hands. The guy breathed in with delight. Now he would adjust the size himself. A breath and the body changes into liquid metal, flowing, growing, or shrinking at will. He chooses the shape and size himself, slipping through the iron-cooled passage to the heart of the base. At Mifa and Amelia's call, the young man slowly slipped the wedding ring onto her finger. A step still timid, but already sweetly heavy, like the first yes in the silence before dawn. The item pulsates with protection from poison. Magic patiently drains away, like a river that never tires. The cleansing will only flare up when a new stream of energy flows, and it will become easier to use. His voice interrupted the movement. Protection from poison was vital to him. Mifi advised him to give the ring to his father, because this jewel was not a simple gift, but a sign of engagement. The ruler smiled. It wouldn't hurt to be careful of poison either. The bracelet protects with a spell, but it presses hard on the wrist. A kilogram of cold metal weighs down the hand with every movement. Only simple, light spells could be cast here, the man assured him, and there would be no room for real artifacts in these dungeons. Discontent boiled inside Luke. A fatal mistake. The magic in his veins boiled. The world around him trembled. There was too much power. The small chain with the pendant slipped into the prince's palm, and the king's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. This news touched him to the core. Everything Luke had, he received from King Julius. But when the question was asked, whose things these were, the boy felt a heat in his chest and confidently said, "Now it's mine." Nefat suddenly splashed blood directly at him. The servant with a shadow on her face rushed to help, not waiting for any commands. The king's eyes lit up. The new ring stirred a thirst in him. He dreamed of his own jewel touching his fingers with a thirst for possession. Her voice rang in the air. This ring could be a gift from the duchy. But Luke gently reminded her that it meant much more, as it was a symbol of their engagement. Natalie moves her hands confidently, applying a blood seal. The cleansing spell works easily. Light streams across the skin like a refreshing breath of spring wind. With the dream so vividly vivid that her heart trembled, Mifa channeled a hot stream of magic into the ring. Sighing deeply, she whispered the spell, and felt the metal in her fingers ignite subtly. "Thank you for watching. Your eyes are like a warm ray of sunshine. It's time to leave. The air smells of morning." The girls hug Diana, laugh like bells, and warmth spills out of their eyes. "A generous portion of meat is your reward after the flight," he promised. And the dragon-like creature, dancing with joy, almost let out a cloud of hot breath. "Even tastier," the girl promises, lighting the flame and frying the dish until golden brown. Her voice is firm, and Luke only tightens his belt, knowing Diana cannot be bribed. The steps are light. Somewhere ahead the road awaits. The journey has begun. Below, a battle between humans and goblins was raging, but the distance ate up all the details. His heart clenched with curiosity. That's why he asked to come closer. 12 guards patrol the 3 wagons' exhibition grounds. Up to 20 goblins roam the dim light, though judging by the tracks, several have already been removed. Some of their shadows have melted away without a trace. His heart told him everything would work out, but it was better to watch carefully. He looked around at everyone and quietly asked if everyone agreed to wait with him. One common thought united them: to always be there when someone needed help. That was why Prince Luke was especially dear to her. But inside the boy was a bitter confusion. The long wait grew into a decision. He would give the rest of the girls similar rings, with the same charms as on their engagement rings. Surprise flared in their eyes like spring light. The prince firmly demands, serve here for 3 more years. Rings, only on the right hand. Silence hangs in the air. Everyone secretly counts. How many rings does the prince have on his fingers? The feeling of alienation was tightly entangled. Luke leaned over and whispered, for her. A special ring that enhances healing and charm. Erica quietly asked if the blood seal was mandatory. Suddenly she would have to pass it on to someone else. It turned out that this artifact would not be of any use to her again. Such things always require sealing. Otherwise, the power would dissipate into the air like smoke after a storm. Nabi notes, an artifact that is available to everyone immediately loses its value, no matter how rare it is. Luke laughs. It's like in computer games. The monarch protects his sanctuary. No hand will touch it, only the royal right. The field froze. All sounds died away, as if there had been no battle. The goblin invasion is broken. The air is clear, and flight is easy again, like the song of wings in silence. The boat changed course slightly. Luca looked around in surprise. Had something happened? The mysterious intention was revealed later. She was looking for clay on the shore for new dishes. He wondered why now. Freshly baked cream for breakfast, that's why, she said. And in both of their minds, the fragrant pizza waiting for them for lunch was already steaming. Somewhere on the riverbank, the prince remembered his fatigue and jokingly suggested that Diana stop so they could enjoy the freshness of the water and the ease of breathing together. In the morning, the smell of dew still lingered in the air, and he told Iris he was going to the river to get clay, and she should look after Hetty. Iris agreed, only shuddering in surprise. Why did he need that clay? Imagine, this bank was born from clay. Magic whispers to it which part to choose. Everything else will melt away, leaving only what is needed. Suddenly, all the good stuff is already in his inventory. Now any resource can be mined. Just touch it. B touches the smooth, cool clay with delight. Thanks, Luke, from the bottom of her heart. The smell of earth. A faint breath of farewell in the air. It's time to head back. Look closely at the girls in the boats. Their hands confidently glide over the oars. Spray flies. The water rings from their pressure. Glad to meet him, he smiled broadly. The boy found the cheerful prank as sweet as the smell of fresh baked goods and the light laughter in the air. The water around her rang with laughter as Miss Meefel splashed enthusiastically, a living flame among her circle of friends, relieving tension and inflaming everyone around her. Next summer, bathing suits, the river, real adventures. Luke shares with excitement. Not only swimming, but also fishing, shrimps for the princess, who loves it. The girl shines. This is exactly what she was missing. The ducal castle. Already here? His heart clenches in surprise. Diana surprises again. Her voice still vibrates in the air. Is he satisfied? And the boy is still captivated by her rapid, almost invisible speed. The body had changed. Now a girl stood before everyone. Luke quietly turned to Iris, asking her to bring her a dress that still smelled of fresh cotton. With each new transformation, her bare skin burned with shame. Diana sighed. There was nothing she could do. Dragons were always without clothes. It was just a pity that humans hadn't invented a better way. The prince asked Nabi if she knew any powerful spells. She just smiled. She didn't have any spells, but there were artifacts in the dungeons that could instantly change outfits. The prince was quite intrigued by this. The artifacts were too rare. Finding them on sale was simply unrealistic, she felt. But she believed his magic could give birth to something like that. Luke only asked in surprise if she was really sure of that. Her voice sounded confident. Magic won't come to life unless you can picture the object clearly in your mind, down to the smallest detail. He came from another world. Strange artifacts were born in his hands. The prince decided it was worth a try. An impatient anticipation hung in the air. The morning silence still kept the air fresh. It was not long until 6 o'clock. The crew was already standing ready. Luke's voice cautiously asks permission to walk down the main street, and the commander nods in response. The crowd was captivating at first sight. Bustling adventurers mingled with townspeople hurrying to buy fresh, still warm bread and fragrant vegetables for the evening feast. Amelia quietly explained this. Julia walked right by, the air filled with the smell and anxiety. There were no benches around, only emptiness and the frantic pounding of the heart. In the shaded central square, there are familiar faces, cooking aromas, and benches. Once Amelia hid from the world at the table, and now, after the lightness by the river, she talks to the boy, not noticing her fear. Indignation flared in Paris's chest. A true gentleman had been forbidden to go to the shops, told to wait. Luke only sighed heavily and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Nabi was granted his every wish, but Luke met it with a firm, icy no. Do you know these places well? He asked, looking around. The boy was about to buy something, and Amelia glanced at him curiously, eager to know what he was looking for. He dreams of having his own flower shop, and today he plans to buy fresh eggs, milk, and some meafle. Emilia was captivated by this dream. She listened to how flowers and herbs become shampoos and perfumes. Thin fingers dug into the sleeve. The princess abruptly pulled it forward, without looking back, like the wind that carries all living things with it. Without a shadow of a doubt, it seemed that nothing in the world made her feel uncomfortable anymore. Not a look, not a word, not even someone else's silence. Only now did Zero notice that her fingers were convulsively gripping his sleeve, as if afraid to let go of the warm touch. Finally, the reward touched her palms, warm, long awaited, like the sun after the rain. Fear ran through her skin like frost. She breathed out a hasty apology, her voice trembling and fading into silence. The words reached Julia only when he spoke out loud. Luke thought, she must have been absorbed in the process of washing. But everything was fine. The man only asked to take him to the store. It had always seemed impossible to say anything to him without the table between them. But only recently had she felt the barriers disappearing and their voices growing closer. Amid the coolness of the stone walls, Lala, seeing Emilia, burst into a smile. Joy swirled in her chest, light and warm like a ray of sunshine in a window. Seeing Luke too, her heart fluttered with joy. She rushed to her brother and hugged him tightly. And the boy looked around. Behind him stood a familiar figure, immediately recognized by his warm voice. "On the floor," the prince ordered curtly. And at the same moment the girl's inquisitive eyes sparkled with curiosity. She quietly asked about the stranger, and the prince gently introduced the boy. When everyone bowed in respect, whispering apologies, the girl's heart trembled. Why did he seem so sweet to her? A gentle smile on your face, a friendly invitation to a spacious apartment, and soft steps lead guests to a cozy living room filled with the aroma of coffee. At first, the intention was to check on Dekasaja's well-being, and Emilia readily agreed to accompany him, just walking quietly beside him. She easily joined the boys, but there was resentment in her heart. She was waiting for the call she wanted to make. Luke also had the intention of dialing her number. The servant announced quietly. Prince Luke had come to see how the Duchess was doing. The woman, with a slight smile, invited the guests into the room. A magical shield flared around him, suffusing the air with electricity. The Duchess smiled warmly, her voice soft as the rustle of wings. She turned to him with a friendly word. The academy faded into the background. The smell of coffee was near its windows. Tenderness was already burning in their eyes. Very soon they would become a family, and all around, like a touch, a protective barrier. They did everything they could for their mother. Medicine, caring hands, the quiet rustle of laundry, warm looks. Everything united them in a common fight against her illness. The window was wide open, and a fresh breeze rushed into the room. The ritual was completed to the rustling of the wind, and a sense of lightness enveloped Sasha, like a breath of spring. The cough was gone. The chest pain was gone, she said with relief, feeling her lungs breathing easier. Luke just nodded softly and was already preparing a new treatment plan. Lala did not hide her admiration. This man knew how to purify the soul. The fever subsided. Lightness spread through her body. She silently pressed herself against Luke, breathing in the peace and warmth of his embrace. The prince suddenly stopped. Gratitude suddenly sounded in his heart. Before him stood not just a girl, but a real angel, light and bright, like morning fog. Ask her if she can come to dinner tonight, that's all. There's confidence in his voice. Nothing bad will happen. They were reminded of their promise to arrive by 9. Until the very last moment, 2 hours ago, everything was ready for the guests. The house smelled of freshness and anxious anticipation. The time of the dragon's flight was out of control. Only later did it dawn on them. They had to warn everyone while the city was still breathing nearby. Lala remembered. The black dragon was flashing under the window. She was the first to notice it. Through the window pane, the dragon looked tiny. Yet in reality, the sweep of its wings darkened the sky. Very soon it would lift them both up, into the wind. His gaze swept over the faces of the castle's inhabitants. He gently held out Hetty to Lala, asking, "Please stay with her for a while." The baby warmed in her arms, like a living ray. A smile bloomed on the girl's face, joy pulsating in every gesture. The creature cautiously showed sympathy, even though it had to remain on the princess's back. Rukus finally understood. He was the kitten of a magical creature. Luke only smiled, assured him that in his youth there was no reason to be afraid. The woman was allowed to gently hold the baby in her arms. Carefully, barely audible, so as not to tire the Duchess, each movement became gentle, like a light breeze in the morning silence. Julia warmly thanked Luke for saving her mother. She decided not to let him go himself. The evening promised a meeting with her mother, and in the meantime the smell of fresh pastries was already wafting through the city, and it was time for adventures. The girl's warm words of gratitude flowed to the maids who had cared for her, and the Duchess noted their kindness with a smile. Somewhere nearby, a sick woman was staggering, and Sasha quietly suggested that she check on her condition. Together they decided to take their friends out. Emilia's trembling fingers raised alarm, and Luke dialed Iris. He knew that if he didn't warn her about the visit to the patients, there would be an offended silence. Inside the house, where the smell of fresh bread and firewood filled the air, Luke quietly asked how she was doing. The girl just shrugged her shoulders. Nothing had changed. Everything was the same. Noticing the heat on her cheek, he immediately set about treating it. The girls were breathing quietly and anxiously, gratitude shining in their eyes like lights in the dark. He honestly asks if her health will return. Luke is not a doctor, but he is sure, absolutely. He whispers firmly to himself, 2 more days, and the girl will straighten her shoulders, breathe easier, her smile will come to life again. He stopped for a moment, thought, and the boy with anxiety in his eyes whispered, "What happened?" Anxiety gripped his chest, imagining how the Duchess would be about to get to her feet. The maid dismissed it. Prince Luke would be better off remaining silent. The question hung in the air, and he stared intently at the sky, searching for the truth. Only the Duchess's illness forced her to ransom the girls. Their fates were locked in the shackles of a lifelong lease, which was almost slavery, although local aristocrats usually avoided such bondage. In the palace, every second person throws the word maid after them, as if they are not even people. Everything depends on the master's breath. Life, death, even a shred of hope. It seemed to everyone that the girls would inevitably die of tuberculosis. Duke Gale, eager to save their souls, ordered that their emaciated bodies be fed at least to give them a chance at purity and forgiveness. The secret had slipped from the lips of one of the castle's employees, and now the question trembled in the air. Has slavery always been here? Luca felt everyone freeze in anxious anticipation of exile. In a quiet voice, the boy assured her that there was no need to worry. Duchess Sasha looked after the maids attentively and gently. She always spoke well of them, never scolded or hurt them. Aya becomes determined to turn to her father. The girls are relieved to say that it is thanks to them that everyone is alive and can breathe in the morning coolness. The wet evening was filled with loud croaking. Frogs seemed to be singing right under the windows, and the air trembled with their voices. In the cool gutters under the roofs, muffled croaks are heard, not as loud as usual. The air trembles, smells of wet earth. Perhaps it will rain tonight or at dawn. The maid is not allowed to leave as she pleases. There is even a delicious smell in the air, and the previous one impressed Luke so much that he still remembers this sweet surprise. It was unlikely that the princess assistant was a frog, he said. Luke had heard that frogs tasted like chicken, and he quietly wondered what the princess thought of such a dish. Their meat is tender and amazing, baked with salt, even surpassing rabbit. The interested boy asked how they catch frogs, and heard, nothing superfluous, just dexterity and your own hands. The prince watched with interest as Nabi tried in vain to make a fishing rod. The right web was hard to find, and the bamboo stalks rustled and cracked after 3 days in the sun. You can't do without a stable foundation. In the hero's world, little frogs have always jumped around. But here each one is the size of a bucket. The unknown is pouring right under your feet. Bamboo stalks lie under the knife. The crunch of juicy greenery. Fresh moisture splashes in the air, smells of rain and spring. A wet fishing rod in the boy's hands. Iris held her breath. Is that how they catch frogs? He silently slid his stick through the water, as if searching for a secret in the mud. It seemed that this matter was a bitter taste in the mouth, unworthy of the prince's honor. The dish appeared on the table, a faint aroma of fresh herbs, not a drop of fat. Frog was delighted, and Iris smiled. She had not expected such a discovery. The scanner froze for a moment. The objects quietly lurked inside the pipe, as if hiding from prying eyes. I ask if this is a sewer. In fact, the pipes carry clean water for watering the gardens and washing. Meanwhile, the hatch opens and calls everyone. A quiet echo echoes through the dungeon. The shadows creep without a rustle. No sound disturbs the air. The trail remains invisible on the damp earth. The cold, slippery frog lay heavy in the prince's hands, like a living handful of a rainy night. Be careful. Right in front of your eyes is a fresh cut, a thin line of blood pulsating between your eyes. Marie feels with surprise. Each frog she catches adds to her dexterity. Her movements become easier, and her palms already remember the rhythm of the jump and the moist touch of green skin. In the darkness of the pipes, a struggle raged. Only the strongest survived, devouring the weaker, while the echoes of despair echoed all around. When you level up, everything happens like in a fight with an orc. Lightning fast, profitable as if luck itself is whispering. Time to take yours. The call was made to divide into groups. At this time, only Nyefa was to remain nearby, her shadow calmly gliding across the floor, and a brief pause hung in the air. As soon as Lala set off into the forest, an alarming suspicion gripped her heart. A hunt for frogs lay ahead. He carefully quelled her agitated breathing. There was nothing to fear here. These creatures were safe. Eager to try, the girl watched Luke's movements as his hands skillfully caught the nimble frog. Finally, she too managed to lift the slippery creature, her fingers trembling with excitement. The resistance compressed the air, and the boy sternly ordered, "Pull as hard as you can, don't let go!" His hands creaked from the strain. He could barely breathe. With a surge of confidence, she promised. She would process the prey herself, without help. The girl nodded hesitantly. Maybe it wouldn't work, but she would try too. The task was accomplished. The level of skill had increased dramatically. Even the prince could not hold back his sincere praise, his voice filled with warmth and pride. 9th place is a spark of joy in her eyes. Luke sincerely congratulates her, enveloping her with words of warmth. A little more, and the doors of the temple will open for new tasks that so beckon the princess. The offer to catch frogs caused genuine delight in Erica and Amelia. Their eyes lit up. Their imaginations were already drawing a quiet splash and a cheerful splash in the water. The frogs did not arouse the slightest curiosity in her. Their green hue was even annoying. The young man said gently, "You don't have to touch them, just catch one, and I will always be there." The princess agreed if he would go with her. There was a sharp tug on the hook. The frog was in the air, a moment ago quiet and invisible, but now it was fluttering, splashing drops, spreading its legs. Nefa's hands trembled with tension as she pulled harder and harder at her prey. The metal of the hook dug in deftly, and finally, with a splash, the prey surrendered to them. The fire hissed straight towards Iris's face, the hot air seared her skin, and the world rushed forward. She abruptly pulled away, her voice trembling. Why does the master act so cruelly? Luke, bowing his head, apologized, and performed the ritual for a moment. Immediately the air was filled with freshness. Everything shone with purity. He summoned an apology in his heart and quietly explained, "It all happened by accident, without intention or malice on her part." They replied that she shouldn't apologize, because it was all the princess's fault. Luke quietly said that it was nothing more than an accident, and Nyefa quietly added, "God makes no mistakes, so let there be forgiveness." Realizing her guilt, the girl fell to her knees, her heart clenching as she silently begged for forgiveness. But Luca remained calm, as if a cold wind had touched his shoulder, but not touched his soul. Maro Hayanyefa walked towards the temple, carrying within him the echoes of the orders buzzing in his head. But inside, a determination boiled. It was time to end this endless pursuit. The frogs were crawling in the corners. No one knew where to put them. Nabi was convincing. One skin costs 1,000 guineas, and a carcass costs 2. That's a profit that takes your breath away. The prince's curiosity touched his very heart. What is frog skin made of? The answer sounded gentle, soft, strong, flexible, ideal for shoes or bags. But from the lace of questions, Luke chose action. He himself got down to work. They were surprised to learn that they would have to cut up frogs. The boy quietly asked if she was familiar with the business. The unsettling thought of the cold stares of the other maids haunted her. It seemed as if distrust and hidden whispers lurked behind every door. Luke smiled and quietly suggested that they might try carving one themselves, carefully touching the fresh wood with their knife, which smelled sweetly of sap. A circular cut is the first step. The sharp blade slides across the tough leather that stretches under the hand. Each movement is slow, careful, the dusty smell of iron hanging in the air. The moment comes. The blade sharply enters the neck, the cut widens under a strong hand, and then with one sharp movement the head separates, and silence rings in the air. The skin should be removed to the last shred. Otherwise the product will easily be passed off as a delicacy and asked for at a high price. The skin has already been removed. It's time to cut the carcass in half. The juicy hind legs hide the best meat. Its aroma beckons even before cooking. The other parts are rarely found on the table. Their taste is more modest. Breathing hotly, she dreamed of cutting open the frog together, of feeling the sharp blade, the slide of the knife, the whisper of slippery skin, and her own strength in trembling amidst the smell of chemistry. Amelia waved it away, Erica shook her head silently, and Luke, with a twinkle in his eye, promised that together with Lala, they would manage on their own. Feeling the coolness of the metal, they slowly press with a fork, leaving small marks that make a slight crunch in the silence of the room. Luke glanced at the shelf. Only one pot remained. He was whispered that a gardener had once lived here and taken the dishes with her. Luke asked, "Nabi, make us a frying pan." And she nodded silently. The girls must have already had dinner, but the guy still left them a frying pan with a set of fragrant spices, a gift for new culinary discoveries. In addition, a note with a sincere word. In response, a warm thank you. The Duke's castle rises into the sky like a stone mountain, spacious, powerful, with deep shadows in the majestic windows. The smell of fresh food already wafted through the room. All the preparations were complete, he said calmly. She only asked that there be no strange entertainment today. This is not entertainment, his voice sounded, tense like a bowstring. This is real hunting, when the heart beats dully and the lungs smell of smoke. No danger, just a chance to become more skilled. The guy asked curiously about Lawler's level. The girl proudly replied, already 10th. The assistant sighed happily, genuinely surprised. After an hour of practice, their movements became as light as the wind. She whispered an apology for her words, and the prince only smiled. Even such a strange game gives joy. Foos has already reached level 10. She dreams of seeing the temple tomorrow, so she asks for the carriage to be prepared in advance. The warm bath called to May, tempting her with its fragrant steam. But Luke had already disappeared under the spell of cleanliness, and there was no trace of soap. They decided, first dinner, then relaxation. He led her to the table, lightly touching her elbow. The aromas of coffee wafted through the air, and he never took his eyes off her, attentive as a gentleman in an old song. The room was filled with joyful chatter and warm words. Sincere congratulations on the engagement of Meef and Amelia rang out like silver bells. On the eve of the money event, everyone gathered together, voices echoing in the hall, the smell of fresh coffee. The prince thanked them, and his words rang with sincerity and the light of support. In the hubbub around the table, Luca caught Iris's gaze, gentle and unobtrusive, but with a spring freshness and sweet anxiety. The former maid walks to the table next to the Duke, no longer a servant, now a princess. Crystal glasses clink, and the hall smells of freshly baked bread. Iris's father, who has earned the title of Count, now has something to be proud of. His daughter has raised the family higher. The flavor and spice were still trembling in the air when the cook leaned towards the prince and timidly asked with a look, "Did you like the dish?" The incredible taste of the dish impressed me, especially the alamanera fish, fresh, tender, as if it had just come out of the water. It was no coincidence. The chef had taken care of the delivery from the southern lake at dawn. The air smelled of the sea and freshness. Everything seemed to be waiting for Luke. He involuntarily remembered his dream of fish and mentally blamed himself. He should watch his desires. "Thank you for being with us. Your warmth will linger in the air for a long time to come." Luke timidly asked the cook to leave some fresh milk, eggs, and cheese. The cook immediately guessed that the boy wanted to cook again, and he willingly helped. Luke was overcome with a warm wave of gratitude. Finally, silence will fall on the kitchen. Tomorrow afternoon, the prince will be cooking the meals himself, so the tired staff will breathe a sigh of relief and give themselves a moment of respite. "Can I help you?" came a voice from behind his shoulder. The purpose of this question seemed to the hero as transparent as glass. A new recipe, another culinary trick. But other people's eyes do not tolerate being secretly watched over their secrets. His voice quickly melted into an apology. The prince clutched his recipe like a treasure and didn't even breathe out the secret. Greed burned in his eyes like a coveted fire. The queen's idea of the popularity of unusual dishes filled the hall. The girl nodded, dreaming of stunning the guests with a taste they had not yet known. A devastating aroma of envy rose among the aristocracy. The talent of a chef was highly valued. The dream of culinary fame beckoned him, because the aromas of new recipes promised profit. Anna sincerely, not suspecting anything, quietly slipped in an apology. In fact, Luke wanted to thank the cook, sincerely, from the heart, with respect for his work and the aroma of fresh bread that filled the kitchen. Mifa quietly asked for those gentle notes to be heard for her. Her heart trembled in anticipation, wanting to feel every sound, every breath of its melody. A momentary acquiescence flashed in his gaze, like the faint glint of sunlight on water. The notes given to Nabi rustle in his hands. They bring peace, like a light breath of a spring evening. Luke chooses Beethoven, and the room gradually fills with silence before the music. The melody of his voice touched me, and something inside trembled with delight. Only a quiet breath of approval remained. Diana couldn't take her eyes off him. Such incredible beauty stunned her and intoxicated her, as if she were intoxicated by the scent of flowers. And the guy cautiously suggested that Lala try it herself. Surprise flashed in his eyes. The girl was playing completely differently. Sure movements, precise strokes, a slight glow of pride on her face. Her skills had clearly grown since last time. The thought of Lala brought joy to the depths of his soul. She practiced diligently, and Luke's gaze never left her, watching her light movements, her smile, and the sparkle in her eyes. When asked, Lala confessed with a smile. She adores the piano. She dreams of playing like Luke. He gave her the scores, and the silence of the room was filled with the rustle of notes, the first timid chords. Her fingers ran relentlessly over the keys, her heart catching every note of the familiar melody, the one he was playing. Her gratitude rustled softly and boundlessly, like a quiet thanksgiving in the evening silence. Mile Meef and the Duchess silently made a request to send these materials further, so that every letter, every piece of paper would go on its way. Confidence is superfluous. The musical notation is like an extra burden. But as soon as the proposal to keep today's melody was made, everyone nodded, silently agreeing. The music must remain. A fell silent, trustingly settling on Iris's lap. A light calm enveloped the room. The prince felt it was time for bed, time to prepare for the night. Anna's interest was in the air. She asked about the host's affairs. He, immersed in the magic of appropriation, answered briefly. Anna couldn't help but want to know more precisely what this meant. Luke planned to hide everything in subspace. The girl only smiled softly. With his skill, even such a task became easy, like the smell of spring freshness in the air. Only a try will give the answer, he said quietly. Having carefully examined the ring, he noticed something unusual. There was only one slot, while he always gave it to girls with several, one for each. A accumulative ball swirled in the deep subspace. 5 things, each weighing 10 kilograms, were lurking there. It turns out to be a good catch. The room froze in anticipation. He was about to begin the experiment. His palm trembled. Now the magic of appropriation should awaken the vault. Gust Nabi thought it was a great success. The characters on the pages, lively and restless, were eager to change their outfits, just like Diana herself, imperceptibly and easily transforming herself. 2 or more sets. Why not? Each of them received a special name in my mind, came to life in detail. Here and there the strict smell of the academy uniform would reach me. The fabric would rustle under my fingers. Why not take a chance? Trying is so simple that it tugs at your heartstrings like spring is calling you. The change of clothes worked. Reno felt it like a breath of fresh air. But Luke noticed it right away. The buttons were loose. The belt was loose. The sloppiness was evident even in the smallest details. A wave of the hand and the buttons rustled by themselves, fastening one after another. The magic worked faster and easier than usual. Nabi asks why there were mistakes. It turns out, it was necessary to see the shirt with neatly buttoned buttons, feel the fabric on the shoulders, imagine how the fabric lay on the body, as if he had already put it on. The magic words swirled in Lucas's mind, drawing the world without a single mistake. The prince suggested there were too many pieces of clothing. He would still get to the suit, but for now, the dresses for Lala were waiting for the touch of his attention. The night passed with the rustle of paper and the light creak of a pen. At dawn, the smell of coffee and Iris's soft voice woke him from his slumber. "It's almost 5 in the morning," she whispered, and the room could almost feel the chill of the dawn mist. This morning the wind carried him to the Duco castle. The footsteps sounded softly, the stone breathed history, the air smelled of damp antiquity. The heat spread through the air like an invisible fire, and every breath burned the lungs. leaving the sticky taste of summer on the lips. Wade said with resentment that Diana still couldn't get used to pajamas, and Luke, sweating, quickly looked for a remedy. The spray refreshed the skin, spreading the scent of coolness. The Miller family wakes up. The smell of coffee and warm bread still lingers in the air, and the morning sun slides along the walls, forcing their eyes to open. Cyrus quietly admitted that he had spent the night working. Luke stretched in response and sighed. He had also barely managed to get a few hours of sleep, having stayed up until dawn. The voice flared with anger. Could he really not work alone? She was looking at him so curiously, wanting to know everything. She was thinking, just not to give away anything unnecessary. Iris, with shampoo in her hands, was already waiting. The training room was filled with the sour smell of sweat. The floor glistened with effort. Every movement left its mark. Amelia, Lala, and Anna were already waiting. An anxious silence hung in the air when the maid appeared on the doorstep. Luke's training came as a surprise to everyone. From the first steps, you could feel that something had been burning in Lala since morning. Soon she came up to him, her eyes filled with fire and tension. Amelia's confession about the night caused the girl to feel a flame of shame. Her cheeks were burning, her hands were twitching, but her heart was beating joyfully. The walls of the house were dozing, the smell of pies enveloped her. She was finally being pampered. Joy trembled in his chest. He was so cute, Iris asked with a twinkle in her eyes. Is the Lord going for a run today? The prince sighed, remembering how the guards had already managed to mock him on the way here. The young leader's gazes are hot like the summer sun. They don't take their eyes off her, as if looking for a meeting. Luke quietly advises them to return. There in the room is fragrant tea waiting to warm their palms. This is no time for empty acquaintances, Iris snapped. Even the air vibrated with the unexpected conclusion. It seemed that we were talking about meetings with a romantic flavor. The girl said with a smile that the prince wasn't into romance. His days were filled with training, assisting, and running between halls. Luke added, "That sounded quite reasonable." The door to the Duchess was flung wide open. The woman gestured for him to come in. The young man followed. But in the soft light of the corridor, familiar maids intercepted him as soon as he stepped over the threshold. Fragrant frog meat appeared on the table. Luke carefully laid it out, dipped in spices. The girls felt the tart notes of spices on their tongues for the first time, and the boy was quietly glad that he could treat them. The sick maid smiled cautiously at the advice to stay alone for now. Everything was fine, they said. The prince assured her in the silence of the room. The illness was receding, but only rest would bring full health. A light wave of her hand, and a request to leave the room. Only a few minutes of silence, because she needs to talk to Luke. The guy froze in anxiety. What happened? Asa was surprised to learn about the hero's special training. He only nodded briefly. That's right. If his health is worried, the doctors will help, but he still needs a few days to recover. For her, that wasn't the main thing. She wanted to be treated by Luke. The Duchess dreamed of seeing his hands heal not only her, but every sick person in their duchy. The smell of anxiety hung in the air when he was asked to explain why he had been chosen. The looks burned his skin, and his heart pounded in his chest. The prince has to convince everyone, as if on fire, that he is able to overcome the disease, which he gently calls tuberculosis. No one believes him, but he does not give up. Nabi explains. The Countess hints that Luca will have to pass the test not only in the eyes of Duke Gala, but also in front of the entire duchy, and even those who are watching from outside. Luke had to heal a few patients, not only to gain trust, but also to make even cautious enemies doubt him. The aristocrats seemed mysterious, but now he could sense invisible threads of their intentions. Muffled by foresight, the main thing was to restore his good name in the eyes of the kingdom as quickly as possible. The Duchess apologized sincerely, silently confessing her own shame and confusion. The offer not to apologize surprised him. His heart was filled with sincere gratitude. He promised he would help and heal everyone in need. After breakfast, he gets down to business. A smile bloomed on her face. The girl also wanted to join in. Her eyes were shining with excitement. The guy asked with a slight movement of his shoulders if she would have enough strength to stand for long. Sasha sincerely believes that if she steps out on her own, new hope will shine in the eyes of the sick, like dawn after a long night. Anxiety for her friends haunts her. Their voices have long since been lost in the silence. Luke calls out to go searching, but first, crispy bread, warm soup. She nods, agrees. A moment of respite. When asked, she calmly said, "Those words related to the stick were hidden in the aristocrat's luxurious mansion. Just a few minutes in the dull rumble of the carriage. The faint aroma of medicine floated in the air. It healed the sick, and Iris stood nearby, never taking her warm, caring eyes off him, putting invisible support into every movement. News was coming from everywhere. Servants were already whispering about the Duchess's condition, and anxious anticipation was in the air. A slight fatigue tickled his body, and the gratitude in the woman's words sounded warm and sincere, giving Luke a peace and a soft comfort in his chest. Iris was surprised by the instant recovery. The prince, suddenly strong, managed to say a few words. She called it a miracle and asked curiously if he could create another such potion. He is familiar with the basics of alchemy, but he is still far from the required level. He only dreams of the 30th. It is surprising. He somehow brews healing elixirs, but he cannot make a simple tonic. To the prince's surprise, there was not a single spark of talent in him. However, a long journey lay ahead. Trials, hopes, hours of hard work and unceasing dreams. Cami weaves dark fire into her prayer. Monastic magic merges with shadows. Mysterious spells rustle. Her talents are impressive. The smile and surprise on Iris's face cannot be hidden. Cleavage and extraction seem like mountains that not everyone is ready to conquer right away. From time to time, most give up right at the start. But Iris made a promise to herself. She would relentlessly hone her skills for a whole year, day after day. "How much knowledge can a year of study contain?" the mentor repeatedly asked, and the girl paused, thinking about this question. Meanwhile, Luke breathed in the grandeur of the ducal castle, which loomed majestically in the distance. Iris caught every gesture, breathed in the words, so she begged him not to let the sincerity disappear with the conversation. "First, the Duchess must be put to rest," the man said. Then, while the kitchen smelled of dinner, they could talk alone. The kitchen smelled of fresh herbs. The prince was diligently preparing dinner, breaking eggs, stirring with a spoon, listening to the butter crackle in the frying pan. Once a week in specialized classrooms, you hear the rustling of pages and the rustling of spells. But how many times have students actually felt the true power of magic in their hands? Expensive ingredients are a rare luxury, so practicing is almost never done. It is heard among the students. Iris was right, and everyone admits it. Only the chosen one was allowed to smell the fresh herbs from the royal garden, and in the mornings the air was filled with the scent of fresh stalks from the temple greenhouses. Luke was driven to exhaustion, given no respite. Among the thousands of books, Roy collected spells, the smell of old paper always around him. It was an experience that surprised Iris. Even without becoming a great alchemist, Roy could heal and find what he needed himself, and the potions worked again. In the scents of herbs and the rustling of old books, the girl believed that alchemy would open the way to powerful medicines, stronger than ordinary ones. This confidence pushed her to master the ancient art. As soon as they returned to the academy, alchemy lessons would begin, he decided. Sparks of joy lit up in the girl's eyes. She thanked him sincerely. Luke couldn't look away. Her charm was almost tangible to the touch. The warm wind played in my hair, the air smelled fresh. Just the kind of day when you want to sit down with a fishing rod by the water. Suggested, go fishing. At dinner, the aroma of fried tempura wafted through the air, the crispy crust crackling softly on the pan, promising cozy warmth and deliciousness. The aroma of fresh food enveloped the room, and everyone smiled and savored every bite. Pleasure was written on every face. Thoughts about dinner were swirling in her head, and Meifa was just as curious as ever, catching every smell from the kitchen, trying to guess what surprises the day would bring. Luke was about to fry the frogs he had caught the day before, and the girls hissed indignantly. Anna sensed that the boy was planning to force them to try something strange and scary. Luke was just brazenly getting down to cooking. In the red vein, between the refracted light and the bitter smell, Lala Kaut appeared. Crouched, carefully peeling the skin off a frog, like a witch in her own ritual. Contempt for the Duchess was evident in every movement. The maid remained silent, knowing that this would anger the Duke. Finally, the young man broke the tension. What was the reason for such impudence? Gale is so keenly drawn to Lala that flames of anger flare up in his soul. Luke, observing this, feels, there is something of a childish resentment in this. Fresh products are above all else, so there's no point in waiting for the missing ones. Lala accepted the invitation to cook together without hesitation. Her eyes shone with curiosity. Divide the pieces into portions. Throw them on a hot frying pan. Let them sizzle. The smell of fried meat spreads throughout the kitchen. When the pieces of meat were placed in the pan, the hot oil foamed. The prince quietly reminded them. The main thing was not to rush, so as not to burn their hands, so as not to let the fire bite their fingers. 6 slices each, fried until golden brown, a crunch and fragrant aroma wafting from the kitchen. The dish looked tempting and tasted a real delight. It left a pleasant taste on the tongue, but there was almost no satiety. Perhaps frying it in batter would add a fragrant crust to the dish. The taste danced invisibly on her tongue, and she leisurely handed her mother the spoon. "Try it." The Duchess approved. For her first time, Lala had created a real miracle. The smell of fresh pie beckons her. She timidly asks, "Can she have a piece too? Just one, small one?" With surprise, Lala saw Pamela reach for her plate, silently breaking off a piece, sniffing, tasting it. It seemed important to her to be sure of the taste before Lala touched the food. A gentle, mellow taste enveloped the tongue, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Guy finally exhaled his tension. Anna held out her hand. Lala's first treat. She had to try it and please her sister with a warm smile. "He remembered me too. He treated me to a treat, and then carefully handed a piece to her." And the delicate aroma of gingerbread wafted through the air. The delicacy impressed him with its taste. It seemed simply incredible. The appetizing aroma immediately struck Diana, so she couldn't resist. She also wanted to taste it. The next portion sizzled in the hot oil, each piece encased in crispy breadcrumbs. Lala silently placed them carefully on the pan, careful not to let a single drop of fat burn her hands. The smoke from the campfire tickles the nostrils. The prey steams in the hands, and the laughter of friends intertwines with the crackling of firewood. My uncle once taught me, the taste of a meal cooked together is in the memories, not just in the piece of meat. He wanted Lala to experience this moment too. Judging by the sparks in her eyes, he succeeded. Now the girl knew. Cooking can be as exciting as flying and smell like an entire garden. The debate about the sophistication of the taste was heated, and Diana quietly immersed herself in pleasure. Each bite gave her new shades of taste. The aromas of spices melted on her tongue. The dish smells brighter when every ingredient is sourced from home. Lala's eyes lit up with agreement. Yes, the taste is enhanced 100-fold when you cook it yourself. Lala just thanked him, warm sparks of gratitude shining in her eyes. Because today had given her an experience that cannot be measured in words. "Every dish on the table is someone's care and work," the mother said quietly, her voice flowing like a sonorous stream. The girls nodded, gratitude shining in their eyes. The butter was still good, he decided. The potatoes rustled under the knife, thin slices falling one after another onto the towel until they were crispy, dry, like autumn leaves. They sizzle and turn golden in hot oil for 10 minutes. Just sprinkle with salt and the aroma is already calling to the table. Those present were beaming with joy, the taste still lingering on their lips. Diana was seized with curiosity. What was the name of this dish? Luke replied with a smile. "It's chips." Suddenly, the Duchess received news from her husband. The rain is pounding on the roofs, not letting up for a moment, so Luke won't be back until tomorrow. Visiting the temple with Lala and Nefa won't be possible. It's better to postpone it. Nefa nods quietly, agreeing with the idea. Lala was eager to set off on his journey, but the cold loomed over him like a shadow, threatening to ruin everything. Pamela reminded him that without the permission of the king and duke, dreams would remain in place. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly asked the Duchess, "Do you really need a permit to work?" She replied calmly, "We're not talking about formal approval here." Without warning, the Duke made a momentous decision. Indignation instantly thickened in the air like a thundercloud. Nefa's father clenched his fists, and Luke only sighed. Adults like children at a party. The voice is filled with doubt. Which path to choose? Jeff assures her that both she and Lala will become wonderful magicians. The girl looks at him in disbelief, but they explain to her. Lala's night is pure magic. Her abilities are blossoming. The prince calmly said, "Magical abilities grow best in childhood, so it's better for her to try magical tasks." Future guards would be more suited to combat training, but the Duke's daughter would only need to know how to defend herself. The thoughts echoed in Erica's imagination. Sometimes you have to defend, even if the person you were protecting is the one you were defending. The girl nodded, accepting this bitter but true truth. A warrior's experience sometimes weighs like a stone in a breastplate. But in battle, when fingers burn with magic, aiding the guards, the advantage grows like a flame in the wind. Choosing the path of magic, Lala will discover new powers. Magical streams and the clang of steel blades will intertwine in her hands. But if the heart yearns for battles, the path of chivalry opens its own path. Magic. That's what their father's ears would hear from them. Luke handed to Lori the mysterious artifact, and a spark of unfathomable power flickered in the air. The frog skin handbag lay in her hand, smelling damp and slightly bitter. It was this first pink frog that the girl had caught, attracted by its strange taste and delicate, unusual color. Hidden in the fabric of the bag is a pocket of space where time stands still. It must be guarded with zeal. The queen, with a sharp look, insisted, "The relic cannot be trusted to children's hands." The girl confidently denied that it was not a royal relic, but Mr. Luke's own creation. Since the lantern Hattie and the dragon Diana had appeared with him, the man had learned something new. The boy hesitated, but the story was not a fable. Luke strictly requested that no one learn about his gift. Lala should try appropriation, he suggested, even though the procedure promised anxiety. Immediately afterward, he carefully healed her wound as if touching a flower. Just dip your hand into the bag and the screen comes alive with light. Imagine. The object slides into storage by itself, disappears, leaving only a slight rustle in the space inside. Luca's advice was a real revelation for her. Her movements were precise, light, as if she were dancing in the spring wind. She performed the technique without a single mistake. Luca had always been an example to her. She promised that the little frog would be under special care. Carefully, like a diamond, she would take care of its piece. Anna insisted. She needed exactly that one. The prince shrugged his shoulders. Doesn't she already have enough cosmic pockets, bigger than his? Anna just sighed. They say he doesn't understand anything about true desires. No treasures or magical items, just a tiny green frog purse that evokes genuine admiration and a dreamy smile in her. The confession rang in his voice. He dreamed of forging one for everyone, but the materials were always lacking. His gaze slid to the Duchess. Did she know where among the rocks one could get mithril? He held out the gift for Lala in front of the entire hall, not thinking about the consequences. The tension was growing in the air. How would Duchess Sasha perceive this gesture? The secret is to keep the ingots in case of trouble or disaster. Her words sounded confident. If they gathered everything they needed, Amelia and Anna would each be able to hold their own artifact. This will require black iron, mantite, or calcum, and most importantly, a spark of enthusiasm, she said quietly, her voice vibrating with the master's passion. Pamela, help Orca get the materials the Lord has chosen from the storage room. The room smells of dust and dampness. The boxes rustle under your fingers. It's time to act together. Under Carol's stern gaze, the question was raised. How much should be left? She ordered that only the most necessary be kept, and the rest be given to Luke immediately. In the air filled with anxiety, the city girl shouted out loud, "You can't leave everything in one hand." In other words, she insisted, first, an agreement with the Duke. The woman's calm voice, like a light touch, promised, "Kyla will explain everything later." And the maid, quietly, even with a slight trepidation, added, "You can't buy these treasures for any money." 2 exits flashed before his eyes. But could the Duke be angry with his wife, who would give away even the most precious things in the treasury for the happiness of his children? Pamela nervously twisted a strand of her hair. Her thoughts were swirling around the mistral in the castle. It would be enough for 800 swords, a full 640 kilograms. Luke was amazed at the scale. And the hostess reminded him, "You can buy metal, but you can't buy an artifact." Everything pointed to one thing. Luke would definitely invent something completely new, unknown for them, and even the most insignificant memories would retain the smallest details of familiar sounds. "Kilograms is enough." The lady nodded, and Pamela was already rushing to find a hairdresser, her heels clicking loudly on the tiles. At first I thought, I need to cut Prince Luke's hair. But no. Right now, when time is short, I want to make changes for myself. The mirror catches my eye, and my fingers are already gliding through the strands that have long been asking for care. Good news. After the haircut, a parka and the aroma of hot steam await. The lady only dreamed of these moments of relaxation. The maid is already busy with the preparations. Natalie and Erica kindly agree to help. Pamela sighs silently. Until recently, she was the only one holding the towel for her lady. The smell of fresh shampoo hit Extress as she timidly asked Natalie and Erica for the secret to cleanliness. The girls laughed and happily offered to conduct a little training. Thoughts swirled. What is the Lord thinking? Luke's voice broke her from her thoughts. He reminded her, it's time to gather herbs. A slight excitement, the tinkling of a scythe. The girl finally remembered the matter and moved towards the light. Doubts gripped her heart even then. Iris felt he was preparing medicine for Lala. The maid leaned over, whispering, Is Lala in pain? Is she suffering? His words sounded calm. It's not medicine, there's no need to worry. The girl is completely healthy. The maid, barely restraining her surprise, asks, So what is it really? The smell of fresh herbs filled the kitchen, stirring the air. The kitchen staff scattered, sneezing. Hope lingered with her friends, and Iris called to them for help. A moment of silence, eyes full of questions. What should we do next? Came the hesitant voice, as if the wind was rustling in the corners of the room. The kitchen rang out with clear words. Peel and chop the vegetables and dice the onions into the smallest cubes. The maid nodded without hesitation. Soon Luke called Iris. The smell of fresh greens was already wafting through the air. 6 spices are poured into one bowl. The aroma is sharp, tart, swirling in the air. The girl catches a familiar note and asks herself, what secret is hidden behind this amazing mixture? This is not medicine, but spices for dishes. The smell of allspice wafted through the room more than once. Iris hotly objected. These are the ingredients that save the stomach. But the interlocutors stood their ground. The purpose is different. The pot will become a home for many dishes. There will be enough space for everyone, both for a new recipe and for old secrets of taste. Iris looks on in surprise, unable to believe that it is not just water here. Ideas are being born. Nebi was ordered to squeeze time into the workshop. A month had to be packed into a few days. By the prince's orders, only speed, only the clanking of tools, and a frantic pursuit of results. It is enough to multiply each ingredient by 20, and 100 servings are already being prepared in the large kitchen. Spoons rustle, fragrant steam rises, quick hands measure, and count everything down to the gram. The maids breathed a sigh of relief. Ahead of them were only onions with a tearful smell, crispy apples under the knife, and pieces of beef that lay softly on the board. Onions sizzle in the pan, a sweet aroma filling the air. The slices gently brown, turning a warm caramel hue. Beef and fat sizzle at the bottom of the cauldron. Cubes of carrots fall next. Onions release a tart aroma, and potatoes gently settle on top. Instead of water, fragrant broth, prepared by Luke in the workshop, is slowly poured into the cauldrons. Iris, driven to the sidelines, is curious. How exactly did it all happen? The prince just smiles. I'll tell you later. The sauce is poured into the broth, spreading in waves of aroma. The game sizzles in the flames. This makes the aromas thicker, until the stomach contracts with impatience. The assistants slide their spoons, unable to hold back their delighted sighs. They listed the dishes. Some were hot, burning the tongue, while others were delicate, almost odorless, with only the faint aroma of spices swirling in the air. The first spoonful melted on the girl's lips. The smell of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air. The sweet taste made their eyes narrow with pleasure. The spiciness of the dish played with the tongue. A slight tingling ignited the taste buds, like sparks dancing across the palate, revealing every nuance of the aroma. When asked about the dish, he smiled softly. Curry. Luke is fascinated by the flavors of Southern cuisine, even if this recipe has Japanese roots. Things become real when they take on their own colors. The pots waited patiently in the storeroom, and a few were hidden away for the maids. Luke was sweeping away the dust with a spell when Natalie knocked softly on the window. Mr. Semilia was calling, wanting to talk. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard from behind the door. Natalie said, Mr. Luke is here. The girl, without hesitation, opened the way for them inside. Their gazes were fixed on the dresser, where 3 dolls stood under the flickering light. Silence, and only the soft rustle of the porcelain young ladies' dresses. The tiny dolls, lovingly sewn by Emily, fascinated Luke. The delicate seams, the soft lace. The girl's hands clearly lived this craft, he realized, inhaling the smell of fresh fabric. The rooms are warm and cozy. Amelia breathes personal space here. The house, filled with the smell of coffee and soft light, became her refuge. Here, between the walls of peace, a passion for needlework slowly and imperceptibly blossomed in a heart that had doubted this hobby until recently. There's no shame in having a hobby. There's something warm, genuine about it. Did she really sew all of this herself? What incredible craftsmanship! She thanked him warmly, invited everyone to sit down, and quickly set about making tea herself, letting the aroma of fresh leaves fill the room with peace and comfort. The thought was on his tongue. He had to find out why she was hiding from men. Something disturbing lurked in her gestures, and it didn't leave him alone. The Duke, choosing his words carefully, hinted that something important had happened 5 years ago. However, no listener had heard the real story. The mystery still reeked of darkness and unease. My fingers touched the cool beads. The necklace slid across my skin, making a barely audible sound and the faint scent of the night. Their gazes were noticeably fixed on her. The world around them fell silent for a moment. A stream of curiosity ran through the air. Strange. In her features he recognized myth. The resemblance rings in the air, like the echo of a familiar melody. It turned out that this was the only reaction. Silence and a tense look. Luca was surprised by Amelia's words. His heart beat faster. She was extremely beautiful, and that's why the silence in the room seemed even stranger. She quietly admitted. She was truly strikingly beautiful. However, next to her were Mitha, Iris, and the sisters Lilithia, Natalie, and Erica, each like a ray of dawn. He had a level 5 beauty protection, which the girls did not have. Amelia gathered all her courage into a fist before she dared to open her heart. Naifa quietly remarked, "It was Mr. Luke who had taken such good care of her." There was indifference on his face and anxiety in his chest. Luke deliberately hid his feelings, afraid of losing her. But the girl's gaze gave it all away. She saw the concern in every gesture and silently appreciated it. No one even thinks of translating the conversation. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation. Her name is Sheila. Amelia is overcome with shame as she recalls the incident. But with permission in her pocket, she finally dares to open her heart to the story. Sheila has always been by her side for as long as she can remember. The academy graduate, still with the dust of yesterday's dreams, tiptoed through the castle's corridors when Amelia's sharp gaze singled her out from the others. But Luce noticed the new maid had disappeared from the castle without permission. Once upon a time, before Zeno ascended the throne, Gale and his family lived in a castle, dreaming. He was second in line to the throne then, and when Zeno became ruler, Gale was destined for ducal honor. For 10 years, Amelia had been a shadow at Sheila's side, and it was to her that this story was entrusted. At dawn on New Year's Eve, the royal castle was bustling with activity, a ball for the young heirs, who had just turned 10. Once upon a time, in a whirlpool of young talents, Mr. Samelia stood out, one of those debutantes who timidly took their first steps on the stage of life. The mirror is covered in steam. Silence hangs over her like a thick blanket, when suddenly the Viscount appears behind her. He abruptly grabs her and, squeezing her wrists, pulls her through the door into another room. Amelia's teeth sank into his hand. Fury flared through the scream and the metallic taste of blood. He hit her in the face, again and again. But Mr. Amelia had time to call for help. He had miscalculated. The assassination attempt failed. From then on, Mr. Samelia cowered in front of men, as if in a cold wind. Luke had guessed that this would happen, and Iris believed it. He had known it for a long time, but things had turned out differently. Leaving the lady alone was a mistake. Having learned the reason for the attack, Luke did not delay. He asked questions, quickly, clearly. Mifa, stammering, confessed. She was no stranger to those events. Someone quietly asked how it happened. An attack, tainted with resentment, fell upon her. The culprit turned out to be the son of a viscount from the Forest Duke's domain. The viscount himself was as skillful in avoiding taxes as a fox in the fog. The king's fierce orders had emptied the viscount's treasury, leaving the family struggling under the weight of debt. The title vanished like morning mist, embraced by a stranger. A tense atmosphere. The count, huddled for a moment, turns to Duke Gao. "Please forgive my indulgence." The refusal sounds like icy cheese, as one would expect. Luke does not hold back his voice. Why did they attack Amelia? The Viscount's gaze became greedy. He planned to give Lady Amelia for his son. The girl's innocence is a trap for the Duke, who will be left with no choice, and the Viscount himself is getting closer to the treasures of the Duke of Guy. What connected Mifa to this story? Erica tried to find out Mifa's nickname with a trembling voice, but she only smiled mysteriously. A secret cannot be revealed. Everything rested on the bounty hunter. Anger flared in the princess's eyes. Luke caught the spark and immediately guessed. Her cold severity was not a choice, but the burden of duty as an interrogator. His insight had not faded. It was always ready. At the request of her father and uncle, Neef unmistakably identified the liar. The Duke of the Forest nodded to her in gratitude, and the aristocrats cast approving glances. She quietly asked if the prince was annoyed by her nickname. "Let your heart rest," he said, remembering her nickname. Erica smiled, taking a deep breath. "Mistress sounds much more respectable." Nicknames mean nothing to him, he wanted to explain, and quietly apologized. For a moment the princess froze in surprise, and then her lips blossomed into a smile. His gaze slid to the side, and now the words, warm like the touch of a hand, cautiously seek their way to the interlocutor. It's a rainy evening, and at that moment Miss Amelia appears. Her voice is confident, and an invisible bridge rises between her and Luke. Her hint is the scent of jealousy, and Luke senses it immediately. Amelia sincerely shared. The idea to invite Mr. Luke belonged to Sheila. The princess, sensing intrigue, asked, "Why him?" Amelia listed his actions, hinting at warm looks and attention to her. At her mother's side, Lala suddenly felt Mr. Luke was trustworthy. These were not empty words. At that moment, Luke himself felt Sheila's attentive gaze on him, caught the shadow of espionage, and soon heard her quiet apology. Anxiety did not give Luke peace. She had to see for herself. The boy was not angry, so the test was passed. The maid nodded, and the whole castle of Duco rang with congratulations. The news spread like the wind. Returning to the main point, Luke asked, "Do you believe that Amelia can overcome her own fears?" The heavy burden of the past pressed on her chest, and the hope for magical healing trembled in her voice. The answer was simple. Magic could help, but it wouldn't heal completely. Each spell brought back memories that seared Amelia's soul and left her with a bitter pain. They believed magic would drive away her fears, make her invincible. From under Luke's palm, a name is born, a technique that will protect against any blow, like a shield of light. The thirst for action trembles in the air. Readiness spills over the voice like a hot wave. The time to move is now. Thank you to everyone who warms her with faith. You fill her heart with confidence, quiet joy, and peace.